Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Took Control of League of Villains. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a slow buildup of things. It wasn't one moment or anything, there was no real tipping point. Just a lot of little things. Little injustices done to little people who know no better. And Izuku decided, not that he couldn't take it anymore, but that he wouldn't. At first, these things were easier to ignore. Momo's internship had clearly been awkward for her, but she told the class that she had learned valuable lessons about promoting your hero image, so it was probably fine. Even if the hero image that Momo's internship had taught her about was so far from what Momo wanted her own image to be, so far from what Momo, at just 15, was comfortable with. There were lots of questions, sure, about how boys like Mineta and Monoma and Bakugo even got through to hero courses. Monoma was only ever interested in tearing people down. No matter how cool your quirk is, if you aren't interested in helping people, then why are you in hero training courses? And Mineta, nobody was ever comfortable with how Mineta behaved. Whether it was riding someone else's coattails to the finish line, being cowardly or lazy, or acting like a scummy pervert to the girls. And how had Kaken, who was more sadistic than a few of the villains Izuku had met, gotten into hero courses by pure aspiration and power alone? It didn't seem right to be earnestly working towards saving people's lives side by side with the boy who had beat him black and blue and told him to jump off a building. But these people had to have some redeeming qualities, right? Something. Izuku had been sure, he's not sure anymore. Conversely, how could people like Shinsou, with amazing quirks and drive, be left behind in general education, even though they could outperform someone like Mineta in any test, and had the cooperative skills that Monoma didn't, and the desire to save people that Bakugo lacked? It didn't make any sense. And of course, there are always All Might's wise words on that rooftop. I won't tell you that you can become a hero. Who said that the quirkless couldn't fight? Who said they can't be ready to lay their lives down? Who said they can't protect those they love? What was an entrance test to tell Shinsou that he wasn't as qualified as Mineta? Or Monoma? Or Bakugo? Hell, there's probably all sorts of kids out there that could have crushed even some of the better hero students had the test been designed to fairly assess different types of power. But it wasn't, and that's now a dull jade set into the hearts of tens of kids that were, deep down, probably not very different from Izuku, doing their best in a world set against them. That's just the school, and not even all of it, just the tip of the iceberg in an Arctic sea. You also have to look at the favoritism of the teachers, the lack of security for students from threats both external and internal, the blatant disregard for student learning in many classes, the unfair quirk bias, all of the loopholes in rules that were only too easy to exploit if a person really wanted to, the unnecessary tension between hero schools, and the lack of cohesion and collaboration amongst the staff. That's the school. Then there's the pros too. All Might, fighting a terminal illness with little help until he eventually collapsed, and he should never have received a teaching license to begin with. Eraserhead, an underground hero whose whole fighting style relies on ignorance in his targets, and he was nearly killed trying to defend his students on multiple occasions. Vlad King, usually unable to work with others. Best Jeanist, clearly using the spotlight he receives as a hero almost solely to promote his clothing brand. And Endeavor, the #1 hero who beats his children. And you've got to remember what happened with Stain, and about how what he'd said was clearly deranged, but every lunatic has a seed of truth that sprouted the crazy tree. A lot of heroes aren't heroes. They're celebrities who put on fancy costumes and parade around town. Sometimes they help people, but usually they sell action figures of themselves and promote politicians they like. But it's all so wrong, all of it. And there's so much wrong that it's nearly impossible to tell where to start with it. So you see Izuku's dilemma. He's got great hero friends, like Uravity and Red Riot and Froppy and Anima, that inspire him. They're rational and good and heroic. He's got classmates that he can't understand, like Ground Zero and Grape Juice and Phantom Thief, that make him doubt. They're uncooperative and bad and the opposite of what a hero should be. He's got friends like Shudo and Kriati and Shinsou Hitoshi without so much as a hero name, and they've been hurt by this system as much as he has. It was his mom who gave him the idea. He'd been home for the weekend, trying to chew through the problem over dinner. His mom had caught Shudo up in some conversation. She didn't know about Endeavor, she just knew that Izuku said that Shudo didn't want to go to his house for the weekends and that Izuku had asked if he could spend weekends at their house and that she had said of course and that she had been overjoyed that her son had a friend who trusted him this much, and they were going back and forth right over Izuku's head. He was hardly hearing a word, mostly he was just muttering to himself about how bad things had really gotten. The girls had, at this point, decided to take showers all at the same time, with alternations of who was bathing and who was watching the door, so they wouldn't have to be afraid of Mineta by themselves. Kaken had given Tsu a mild concussion earlier in the week, and he told everyone it was her fault for getting in the way. Everyone had shrugged his violence off, even All Might ignored how overboard Kaken had gone in a training exercise, and he had sent Tsu to Recovery Girl with a mild warning to be more aware of her surroundings. Izuku had met up with Shinsou to train for a bit on Thursday, and the general ed teachers were feeding them the same old diatribe of do better and not good enough. Izuku couldn't see the way to fix any of it, he was just one kid. And then the conversation paused. Clearly Izuku missed a question directed at him, and Mom laughed and said to Shudo, "See, that's exactly what I was telling you, Xiaochin." And Shudo smiled too. And Izuku asked what they had said. And Mom said, "I was just telling Shudo you've got too much going on in there for you to hear any other answers but your own. The answers you know are right, no matter who they come from." Izuku had blushed and squawked at that, and Shudo had laughed a little, and Mom had teased him. But when they were washing the dishes later, Shudo in the shower, just Izuku and his mom, she sighed softly. "Izuku," she told him sternly, "you know I'll love you no matter what path you take, don't you?" He nodded. She continued, "I doubted you more than I ever should have, when you were younger, but now I'm certain that even if you do the things that make you seem crazy and reckless, you're never going to go down a wrong path." He nodded much slower the second time. She laughed over the ceramic plate she was scrubbing. "Even if you became a villain, I'm just sure that you'd be doing the right thing." Izuku smiled, "Thanks, Mom." That weekend, Izuku went to the convenience store and bought the cheapest notebook on the shelf, 50 yen. Even he could afford that with his own money. It was the simplest notebook, with a spiral binding and a blank red cover, and he bought some snacks to share with his family before going home. He told them only about the snacks, not about the notebook. Late that night, with everyone asleep, he started writing. Before the next weekend, he had filled the notebook. Every front and back of every page. Even the margins had notes and doodles and scribbles. In a word, the notebook was finished. And Izuku had a plan. While creating the notebook, Izuku behaved as normal. He talked animatedly with his friends. He went on runs with Shinsou in the mornings. He avoided Kaken. He answered questions in class and participated in all events. The moment it was finished, he began to get his ducks in a row. But it was Friday morning when he finished, so there wasn't much to be done yet. He went back to his house with Shudo. They ate dinner and talked and laughed. On Sunday afternoon, when Shudo went to take care of some homework, Izuku sat down on the couch across from his mom. "Mom," and she turned from her book. When she saw her son's face, she put the book down entirely. She didn't even bother to mark the page. "Mom, you remember how you said you trusted me to do the right thing? Even if it doesn't look right to other people?" Her mouth twisted into an expression that might be a grimace if it wasn't so worried. "I remember. I trust you, Izuku. Why do you ask?" She doesn't want to jump the gun. Her son can be an unnaturally tense kid. She doesn't want to make something out of nothing if he's just in a mood. Izuku swallowed thickly. I might have to do something that won't look right, Mom. It's for my friends and for everyone else too, really, but it isn't gonna look that way. I don't want you to be scared, or think that I've gone totally nuts, or hate me. Baby, I would never hate you. Inko insists fervently. Now, whatever it is, I'm sure that you've got everyone's best interests at heart. I don't want you doing it alone though, Izuku. Even if you can't tell me, tell someone. Let one of your hero friends help you. I'm sure Xiaochin could help, he's a nice boy. Chuckling, Izuku nodded obediently, assuring her, "I won't be alone, Mom, I promise. That's all I ask. As long as you come home, Izuku, I will. I promise I will. So, with his mother's permission, Izuku began to set the plan into motion. Begin phase I. Get your ducks in a row. You know what I said about getting your ducks in a row? Yeah. This isn't getting your ducks in a row, this is putting your ducks through a wood chipper. Carly, the other woman, 2014. There is nothing in the world that is more frustrating than when you're dating a boy, who normally barely needs a second party to keep a conversation going, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he shuts up. For like 3 days. Shido's even been poking Izuku's hot topics. He's mentioned his favorite, up-and-coming heroes a few times throughout these days, asked him about strategies for some of their tests even if he didn't really need the help, to try and get Izuku to talk again, and it will work for about half an hour. Maybe a little bit more. But then Izuku will go right back to brooding, jittery silence. Or worse still, he'll go lock himself in his room and mutter to himself for the rest of the afternoon. On Tuesday, Izuku stood up in the middle of a conversation with Ochako about something Shido no longer remembers clearly. Maybe it had been about Bakugo's latest violent antic, and he wandered straight to his room, and he didn't come out until dinner. In class, Izuku takes notes a little more fervently than usual, and he spends any spare moments glaring at the scar marring their homeroom teacher's cheek like he hates it, personally. To be fair, everyone hates that scar, because they all know how Aizawa-sensei got it, protecting them from 30 adult villains and a nomu, all with killing intent, less than a month into the school year. Nobody forgot what happened at USJ, just like they didn't forget what happened at their training camp, just like Shido and Tenya and Izuku didn't forget what happened in that alleyway during their internships. They all remember. But why stare at it so harshly now? So long after USJ? It's a little thing, they're all just little things. But what Shido notices most is the quiet, and he doesn't like it. If Shido didn't know Izuku as well as he did, he might not have noticed how weird he was being. Because, honestly, he's only being a little weird. But Shido notices because that's his boyfriend. So when Izuku sits in his room in the dorms, door locked, muttering, staring at a bright red notebook, for hours, until Ochako threatens to break the door down if he doesn't go eat dinner, Shido notices. When his eyes go hard and he stares at Mineta, like if one little thing snapped. Shido notices. Just little things. Izuku has always reviewed his notes and muttered in his room a lot, but the door is usually unlocked. Izuku zones out into space sometimes, but never with that expression. And still that quiet, because Izuku hasn't been talking to him these past few days. Normally, Izuku blabbers on, a mile a minute, about anything and everything, and Shido is really just happy to have someone to fill the silence and sit with him, and he never has quite as much to say, so he just lets Izuku talk. But this week, ever since they came home from Izuku's house, Izuku doesn't talk nearly as much. He'll start muttering, notice that Shido is there, and then bite his lip and stop talking. Shido hates it, hates that Izuku isn't talking to him, never mind that Shido doesn't usually respond, and he thought he did. Something wrong. He asked Momo about it, and Mina and Jairu, who were in her room at the time, and they all immediately asked him when his birthday was. When his answer was nowhere in the near future, and neither were any other holidays, they decided that it's Midoriya, for goodness sake. If he were mad at you, he'd definitely tell you. And then they told Shido that it likely wasn't anything to worry about, because Izuku always talks out his worries, they said. But they don't know Izuku like Shido does, and they don't know there's things Izuku won't ever say out loud, either because he can't or because he won't. But, regardless, Shido has noticed that something is a little weird with Izuku lately. So he's got a hunch already when Izuku texts him, Yaoyorozu Momo, and Shinsou Hitoshi to eat lunch with him out in the shade of a very specific, very out-of-the-way persimmon tree on campus, instead of in the lunchroom on Wednesday. And he tells them not to invite anyone else. So, of course, everyone meeting under that one specific persimmon tree, ringed in by vicious holly bushes, is a little anxious. What does Izuku want that's so serious? Izuku is serious about twice a month and on life-death occasions, almost exclusively. They're worried it's the latter. Izuku attracts trouble, even if he always means well, and if he's serious about it then there's a reason he called just the three of them. Nobody else. They can respect that. Izuku is smart. He wouldn't have called them all, secretly, suspiciously, to the shade of persimmon trees and holly bushes, without good reason. When class gets out for lunch, though, Izuku doesn't walk to the meeting place with Shudo the way they walk to lunch together every other day. Today, he runs out of class ahead of Shudo, clutching his bag tight to his chest, mumbling all the way, too distracted to wait for Shudo to pack up his textbook and pens, and Shudo is left to walk with Momo and Hitoshi, who catches up with them outside the 1A classroom. All three of them give half-butted excuses on their way out of class to Tsuyu and Ochako and Kaminari, who ask them where they're going. I'm working on a personal project today, sorry for the inconvenience. I'm training with this crispy-looking chicken nugget and his boyfriend. Just training? No, thank you, Ochako, go eat lunch. Mostly, they're just a little anxious, in a stomach-twisting, cheek-biting, nail-digging kind of way. He probably just has a new strategy for the heroics test next Wednesday, Momo tries. Even from her, it sounds forced. She's got the homemade bento she cooks up in the kitchen every morning clutched in her fingers, knuckles not white, but getting there. The air doesn't sit right on her shoulders. It's too heavy. Hitoshi scratches out a little chuckle like it might help the tension. Or he's finally fallen off the deep end and he wants us to join a cult, he jokes. He's not sure about this either. All he knows is that he trains with Izuku one day more a week than he trains with Aizawa, and Izuku has cancelled 3 out of their 4 training sessions so far this week. Weak excuses each time, but Hitoshi had thought, hey, life happens. Now, after that cryptic invitation to this foreboding lunchtime meeting, Hitoshi's less sure. The sunlight on the walking path across campus still feels constricting. Shudo shrugs. He trusts Izuku, but he's worried. Like really worried. Because if Momo and Hitoshi are worried, then Shudo isn't imagining things like too quiet and a little weird, and that's bad. His scar squeezes his skin at the edges where Shudo can feel, even if nobody can see, Shudo can feel, it warp with the slightest grimace. He can't decide if his right half is too warm or if his left half is too cold, between the sunlight and the breeze. It makes his skin crawl. They can see Izuku's green hair, almost blending into the holly bushes around him, but peeking a little bit out above the barbed foliage. One by one, they scrape through the holly leaves and sit with Izuku in the grassy clearing in the middle of the bushes. Nobody even knows how Izuku found this spot. It's in a remote corner of campus, not close to the walls that keep people like the League of Villains out, but definitely far enough from any building to be secluded. If it was anyone else calling them here, Shudo, Momo, and Hitoshi might have worried that they had been lured out to be mugged. But it's just Izuku sitting there, red notebook closed up in his lap, front wrinkled and a few page corners sticking awkwardly out or folded haphazardly in, like the notebook is a few years old, but nobody has seen it in use for longer than the past week, maybe less. Izuku's face is placid, serene, calm, but not smiling. Izuku smiles at them once they're all sitting, and for a second, it's any other day. Shudo, listen to this. There's a new pro hero. They debuted yesterday, so we don't know a lot yet, but that was the coolest strategy, Momo. The way you used your creation just a little at a time, to draw her in. I know you're going to be joining us in Class 1A soon, Hitoshi. You're improving way too fast for them to ignore you forever. And then the smile is overshadowed by the eyes, grown over with thick, green, cleansing algae. It makes a shiver run up Hitoshi's spine. Momo grips her bento tighter. Shudo tries to hold Izuku's gaze. That works to get his attention. Oh, sorry, I was spaced out. I'll have to stop doing that if I want to get anywhere with this. With what? Hitoshi interrupts, before Izuku's muttering can overwrite whatever conversation they're meant to be having here. It's gotta be important, but Hitoshi wants to cut to the chase anyway. Maybe because it's important. Izuku struggles to find the words for a second. His fingers, scarred, unmistakably, irreparably, flutter over those dog-eared pages in his notebook, but he ultimately decides not to open it. Instead, with a dreamy-sounding voice, he asks, "Don't you just wish that things wouldn't be the way that they are?" Izuku, Shudo replies softly. He's got no idea where this is coming from, but it doesn't sound good, and it's scaring Shudo a little. If he knew what was going on, he could help. But Izuku has been quiet, so he doesn't know, so he can't. He can just watch Izuku wade upstream in floodwater, waiting with the rest of the crowd to see how far he makes it. Momo, ever the polite one, too polite, unmistakably, reparably admits, "I'm not sure what you mean, Izuku." Izuku's expression snaps awake. If he hadn't been sure of what to say before, she just reminded him. His whole face, from the muscles in his cheeks to his sharp canine teeth, is a live wire, stripped of the rubber coating, sparking at the end, a little threatening, even if that threat isn't aimed at anyone he's looking at. "Momo, how was your internship?" "What? You never really told me the full story," Izuku presses. "How?" "Internship. Uwabami." Momo immediately knows what Izuku is trying to get at, but he seems a little unhinged, and there's a reason she never told him the full story. She's not fond of it. Shinsou and Hitoshi are doing a poor job of hiding their concern. She starts to say, "I don't want to." At the same time that Hitoshi interjects, "I don't know what this has to do with." And Izuku cuts them both off with a sharp, "How was it?" "Izuku." Shinsou's tone is firm. He's never heard Izuku fall off the deep end before, not in all his ramblings, but now he's kind of starting to get desperate to know that Hitoshi's wisecrack on the walk to this shady little clearing wasn't banging the nail straight on the head. He can't stop Izuku from wading upstream, and he won't try, but he'll remind him of the riverbank. Izuku's expression muffles. The conviction doesn't leave, but, just now, the dangerous stripped wire has been rewrapped in electrical tape. He gives Momo an apologetic look. His hand wanders from where it's been resting on the red cover of the notebook. One brushes Shinsou's hand, his right hand, his cold hand, the one that happens to be closer at the moment, but then he retracts it nervously. Shinsou grabs Izuku's hand and holds it anyways. "I want them to understand," he explains to Momo, softly, skittishly. "Tell them what your internship was like." Her eyes dart all over the holly bushes, the bright, red, luscious berries and the sharp, painful leaves. Neither Shinsou nor Hitoshi like that look on her. "It was..." She cuts herself off before she even starts, paints a smile onto her face. She's got practice doing that. All girls do. Especially the ones training to be heroes. It was certainly informative. Uwabami has a very interesting image that she upholds. Shinsou and Hitoshi know what kind of image Uwabami upholds. They also know that wasn't what Izuku was asking. Both of them don't like this direction for the conversation, and neither of them knows what Izuku is going to do with it. "No." Izuku snaps, and his hand tightens in Shinsou's. "Momo, tell them what it was really like. I can't tell your story for you, but they need to hear it." "Momo." Shinsou echoes, concerned in equal measure for his friend and boyfriend. Hitoshi shifts an eyebrow. He's still not sure why they're here. If Izuku is trying to get at something like someone messing with Momo, he'll go to bat for her. But he doesn't think that's quite it. Izuku wouldn't make her say what happened if they were just going to give someone payback for making her upset, and he wouldn't go for payback anyways. Izuku isn't a revenge-oriented person. Then again, this lunch break is only 7 minutes in and Hitoshi is already seeing a brand new side to Izuku. They all are. "What happened, Momo?" "It was nothing," Momo insists, her voice placating, "just normal stuff." "I don't like the sound of that," Hitoshi responds, a little less flatly than normal. "We just did some modeling, seriously. The outfits were a little revealing, but Uwabami taught me a lot about cultivating my hero image." "You don't have to defend her," Shinsou finally adds, "if it made you uncomfortable." He knows Yaoyorozu Momo just a little bit better than his other classmates, but even if he didn't he would still be able to see where her fingers are gripping the hem of her blazer too tightly, pulling it down, self-conscious. He doesn't like that her reaction to thinking about her internship is anxiety. After a moment of chewing on this, while Hitoshi starts unwrapping his cafeteria lunch, Momo pulls her shoulders in and nods. "I didn't really want to, but I didn't feel like I could say no. It was an internship after all, and Kendo didn't seem to have a problem with it." "So, even though you didn't want to," Hitoshi infers. Shinsou finishes. "You did what was asked." Momo nods, feeling a little relieved to have said it out loud. She begins to finally open her bento, 10 minutes into lunch, taking Hitoshi's cue. She made herself some cute little flower-shaped carrots. She had been planning to share some with her friends, but this doesn't seem the right atmosphere for flower-shaped carrots. They still offer a small sense of comfort, the cute shape, the control she remembers feeling over the knife in her hands. I want you to guess how many laws that internship broke. Izuku cuts in, voice clipped short, eyes a little narrowed. Laws? Where does legality factor into an internship? I dunno, Hitoshi snaps. 3? Izuku, you seem to have a point, but you better get to it, we only got another half hour of lunch. Izuku's teeth click when he bites into the word, none. Nobody gets the significance. Why would any of it be illegal? Momo had to do some things she was uncomfortable with during an internship. She hadn't been endangered. It just SCKD. Why would it break a law? But at the look on Momo's face, jaw clenched and hands balled into fists around her beautiful, ornate chopsticks, they were a birthday gift from my mom, aren't they pretty? A little ball of something sticky and unhappy takes away some of the room Shudo had reserved in his stomach for cold soba. Glancing at Hitoshi reveals the same institutionally blanched disgust in his tired, exhausted, unmistakably, irreparably eyes. Izuku's next question is totally out of left field. Hitoshi, when did Aizawa start training you to join Class 1A? About half of Class 1A is aware, in some capacity, of Hitoshi's individual training with Aizawa, but about a quarter of the class is aware, in some capacity, of the reasons why he would never actually be transferred. The mountain of paperwork, each form requiring sign-off by several school officials, only one of which really cares about Hitoshi's transfer, or his life in general. The huge gap in the material the class had already learned, the gap that was only growing wider the longer the transfer took. The lack of precedent. The bias. Hitoshi's face hardens. He looks a little betrayed. Izuku looks a little remorseful. I'm sorry, he squeaks, more characteristically than the rest of this conversation. I swear I'm not bringing these things up to be mean. Just humor me. About 2 months, Hitoshi deadpants, digging into his katsudon. Nodding, Izuku turns to Shuto. He doesn't ask him anything. You can't just bring up Todoroki, Endeavor, NG in the middle of a conversation, not even this one. That's too far. Even asking Momo about her internship was a little over the line, but Izuku won't make Shuto confront his father here. So he just looks at Shuto. And Shuto knows what he's getting at. And Momo and Hitoshi, both of whom have at least a few brain cells between them, have a guess that lands in the right zip code. They both already know that Shuto goes home with Izuku every weekend. Anybody heard Kaken do anything nice lately? Izuku hisses, a little sarcastically. Nobody present has ever heard sarcasm like this from him before. In heroics class, on Tuesday, yesterday, Bakugo had used his explosions to pitch not 1, but 3 cars at Zero, one of which he was too slow to dodge. Recovery Girl had been said about another broken bone in Aizawa's class, and their teacher took the reprimand more genuinely than Bakugo did. Hell, Zero took the reprimand more genuinely than Bakugo, and he hadn't even been at fault. How about Mineta? Momo's wrists flex to pull her blazer down even farther. Since the girls have started bathing together, for safety, they've had to deal with Mineta trying all sorts of things. Phone cameras left recording, holes in the walls, holes in the ceiling, full-on attempts at infiltration. They're all starting to get to the point where the idea of taking a bath is an anxiety-inducing trigger. The locker rooms are hardly better. Izuku, what is your point? Hitoshi snaps again. I get it, sheet SCKS. But what can we do about it? We're kids in high school, not, I don't offend you, no, we're not heroes. Yet, Shudo adds quietly. They all appreciate the yet, they let it have its moment. Then Izuku smiles again. It's a different smile now. An unfamiliar smile. A smile that smells like holly bushes and persimmon trees and something inimitably sharp. Don't you just wish, Izuku repeats, more fiercely than before but not without the wistful, wishing quality it first had, that we could make things be different than they are? The red notebook glows against the holly leaves. Currently, Hitoshi has many questions, but at the forefront of the pack, mostly for being a wonderful place to start in this mess, is how the ever-loving F did Midoriya Izuku find this bar? Because, at the moment, Hitoshi, Momo, and Shudo are all wearing dark hoodies and jeans, the most inconspicuous clothes they could find, and standing behind Izuku, who has led them through a confusing map of streets that has finally stopped at the door to a bar. They all know who is behind the door to the bar. Izuku told them that along with the outline of the plan, before they left campus. You don't have to come with me, Izuku had told them, but don't tell anyone what I told you at lunch, alright? Please? Izuku is self-aware enough to know that this is a huge ask. It's dangerous, terrifying, and Hitoshi would call it stupid if Izuku wasn't so assured of his plan. They're just going to have a face-to-face chat with the League of Villains. As if that's a normal way to approach this. Hitoshi hadn't even been there for any of the hero course encounters with them, but his stomach is still in knots. He can't even imagine how Momo and Shinsou feel about this, and they're not giving him any clues either. Everyone's got their war face on right now. They had all agreed to come without hesitation. Hitoshi may not understand the whole plan, but he gets the gist, and that sheet lit a fire under his butt. Besides, even if he hadn't agreed with Izuku's goal, he still would have come, and he's sure that Momo and Shinsou agree. They're all Izuku's friends. It's one thing to disagree with your friend, it's another to let him walk into the bar of operations for the League of Villains with the intent to perform a semi-hostile takeover by himself. Hitoshi, Momo, and Shinsou had all ignored Izuku's insistence that they didn't need to come, because they did need to, for their own peace of mind at least. Now here they are, at the base of operations for the League of Villains. And Hitoshi has a lot of questions. But now's not the time to ask them. Now is the time to support whatever bats hit crazy gene has infected Izuku, because he's got a FING point, and they're about to shove it in the crusty butt face of a man who's tried to kill them 3 times. Of all the ways to introduce himself, Izuku knocks. The FING bangs on the door. The door to the home of the group of people known exclusively for attempting to kill children and heroes, and Izuku belong in both categories. And Izuku decides that a safe bet for gaining access to their secret base hidden in a decrepit bar in the ghetto is to knock. Sure, the majority of their fighting force was kidnapped at USJ, and All for One was arrested after that fight with All Might, but Shigaraki Tamura can FNG disintegrate people, and Izuku is out here just knocking. Hitoshi's pool of questions grows. Is that wise? Momo whispers, miming Izuku's knock when he doesn't seem to know what she's talking about. Hitoshi throws his hands out to gesture to Momo, because she's got a point. Why would Izuku knock? He shrugs. It just seemed polite, he answers, half apologetically. If we're going to work with them, we may as well start by being polite. This answers very little about how safe Izuku presumes the knocking to be. Hitoshi wants to scream a little bit. Shinsou voices Hitoshi's concern. I'm not sure how well polite matches up with your plans for introducing ourselves. He sounds mostly unbothered by this absolute insanity of Izuku's plan. Absolute faith is clear in the relaxed slope of Shinsou's shoulders. Hitoshi would like to smoke a pipe of whatever these boyfriends are on. Apparently, it's very confidence-inspiring. Izuku waves Shinsou's comment off. That's just a defense measure, he argues, as if he hadn't taken pains to explain every step of the battle plan, down to combat style favored by each member of the League before they came here, because there's no way they'll just, oh, good evening. Izuku stops himself as the door opens, to a vaguely familiar person, Kurogiri, right? Can we come in? It should be mentioned that Kurogiri does not have a face. Not like a really human-looking face anyway. It's mostly just black smoke with glowing yellow eyes, but no real facial structure or muscles. That's an important fact. Because, despite that fact, Kurogiri looks about as flabbergasted as a man without a face can look. Hitoshi wonders if the League gets a lot of visitors to their bar. They must, or they would never have opened the door to someone knocking. Can we? Izuku repeats, come in that is. We just want to talk. Kurogiri doesn't even get a sentence out. He looks, as far as Hitoshi can tell, between the whole not actually having a face thing, like he might say yes. But he doesn't get to invite them in civilly, because, despite it being something like 10 p.m., most of the League, or most of the 7 members that have survived thus far without capture, are still awake. Hitoshi starts to make a joke about how villains really are night owls, but he stops before it's left his mouth, got to keep his war face and all that. Anyway, Kurogiri does not get to invite Izuku and pals inside, because Dabi is right behind, wearing a ratty old robe and some too short pajama pants, sipping a mug of something steaming. Who's at the door? He asks vaguely. He sounds much younger than the UA students had believed him to be. It hits Hitoshi, this close to the face of famed villain Dabi, that this guy can't be older than missionaries. Then he reaches the door, sees them standing like Girl Scouts on the porch of the supposedly secret lair of the evil organization, and spits out the half of his drink that he doesn't choke on. Feed Christ, Kurodri, warn a guy, he screeches, setting the mug on a table and griping about the stain on his robe, despite the robe being totally unsalvageable before the stain. The F does the kindergarten class want? Dabi tries to put on a war face too, but it doesn't really work when they've already seen him just about as docile as a man can be less than 15 seconds ago. Hitoshi almost smirks, but he thinks that might PSS Dabi off, and the last thing he wants to do is PSS anyone here off. Hitoshi thinks it's entirely FNG insane that neither of these men have tried to kill him, Izuku, Momo, or Shuto yet. So far they've gotten some pretty generally normal reactions to having a squad of 4 teenagers show up unannounced on your doorstep at 10 p.m. on a Wednesday. Kindergarten, a high-pitched voice echoes from the further recesses of the bar. It's not Izuku, is it? Is it? And then they have Himiko Toga launching herself out the door, knife drawn, ready to stab Izuku. There we go, normal villain reactions. Himiko! Hitoshi calls out in a panic, doing his best imitation of Izuku's voice while Izuku dodges. Yes? Her reply is immediate. And so are Hitoshi's instructions, go back into the bar and sit down. She does so, knife lowered, cool as a cucumber. Hitoshi doesn't drop his control. He's not sure she won't immediately spring back out. Ima let that slide, 'cause she had a knife, Dabi yawns, sounding only superficially disinterested. But you try that sheet again and I will even burn you. I'd like to see you try, Shuto snaps. Ice grips Hitoshi's veins. He doesn't want this to escalate. Nobody needs to get hurt. He almost starts to take up a defensive posture, but Dabi blinks at Shuto, shrugs, and wanders away from the door. Izuku dusts himself off, and their little squad is once again as unruffled and as prepared for the inevitable fight, whether that ends up being physical or verbal, as they were when Izuku knocked on the door. Kurodri still has not seemingly rebooted yet, but he snaps into action when Dabi shoves Shigaraki Tamura into the doorframe. Shigaraki does not try to kill them on sight, which is a relief, but he does seem ready to throw down. As he should, Hitoshi thinks. Everyone else here has taken their arrival with much too blasé a reaction. Shigaraki is also in pajamas, and he isn't wearing all of his hands like he does on TV. Like Dabi, he looks too young to be a villain. He looks at Kurodri for answers. Kurodri doesn't take his eyes off of Izuku while he answers. They seem to want a peaceful meeting, Tamura. He's still clearly confused, but rolling with it a little better now. Everyone can hear Dabi flick Himiko in the head, and she hisses something angry at him before she realizes he broke Hitoshi's hypnotism, and then Dabi holds her in place so she doesn't sprint right back out the door. It's kind of funny. Like siblings. In fact, Hitoshi is sure that he saw 2 of his foster siblings have that exact same fight last weekend over who got to go with Mrs. Soma to the grocery store. The one thing Hitoshi can't get out of his head is how young everyone here looks. Kurodri, to be fair, you can't really tell, but everyone else? They could almost be upperclassmen. Himiko Toga really could be their classmate. She's just their age, eyes wide, hair a mess, and unmistakably tiny. If Hitoshi didn't know what he knew, he might assume she was just any other hyperactive teenaged girl, like Toru, from Izuku's class. I mean, she's got a hell of a weird way of showing it, but she's trying to stab Izuku because she's excited to see him. It's fed up, but she's certainly not the epitome of SDSM that he was expecting. She's weird and she's dangerous, but she's also, like, 15. Dabi's maybe 6 years older than them, barely an adult. He looks like any other tired big brother, and currently, effectively, that's what he is. He's holding Toga by the back of her collar, and she's complaining about him stretching it out, and he's telling her not to act like a freak, and she's calling him a freak and sticking her tongue out at him. They're like normal kids. It's even bizarre. They've tried to kill Hitoshi's friends more than once, but here they are acting like normal kids. And Dabi's scars, well, if Hitoshi weren't so concerned with trying to find the differences between his friends and these ex-enemies, He might notice how similar those scars look to Shudo's. Still, they make his stomach clench. And Shigaraki Tamura doesn't even look as old as Dabi. How could he be running this sheet if he's literally barely of age? He's not as big as Hitoshi expected a criminal mastermind to be. He's got some kind of skin condition, and it looks painful. Without the hands covering him or the fear mystifying him, it's just his crusty face and his ratty hair. He looks tired but not like 45-year-old mob boss tired, more like college kid who stayed up late playing video games tired. He frowns at them, genuinely pouting like a child, and Hitoshi has to wonder how this group of villains are the dangerous ones, the survivors of all the police raids and pro-hero raids and mass arrests. Why are these veritable children the ones that the whole world is scared of? It doesn't make sense to him. And not one of them, other than Himiko, who is now pouting in the bar under Dabi's watchful eye, has tried to kill them yet. They've been standing on this doorstep for a good 3 minutes now. It certainly gives Hitoshi something to chew on, if not a whole fresh perspective. When he glances at Shudo and Momo, their eyes are painted with the same confusion, the same fresh perspective sprouting in places they can't let show yet. They're all trying to hold onto their war faces, hero students and villains alike. Izuku's does not waver. He doesn't waver at all. He smiles, a happy smile, a normal smile, and says, "Nice to meet you officially. I'm here to take over." "You aren't here to do jack shit," Dabi grumbles, slumping into a booth seat against the wall of the bar. "Get lost before I get it in my head to toast your miserable little faces off." He wants the threat to work, because Dabi doesn't want to burn his little brother's miserable little face off. Maybe at one point he'd been bitter enough to take out his frustrations with their father on a scared, scarred child, but that all flew out the window when he saw Shudo, doing nothing for himself and everything for his friends, in that forest when they showed up to abduct his classmate. Dabi could tell from that moment, from the sweat on Shudo's brow, that this young man wasn't the same as their father. He had laughed then, as he smiles now, at the knowledge that Todoroki, Endeavor, Enji had failed in creating the perfect copy of himself to rise to hashtag the green-haired, plain-looking one that had knocked in the first place, been unfazed by Toga's infatuated stabbing attempt, and then simply stated that his intentions were a non-hostile takeover, gives Dabi a long look. A shiver creeps its way up Dabi's spine. This kid knows. He looks at Dabi and sees Todoroki Tuya. There should be nothing to connect him to who he was, but this random kid knows and he's willing to use that information as leverage. Dabi has no evidence of this, but he can tell the kid knows in the way he stares and finally blinks and smiles and turns to face Kurogiri and Tamura. "May we come in?" the kid asks. "Midoriya," the girl hisses, a pleading warning from between clenched teeth. Dabi knows of this girl more than he knows her. She's got her dad's eyes and her mom's cheekbones, and the Todorokis and the Yaoyorozus spent a lot of time together when Tuya was alive. The boy, Midoriya, turns to her with a smile that makes her bite her lip and nod assent. He is the leader, apparently. Dabi vaguely remembers him screaming for that blonde brat they'd kidnapped, remembers Shudo and a few other kids physically holding him back. What an interesting change of face to this calm, level-headed kid with a plaster smile and knowing eyes. Kurogiri looks to Tamura for confirmation. Tamura studies his pajama pants self-consciously, mutters something vengeful under his breath, and eventually says, yeah, let him in. Kurogiri does a double take, like "Are you serious?" but opens the door wider, and Midoriya, Shudo, the Yaoyorozu girl, and the guy who Dabi doesn't recognize stroll in calmly and politely. Dabi grabs Toga's collar again. She's practically foaming at the mouth at the thought of her favorite little blood snack in her own home. "My name is Midoriya Izuku," he introduces himself. "These are my friends." Todoroki Shudo, comes the next self-introduction. Then, Yaoyorozu Momo. And finally, Shinsou Hitoshi. Midoriya nods, and turns to Tamura. "I'm here to take over, as I said," he echoes. "I'd love to do that with as little conflict as possible." "Which is why you came in the middle of the night, while half of us are asleep?" Tamura accuses. "No," Shinsou snaps. "We came in the middle of the night because that's when we knew nobody would notice us being gone. Thanks to your bullshit at the hero class training camp, we're in dorms now." Shudo murmurs, The dorms aren't all bad. Dabi wants to FNG scream. Nobody knows, nobody knows. How could they all not know? Don't they see when Shido goes into class with bruises everywhere? Don't they see how he flinches at every passing touch? Of course they don't. Nobody saw when Tuya was alive and in school either. Midoriya taps Shido's wrist with a finger. Tamura misses it but Dabi doesn't. Shido's shoulders relax marginally. Midoriya knows. Dabi is starting to wonder how much Midoriya knows. As Shinsou says, Midoriya regains control of the conversation. We're here at night because it's the only time the supervision on us is lax. If you'd like to wake up your comrades, feel free. We won't stop you. Midoriya, Shinsou cautions, expression tight and worried. Midoriya gives Shinsou the same smile he gave Yaoyorozu a minute ago, and Shinsou just nods, accepting. Toga, go get everyone up, Tamura says. Why do I have to do it? Because anyone else will get their head chopped off if one of Twice's a-hole personalities is the one to get conscious first. Toga gives them a continent-sized pout, fingers gripping the hilt of her knife even tighter. I'll go with you, Squirt, Dabi offers, and Toga kicks the ground before following him across the bar and up the stairs. There's 2 floors above the bar. The top floor has everyone's bedrooms, and the middle floor is kind of like a common area. It might have been a gym before. There's mounts for punching bags on the ceiling and indents from where workout equipment might have gone, but all that has been cleared out since long before Dabi started working with them. Now it's just a concrete floor with random, cheap furniture all over. Thrift shop love seats. Garage sale recliners. Discarded couches. There's 2 TVs too, a nice one on the wall adjacent to the downstairs door and a shitty one on a stand in the middle of the room. They weave around the furniture and ascend the second flight of stairs across the room. There's 10 rooms on the top floor. They used to be offices, probably, or maybe they've always been bedrooms, who knows. They got gutted by the previous owner just like the gym on the second floor, so the rooms are blank, gray concrete. Everyone's responsible for furnishing the rooms themselves, which means the furniture is just a futon or mattress or whatever everyone could scrounge up for themselves. Toga has colored an elaborate and poorly painted mural on her wall. Twice as taped. Newspapers and book pages all over his room during a fit where he became convinced the concrete was mirrors. Spinner hardly ever sleeps in his room, so it's just a futon and a blanket, not even a pillow. Magna managed to scrounge up a collapsible standing wardrobe, in which she keeps her thrifted clothing collection. Compress, of course, stole a whole bedroom set from a furniture store, so his room actually looks decent. Dabi's got a pile of ashes in a little dustbin, a picture of his siblings under his pillow, and the softest blanket he could steal from a home goods store on his old futon. Nobody's been in Tamura's room, and nobody knows if Kurogiri even sleeps. Twice's room is first. Toga goes in and Dabi waits by the door. Twice is an okay guy, when he's sane enough to hold conversations with the people outside his own head, but Dabi doesn't trust him as far as he can throw him. Too unstable. Not that Dabi's got a lot of room to talk, but the dude needs some serious therapy. Gene, Toga calls, shaking him awake. Hey, Gene. We have visitors. Don't you want to meet my darling Izuku? Wake up. Gene blinks and rolls himself upright, itching at the scar that bisects his face. A nice personality woke up. That's a good start to all this sheet. He grumbles out a question and Toga gives him a quick rundown of the information while she helps him get a mask on. Spinner's room is empty. Magna is still awake, wiping off some makeup. Hey, Mags, we got company? Oh, of course we do right after I've taken my face off. You've still got a face, Mags. And I've told you, it's Magna. I picked the name myself, I won't stand for you butchering it. Dabi sighs. Alright, sure, Magna, I don't care, just get downstairs. Compress must have heard the argument with Magna, because he's dressed, mask on and everything, by the time Dabi knocks on his door. Shall we? Compress says brightly, and the whole crew heads down the first flight of stairs in time to hear a noise like a tornado below them for just an instant. They sprint down the second flight of stairs. The scene could not be clearer. Kurogiri is encased in ice up to his neck. Tamura's hands are bound in thick coils of tape, each of his fingers wrapped in a separate strand so he can't disintegrate them. Midoriya has a butter knife to Tamura's throat. Yaoyorozu and Shinsou jump when Dabi, Toga, Twice, Magna, and Compress enter the room. Midoriya does not. Midoriya says, "They started it." "You expect us to believe," Twice growls and then cuts himself off and pleads, "Please don't hurt them." Magna's magnet rests upstairs in her room, next to her collapsible wardrobe, and her hands flex with the want of it. "Really?" Izuku insists. Shigaraki tried to disintegrate Shudo's face. This was a last resort. After scanning the room, seeing his own clear upper hand, he adds, "I'll let him go if everyone promises a ceasefire while we talk." There's a moment of cautious silence. Nobody dares to breathe. Shudo's got frost creeping up the sleeve of his sweater, and that's the only tell that anyone is prepping for a fight. Dabi catches Tamura's eye. "What do you want us to do, boss?" And Tamura finally says, "Do as he says. We'll have your peaceful talk and decide if we want to kill you afterward." Midoriya backs away and sets the butter knife on the counter of the bar. Shudo starts melting the ice around Kurojari. Shinsou and Yaoyorozu and everyone else breathe like it's their first breath. Everyone settles in around the bar. Hero students at the bar stools closest to the door, villains tucked into various booths. "How do I say this politely?" Midoriya murmurs thoughtfully. "Being polite," Dabi offers. "Just say it like it is." Tamura and Magna glare at him for it. But what the f do they know? Dabi just wants this out of the way so he can know where he stands and why his little brother and 3 of his friends are barging into a villain's hideout in the middle of the night trying for a hostile takeover and kinda succeeding. Midoriya gives Dabi a smile like a sunny day in January, brilliant, bright, and very, very cold. "Alright, I will." He turns to look directly at Tamura. "What's your actual plan now, Shigaraki?" "Huh. What is your plan?" "Your leader and mentor has been recently incarcerated. All Might, the symbol of everything you hate, is retired and injured beyond any possible future as a hero or symbol. Your organization is in shambles after the hit your ranks took in the training camp and subsequent raid. Do you even have a plan?" Shudo speaks up with a quiet, "Izuku," and Midoriya stops. Takes a breath. Regroups. The relationship becomes crystal clear, if it hadn't been before. Dabi wants to FNG scream with laughter. Endeavor's son dating All Might's protege? Poor old NG is probably losing his FNG mind. Tamura hisses, "Of course I have a plan," which is news to everyone else in the league. They've been sitting on their buttes for weeks waiting for something to do besides binge leverage and eat cheap convenience store snacks. "Don't bother, Shigaraki," Midoriya says brightly, not even a little maliciously. "You don't have a plan, and your mentor? All for one? His plan was never to the ends you wanted." This statement, of course, drops a rock in the league's tranquil lake of self-assurance. All for One had been expressly clear that his plan would lead them to the future they wanted. He had promised them, through Kurojari and Tamura, places at his side when he and Tamura ruled the world. Their pick of careers, of lovers, of prizes, of lives, of quirks. If they just followed him, they had all been told the world would one day open its arms to them. It hadn't yet. Dabi's spine snaps with the realization that All for One's lie had been the upcycled version of what you tell peons in a multi-level marketing scheme. Dabi might as well be selling essential oils with the promise of a potential retreat in Fiji. Patiently, Midoriya waits for this realization to yank the rug from every member of the league before continuing. All for One's fight was never yours. His fight was barely even with All Might. "If he didn't do this for us," Tamura sneers, "and he didn't do this for All Might, then who did he do it for?" Midoriya doesn't smile when he replies, "Himself. His own personal vendetta. It never aligned with yours, and it never will." "Maybe let us decide that for ourselves," Magna says stubbornly. Midoriya's smile returns, and Dabi doesn't miss how that smile makes the other little kids shiver. Dabi hadn't been focusing on Midoriya, too focused on Shudo, but he now begins to wonder what kind of kid smiles to make his friends shiver. "I will," Midoriya promises Magna. "After I pitch myself to you, each person can choose to stay or leave." "Pitch it already," Toga cries. She's chomping at the bit, ready to pounce on her favorite friend from Class 1A, but still very aware of Shinsou's powerful quirk. I want to know the plan. Tamura never tells us the plan. Her eyes are wide and bright and they miss the beat of betrayal that Tamura pouts out. Dabi only gives about a third of AF what Tamura feels, but he gives about 3/4 of F about Toga growing up and getting along with people. Zip it, squirt, he shushes her. It's difficult to resist a takeover, hostile or not, when the troops are divided. He might not love Tamura as a leader, but that doesn't mean he'll abandon ship the second new blood comes in. Only the Yaoyorozu girl notices what Dabi did. She gives him a funny look about it, kinda confused, like she's wondering where Dabi bought his empathy. He expects no less from a girl raised with the utmost care in a home spilling its wealth out of every effing floor mat. Or maybe she's just smart and Dabi's just jaded. Midoriya says, for security reasons and the mutual protection of everyone here, I will not disclose the full plan. But I will promise honesty. It's more than Dabi's willing to return, but he leans back in his booth seat and lets the kid dating his little brother explain himself. But if I have to be honest, Izuku says finally, settling into a stool next to the bar as if he's been living with them for months, then so do you all. Nobody moves. Magna's mouth is actually hanging open a little. Even Shigaraki seems a little stunned. Izuku had not meant for everyone to be quite this shocked. His plan isn't anything flashy or inventive, honestly, probably, Izuku doesn't think it is. He spent a lot of time on it, he knows it will work. No. Now can't be the time for panic. Now can't be the time for overthinking or muttering. Now is the time for precision. Now is the time for calm, collected, and calculating. Dabi, who had seemed suspicious of Izuku since the moment he walked in, has momentarily dropped his guard. He raises one hand and says, "Can I call dibs on killing Endeavor?" "No, stupid, he said we're not killing Endeavor." Magna cuts in, finally collecting herself a little. Momo nods, tentatively joining the conversation. "Correct, yes, because we won't be killing anyone." Under her breath, she clarifies with Izuku, right? And Izuku nods warmly. He will not make murderers out of his friends. If it comes down to something drastic, Izuku will take that burden. Nobody here will take another life. Okay, cool, Dabi continues. Love the pacifist concept, but consider, the world would be wholly better off if Endeavor was dead. We know, Shudo says. And that stops Dabi in his tracks, and any remaining doubt about Dabi's true identity is blown away like smoke on a soft breeze. Izuku uses the moment to refocus the conversation. Great. So if nobody has any other questions? I have a question, Izuku-an. Toga shrieks, I like your plan. That wasn't a question, but I appreciate your opinion, Toga. Mr. Compress finally straightens his spine and says, that means she's done for now. All 4 hero students make different noises ranging from Momo's polite, inquisitive HM to Shinsou's almost rude what? Compress explains, Toga doesn't do well sitting down and listening a lot. She needs to move around or she's not hearing a word out of your mouth after a minute. Seeming a little relieved, Toga nods avidly at Compress and then Izuku. I just don't like sitting still, she says, and then she pushes out of the booth and rocks back and forth on her heels, fidgeting with the teeth embroidered into her scarf. All right, then Toga, do you want to go first? Izuku asks. With what? Shigaraki finally spits out, and it sounds like a pout from his fully grown adult mouth. Izuku smiles once again, introductions. Toga says, but you all know me. Momo, in her most big sister tone, says, he means he wants to know about you. Where are you from? Why did you choose to become a villain? Choose. Toga echoes. Izuku can see that Momo misspoke the moment Magna opens her mouth and replies a little sharply, nobody chooses to be a villain, except maybe All for One and the occasional psychopath. As if to punctuate her point, twice arms spasm with a tic that takes one half of his body, and then the other, and he both agrees with and slanders her in the same breath. Oh, goodness, Momo stammers, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to assume. Course you didn't, Dabi replies with saccharine bitterness, even if he seems to mean it. Izuku intervenes smoothly, We can just start with where you're from and how it got you to the league, how's that? He suggests. Toga shoots to her feet and says, okay. My name's Toga Himiko. I'm 16 years old. 16? Hitoshi shouts. Izuku gives him a sharp look, and he ignores it. You're 16? Toga's expression wrinkles with confusion. I'm 16. Hitoshi cries, you could be in my class. Technically, she'd be a year above us, Shinsou says flatly. So nobody else is, surprised that this girl is a villain at the same age she should be in her second year of high school? Hitoshi clarifies. I never went to my first year of high school, Toga says, so I'd probably still be a first year, or would I have to finish my last year of middle school? I dunno, school is boring. Nobody else seems as surprised as Hitoshi, on the inside, Momo is, but her parents taught her very good manners, and so she is tamping down her surprise in favor of a good impression, so he tries to unruffle his feathers and he waves Toga on to continue. I just really like blood, Toga says brightly, but Izuku's face is prompting for a more thorough answer, so she continues, I've liked blood ever since I was little. Mom and Dad didn't like that very much, so they told me not to, and for a while I hid it, but I didn't like hiding, so in my second year of middle school I cut a boy with a box cutter because I liked him so much. Then Mom and Dad really didn't like me, so I left. That was, she counts out on her fingers, 2 or 3 years ago? And when did you join the league? Izuku asks. A few months ago, me and Dabi joined at the same time. Izuku's eyebrows furrow, but he asks very placidly, where did you live in? Between. Nobody in the league had ever asked this of each other before. It was a pretty typical story to be homeless on your way down the drain to villainy. Like Magna said, nobody chose to be a villain. The league leans in a little closer. I dunno, Toga shrugs, it's the first time anyone has seen her so close to embarrassed. Wherever there was a spot to lay down, I guess. Hey, why the F does she gotta tell you all this? Dabi snaps. Magna nods tensely. Yeah, why do you gotta know? Izuku's answer is bone-chillingly still, and only Shinsou knows how to read the tension lines in his posture, because I need to know how to use you. Shinsou feels his mouth frown, but all he feels is love for this stupid man who keeps making his bouquets out of the flowers that have been stepped on. It's a toss-up whether the league understands what Izuku means. Maybe Shigaraki does, but he's not giving any tells. Still, twice, maybe standing in solidarity with Toga, maybe as a byproduct of a nervous tic that makes him say things he doesn't always mean, volunteers to go next. My name is Babaigawara Jean. I'm 31, assuming I'm me. Who else would you be? Izuku asks. Nobody, Jean answers, and then immediately backtracks to say, a clone. A dirty, nasty, lazy, stinking clone. Toga, who still hasn't sat back down, tells Izuku, don't ask about that kind of stuff, Jean doesn't like it. Understood, Izuku answers politely, sorry, Mr. Babaigawara. Call me Jean, he says, I don't like you kids reminding me how old I am. Oh, Jean then. Please, continue. Yeah, sure, no, so, my parents died when I was a kid, killed by a villain, and I didn't have nowhere to go until this nice old man, traitor, took me in, gave me a job. Until I got in an accident with a regular customer, then he kicked me out. I started stealing, using my clones to steal. A lot. It was all right until there were too many of us and we had to fight, kill. I loved them, it out to find out who was real. I don't make clones of myself anymore. Thank you, Jean, Izuku says, I'll avoid putting you in any triggering situations. Hardly anybody in the league knows what that means, but Jean appreciates the gesture. With a tired sigh, Magna offers to go next. She stands next to Toga, stretches her legs, and scratches at a bit of razor burn along her jaw. Nobody likes ladies like me, she starts, 'cept ladies like me. My parents tried, but there's only so much they could do, they were sorta dirt poor. Couldn't afford me any kind of therapy or medications or surgeries or anything. They really did try though, so I got to stealing pretty young. Petty theft. Kid stuff. Every kid steals a pack of gum from the checkout aisle once or twice, right? She smirks, And Izuku can practically hear her thinking something derisive about how she was talking to the only kids on Earth who maybe didn't ever steal a pack of gum from the checkout aisle. She doesn't know that Shinsou has, and that when money got tight for Mom when he was little, sometimes Izuku thought about it before remembering that All Might said stealing is bad. That's where the stealing started, Magna continues, just with the little stuff my parents couldn't provide. But then I started getting creative with that definition. I stole hair dye, makeup, girls' clothes. After I pierced my own ears with a friend, we started stealing jewelry together and sharing it. Then she wanted to get implants, make her chest bigger that way, and I told her I'd help out and we started robbing banks. I think we hit 8? 9? I dunno, but she got herself a nice rack now, not even a lot of scarring. Izuku nods. He'd be happy to leave it there, if Magna wants, but she's not quite done. Technically I've killed some people too, she says. She seems a little bothered, the way someone might be bothered when they remember something embarrassing they did several years ago. This apartment I lived at, I was on the ground floor, and the couple above me was always fighting. And I mean, it got on my nerves, you know? So I went up there one day to give him a piece of my mind. Magna pauses, her voice clouding with something a little heavier. But this girl answers the door and she's just, well, anyway, I killed the boyfriend and killed his 2 friends who tried to get at me for it. Tried to kill a few of their friends, but by that point I'd been evicted for missing rent twice, so they couldn't find me anyway. Thank you, Magna, Izuku says solemnly, giving the gravity of her final revelation its due before adding, is there anything else you think I should know? Oh yeah, Magna says, I do shows at a little club on Han Street every Saturday night. That means I do not do missions on Saturday nights. Oh, Izuku finds himself a little caught off guard. He hadn't expected Magna, who dresses so casually and never seems to do her makeup or shave or anything like that, to be interested in performance arts. He recovers quick enough that he hopes his surprise doesn't hurt her feelings. Thank you for informing me, Magna. She nods curtly and pats Toga on the head twice before returning to her lounging position in a booth. Compress smoothly takes Magna's place next to Toga, mimicking her head pats. Seiko Atsuhiro, he introduces, at your service. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Seiko, Izuku replies with a polite grin. Seiko is fine. Compress replies with an entertainer's intimacy, everyone can hear the wink behind the mask. I am the great-great-grandson of the peerless thief, Harima Aji. Wait, really? Izuku cries, mask cracking for a second, bright eyes shining with the urge to rattle off factoids and statistics. But then the league all leans in hungry for a peek inside the cracks, and Izuku is quick to pick up the pieces and shove it all back together, and his smile freezes back into something polite and inscrutable. Your grandfather was a great man, Izuku says after clearing his throat, and his brand could be a valuable tool. Do I have permission to use his name and image? Seiko goes still behind his mask. He's never been asked before about his past, for permission, not by anyone in the league. He mulls it over before responding. I would prefer if we could keep my family out of this, he says slowly, eventually, at least until... Izuku understands. Until you can trust us, he finishes, and Seiko gives a minute nod. Understood, thank you for establishing that boundary with me. Is there anything else you would like to bring up? It's not an obvious glance that Seiko casts at his allies behind him in the booths, but it's a glance nonetheless, and Izuku is looking for it, looking to find what Seiko is seeing. If your plan has any wiggle room, he says with a voice that's less entangled in threads and more trying to untangle, I want to redistribute as much wealth as possible. That clicks. Toga's middle school uniform is clearly too small for her now. It's got holes at the hems and there's darker brown mottling where some blood has never totally washed out over the years. Magna's wearing a makeup-stained bra under her low-cut nightdress that doesn't fit her well. Shigaraki itches his skin where it flakes off from whatever quirk malfunction he doesn't have the health insurance to treat. Jin's fingers pull on the bottom of his mask as a tic makes him stretch his neck long and sideways, and he shouts wordlessly before trying to right himself. Dabi's sipping something alcoholic from a flask and wincing every time he sips, rubbing at the charred skin on his throat, and his sweatpants are charred at the ankles. The bar is where they work, plan, live, eat, sleep, laugh, and patch themselves up, and it reeks of alcohol and mildew that promises mold if they don't take care of it. Izuku opens the notebook and, on a special page with one margin saved for this evening, scribbles in Seiko's request. Thank you for that input, Seiko. I will do my best. After a moment of silence, Toga suggests Shigaraki go next, and Shigaraki demands Kurogyari go before him. Should I really? Yes. All right then. Nice to meet you all, I suppose. My name is Kurogyari and I was created by All for One for Shigaraki Tamura. And then Kurogyari sits back down like he's done. Is that all? Izuku presses. Yes, Kurogyari replies. I have no memories before Tamura and All for One. Oh. Thank you, Kurogyari. Izuku tries not to stammer. Kurogyari doesn't seem bothered by his lack of a past, he just continues cleaning out thick, cheap glasses that will never be fully clean. Shigaraki? Dabi? You two are the only ones left. Dabi gives Izuku a glare. You know exactly why I don't want to do this kind of glare. Izuku shrugs minutely. It's not his fault that Dabi is his boyfriend's older brother. Shigaraki cracks first and says, low and flat and seven kinds of said, my grandmother was a hero who abandoned her son. The whole league and all 4 hero students' eyes snapped to Shigaraki. Not even breath stirred the room, though surely someone had to have breathed in that long of a pause. I killed my family because they never protected me from my father. I destroyed the dog, my sister, my mother, her parents, and finally my disgusting, horrible father. Shigaraki's eyes glow with rage and maybe even tears. Put that in your FANG notebook, hero. Izuku expects Shigaraki to storm off upstairs and sulk, but he just itches his neck and sinks further down into the booth. If I'm allowed to say so, Izuku says slowly, despite Shudo's warning squeeze on his hand, I'm so sorry for your loss. Shigaraki sniffs disdainfully and doesn't reply. Compress sets a gentle hand on Shigaraki's shoulder. The room settles into disturbed, solemn silence. Eventually Dabi says, and I ain't saying Jack's hit. No offense, kids, but you, he looks at Izuku, already know everything you need to. I want to kill the #1 hero Endeavor. That's it. And you, he looks at Shudo, need to stop looking so fucking trigger-happy about that. Shudo starts, I'm not. Save it. It takes one to know one and I'm not letting you kill him before I do. Izuku blinks. There's no way for him to respond to that without letting Dabi's secret slip, and he'd prefer not to break trust so soon, even if it means hiding things from his boyfriend. Shudo will forgive him and understand why he did it. Dabi might not. That's everyone. Early morning light is starting to leak in through the windows of the bar. They'll be late for class if they don't hurry back. Kurogyari notices the hero students all glancing like panicked rabbits out the windows. After brief eye contact with Shigaraki, he says, allow me, and a misty portal opens in front of them. This isn't a trap? Hitoshi asks bluntly. To be fair, this would be the perfect opportunity for a trap, but looking at the exhausted faces of the league scattered across the booths in the bar, Izuku doesn't think so. Magna is rubbing her eye groggily, and Compress is starting to slump. Dabi's head is leaning back against the booth with his eyes shut, and Toga is yawning from her seat on the floor. Twice has been asleep for several minutes already, and even the bags under Shigaraki's eyes seem heavier than his peeling skin can compensate for. Momo yawns to Izuku's right, and Izuku takes the cue to stand. No, I don't think it is, Izuku says. The look Hitoshi gives him is screaming at his naivete, but Izuku doesn't mind it. Just beckons Hitoshi and Momo forward and steps into the portal holding Shudo's hand. And then they're back just outside the gates of campus, and they walk in to get changed in their dorms and go to class. This line is so pretty mime chapter text. Class on Thursday, after the rush to get to their dorms and get dressed and get into the flow of normalcy after visiting the hideout for the League of Villains on Wednesday night, is incredibly mundane. Even Heroic's class manages to be uneventful, since Mr. All Might has prepared a presentation on hero image and fighting styles for them to take notes on. It might be because every day this week, some kid from Class 1A has gone to Recovery Girl halfway through class. Mr. All Might definitely seems nervous, casting glances at Tsuyu, Jiraiya, and Koda, the three who'd been injured this week. Momo is doing her best to keep her head in her notes and her eyes on Mr. All Might's presentation. She can hardly help if her head is stuffed with images of murderous villains making quiet jokes in their pajamas, or if her eyes keep dancing between her classmates. Everyone is injured, to some degree, little scrapes and bruises, reddened swelling where Recovery Girl's quirk has been used recently, accumulating scars from all sorts of little things like training and sparring and villain attacks. Even Momo's own hands, as soft as she's always trying to keep them with her expensive moisturizer, are growing calloused, and she's got several scars where her hero costume doesn't cover, on her stomach and her legs and her arms and her neck and even between her bystanders. For a moment, she wonders, vaguely, if she would have those same scars if she wore her school uniform to battle. Her gaze travels to Hagakure, who wears nothing but gloves and shoes in her hero costume, and she wonders where the scars fall on her invisible form. Are Hagakure's scars accumulating daily, unseen but painful? Does Hagakure go home each day bleeding blood that no one can see? She misses Mr. All Might calling her name. Young Yaoyorozu? He says as if it's the second or third time he said it. She snaps to stand and he dumbly repeats his question and she dumbly parrots an answer and his feathers unruffle when she's, luckily, correct. Momo feels Izuku's eyes bore into her, and when she meets his gaze, the message is clear, hold it together. Momo tries, but her gaze can't help but fix on Jiraiya, twirling a jack around her bandaged fingertip. When Jiraiya sees her staring, she grins before Momo can look away, and sticks her tongue out just to see Momo smile back. Jiraiya winks and Momo flushes and both of them go back to staring straight ahead at the board where Mr. All Might is giving examples of different versions of hero image as compared with fighting styles. Mirko's solo work complements her fast-paced fights and Best Jeanist's supportive threads can adapt to insidious plans while working with allies or quick disarmament when alone and Endeavor's cold demeanor contrasts with his fiery power. Momo glances to Shuto, and he seems as placid as ever, taking notes dutifully, not so much as pausing when his perfect penmanship traces the characters that spell out his father's hero name. She frowns and tries to follow his example. After class, Mr. All Might calls her to his desk instead of releasing her for the day with her classmates. "Yes, sir?" she asks, her thoughts skittering over paranoia and her eyes resolutely on the floor to keep them from being too revealing. Mr. All Might sets one hand on her shoulder. "You're a good kid, young Yaoyorozu," he says. It feels like a condemnation. Like he knows. And a good student too. "Are you doing all right? You seemed off your game in class." His tone and posture is, as ever, reassuring and stalwart, but it feels menacing now. "You can tell me if something is wrong," he says confidently. His presence, even his smaller form, is oppressive. Momo stumbles over herself to hold out her hands placatingly, keeping Mr. All Might at arm's length, and says, "No, yes. Everything is fine, Mr. All Might, sir." She clears her throat and forces her eyes to meet his, forces the brightness in her eyes to shine like empathy and not fear. She's got practice pretending like this. Iwabumi had been very clear that female heroes need to be able to do that better than men, since people look to female heroes for comfort more than male heroes. "I was distracted today, but I'll do better tomorrow." Mr. All Might smiles at the answer, and pats her head encouragingly and says, "That's what I like to hear. Sorry for holding you, young Yaoyorozu. Go, enjoy your time with your friends." Jiraiya is waiting for her outside the classroom door. "What was that about?" Jiraiya asks, gifting Momo a sideways smile, and Momo smiles with her. "Mr. All Might was just checking on me," she gives an exaggerated sigh and says, "He thinks I'm falling behind on my studies." Following Momo's faux devastated lead, Jiraiya puts a sympathetic hand on her shoulder. "Well, it's probably time to drop out of UA then." The charade drops and Jiraiya giggles. "I'll come with, we can move to Iceland and be sheep farmers instead." They both laugh, and then a voice with a higher, thinner cadence breaks in with, "Yozu, can we borrow you for a bit?" Izuku's face is smiling and peaceful and excited as ever. No trace of last night except the puffy dark circles under his eyes, and even those are slight. "For that project?" Izuku adds, for Jiraiya's sake. "Sorry, Jiraiya," Momo murmurs. Can we talk later? Sure, Momo, don't worry about it. Jairu says brightly, Hey there Midoriya, Todoroki, Shinsou. Her eyebrows raise and she looks at Momo, silently asking what project has you working with these three? But Momo doesn't have an answer that will satisfy her, because she doesn't want to lie to her. She shrugs and smiles and Jairu shrugs and frowns and they go their separate ways. I don't think I've ever seen Jairu smile that much, Todoroki says. Nothing in his inflection is different than him saying you have something on your face or why did he assign so much homework or have a nice day, but everyone here can read between those lines anyway and Momo feels her face flush. She smiles all the time, Momo insists. Izuku's smile grows wider, more conspiratorial, but nobody says anything more. They walk to the holly bush where Izuku had first told them the plan, and the air is exactly as foreboding as the first time. The echoes of Jairu's laugh sink Momo's stomach. When Izuku's plan begins to roll, Momo can't take Jairu or her laugh with her. For however long they work with the League, Momo can't talk with Jairu, or see her smile, or make her hair ties when she forgets them in her room. If the strings on Jairu's guitar or bass or violin get tired, Momo won't be able to pull new ones out of her skin for Jairu to replace them with, and if her drumsticks break she'll have to just buy new ones. She won't be able to casually lean on Jairu when they watch movies together and she'll be too far away to meet her eyes during class and lunches will be separate and without her teasing Momo for the intricacy of her lunchboxes. You okay, Yaoyorozu? Todoroki asks. Momo scrubs the moisture from her eyes and says, Oh. Yes, I'm fine. Just lost in thought, I guess. Shinsou rests a hand on her shoulder briefly. I know how you feel, he says. I will say it simply, Izuku says once they are nestled into the ring of holly bushes, with a chilly wind blowing over their head, please act more normal. Momo instantly knows Izuku is talking to her. She had slipped up so plainly in class. Her face warms with embarrassment. Izuku, seeing this, says, I'm mostly talking to Shinsou. Shinsou balks at the implication, and Izuku hurries to explain himself before Shinsou can take offense. I just mean, how do I say this? He scratches the back of his neck and Todoroki says it for him. We know you don't have close friends in your class, but you can't suddenly act like you never want to speak to them again. Now, knowing Izuku and Todoroki are right, Shinsou wilts grumpily. Not like you two are any better, he grumbles. Izuku and Todoroki look at each other and Izuku says, he's right. Shudo stops staring at Kaken like you're gonna kill him. I always stare at Bakugo like I want to kill him. Okay, then stop looking at him like you might actually do it today. Well, what else am I supposed to do? Pay attention in class. You'll still have tests to take after this week. That catches in Momo's mind. Wait, what? She blurts. Why? Izuku's spine snaps to attention and he avoids eye contact sheepishly. Shudo's not. He's not coming with us. To the League. Shinsou makes a more obvious expression than he's usually capable of, and Momo shares the sentiment visible there. She won't pretend to know everything, not even as much as Izuku, about life in the Todoroki household, but if any of them should be going to join the League it should be Todoroki Shudo. The dorms are a safe place for him, but he's the only person who comes back from visiting home on the weekends more injured than when he left. Frankly, Momo is worried about how okay Todoroki will be facing his father without Izuku to come back to, and facing their classmates when his boyfriend has effectively become a villain. May I ask why? Momo is trying to remain open-minded about this. It seems dangerous. We'll need an informant, Izuku says quickly, and Momo understands that she is getting the partial truth of the matter, with some of his reasoning concealed for someone's benefit. Besides, Izuku says, eyes low and voice lower, he's got his own reasons. And Momo accepts this at face value, because there are two things she knows. First, Todoroki must have a good reason to stay and risk continued bodily harm without Izuku to fall back on, and second, Izuku and Shudo know each other better than anyone Momo has ever seen. She nods, Shinsou nods. Izuku and Todoroki both nod. Sunday night, don't go back to campus, Izuku says, quiet and serious and still as death. Everyone knows what that means. Todoroki leans into Izuku, forgetting the thermos of cold soba he had brought to eat. Izuku brushes Todoroki's hair out of his face and kisses his forehead where the scar meets the unmarred skin. Shinsou says something sarcastic, something normal about the PDA, but Momo feels her heart rend itself out of shape with grief, both her own and theirs. Today is Thursday. 3 more days of peace before they march to battle, whatever that looks like. Momo opens her bento and feels a smile bloom on her face as she makes some stupid joke about where Aizawa keeps his sleeping bag when he doesn't use it. She will enjoy her peace while she has it. Aizawa Shoyuta is a chronically exhausted man, maybe a callous man, but he is not a stupid man. And even if he was stupid, he would still have noticed how all Midoriya has been paying attention to in class is his face, the scar just below his eye. That level, assessing, careful creeped him out a little the first day, but sometimes Midoriya is just an intense kid for no reason, so Shoyuta hadn't done anything then. But it's been a week, and Shoyuta is not a stupid man. So now, on Friday after school, as Shoyuta is sending his kids back to their parents, he holds Midoriya at the door. Midoriya blinks at Shoyuta with eyes that know the playing field better than Shoyuta himself, and Shoyuta realizes he was right to hold him. If Midoriya knows why Shoyuta held him back, then there was a reason to hold him back. "I need to talk to you for a minute," Shoyuta says. Midoriya uncharacteristically ignores him long enough to wave his friends off with a misty look in his eyes and tell them not to wait up before turning back to Shoyuta inside the classroom. Shoyuta feels his stomach drop. That wasn't an everyday, friendly goodbye. That was the kind of goodbye you give when you're preemptively grieving. Shoyuta should know. He's lived that look as often as seen it. Shoyuta wants to start there, with that goodbye, because he may be a bit callous in how he'll trudge through the bush before going around it, but Midoriya smiles at him. Says, "What is it, Mr. Aizawa?" Shoyuta may be a callous man, but that question, asked in the same tone of voice as ever, fills his veins with itching cotton. Something like intuition whispers that the edge of that smile isn't as nervous as it usually is. It's not just calm, it's calculating. Shoyuta has seen those eyes on vigilantes, or even villains, more often than hero students. Shoyuta has 2 options here. He can pretend he doesn't understand the glint in Midoriya's eyes, he can ignore it and hope this is just Midoriya being too intense again. He can sweep it under the rug the way he has seen everyone do. He can let Midoriya go home with his friends now, and tell himself he'll worry about it later, and he'll regret it for every sleepless night from tonight on. Or he can try to tackle this. Shoyuta has never been great with kids, he's always quicker to let them go than see them hurt. But this class, more than the classes he's had before, this class, they're his kids. He's bled for them, and he'll bleed again, and he hasn't been able to let them go since he first met them. And, truthfully, Shoyuta has noticed for some time that the bright green eyes that showed up to the first day flinching at every slam of a door and breaking eye contact too quickly were becoming darker, jade. He's noticed it. He's not a stupid man. And he's tried to course correct after Hosu, and he's tried to support after Kamino Ward, and he's trying, but he knows he can't do much for a kid that, really, is smarter than him. Shoyuta knows that what he has over Midoriya in experience is balanced by the fact that the kid is just FING smart. He knows Midoriya is too smart to keep going on the path he started walking at the beginning of the year. He hates that he knows it, but he does, and Midoriya is. Shoyuta is not a stupid man, however. He knows that if he says anything to spook Midoriya, call his bluff, it's the surest way to drive both of them into a corner. "That's a new burn on your arm," Shoyuta says instead. "It wasn't there this morning." He waits for Midoriya to take the bait. Kaken always practices like he plays. It looks gnarly, skin puckering and swelling already around Midoriya's elbow. How had Midoriya been resting it so casually on the desk? Shoyuta hadn't even known his arm was injured until Midoriya took his jacket off when he stood up after class. "You should get that looked at by recovery girl, it could scar." He says it like they can't both see the scars lacing Midoriya's arms already, from the sports festival, from Hosu, from the little things he never went to recovery girl for because he didn't want her. Diatribe. Midoriya has an excuse queued in his head and he starts to press play. "Mr. Aizawa?" "Midoriya," Shoyuta pauses. He's not sure what he wants to say, or how he should say it. He's not even 100% sure what conversation they're having. He just feels the weight he's trying to hold up, Midoriya's tiny, fragile, child body, because they're not just his students, they're his kids, over a limitless precipice. He knows if he lets go here, he might not have a chance again to pull Midoriya from the edge. We're here to help. Why don't you go to recovery, girl? He knows this is a lot coming from him. Shoyuta is supposed to be stoic, reserved, judgy, he's a teacher, and a strict one, that's what keeps his kids safe. He knows this looks like begging coming from him, and he's not supposed to be that weak in front of his kids, but he doesn't care anymore. He needs Midoriya to stay more than he needs his resolve, even if he doesn't know where Midoriya would be going. Mr. Aizawa, you know I won't, Midoriya says, smiling and shrugging his jacket back on. She can fix the way it looks, but she can't make kaken. He cuts himself off. Even Midoriya doesn't seem to know what to do with that. Shoyuta is once again struck by the fact that Midoriya and Bakugo have history together, before Yue. It never seemed important before Midoriya was dangling over a ledge. She can't fix it, he eventually whispers. Sensing a crack in the veneer, Shoyuta is quick to insist, I could. But Midoriya's eyes flash and he says, no, Mr. Aizawa. Firm once again. His calculating smile returns with wetter eyes. But it's okay. I can fix it myself. This is clearly not about the arm anymore. It never really was. Midoriya is dangling over a ledge and Shoyuta was stupid enough to let it get this far. Shoyuta has never felt this kind of grief without looking at a corpse. He wants to fix it for Midoriya, even if he still isn't sure what it is. He has a feeling Midoriya is about to go somewhere he can't reach. Midoriya is going to be the first friend to jump off the bridge, and others. Shoyuta understands from the way Todoroki and Momo have been exchanging glances with him all week, will follow. Shoyuta wants to make him stay, tell him to let the adults handle it, but he knows he can't fix whatever Midoriya has deemed broken. Those jade eyes have never seen anything as broken before, damaged and dilapidated, sure, but never broken. Whatever Midoriya is trying to fix must be beyond what others would think to repair. And Shoyuta, as exhausted as he feels and as callous as it looks, has to let Midoriya go. But he doesn't want to, and he has a feeling that once Midoriya leaves the classroom, he won't come back. He has no evidence for this other than that wet-eyed, calculating smile. Against his better judgment, he pulls Midoriya into a half-hug, and after a stiff moment, Midoriya clings to him and sobs for maybe 5 minutes. It snaps something in between Shuta's lungs, and he feels his own breathing stilt and stifle and sting. He finally snaps and asks, "What's going on, problem child?" And, horrifyingly, Midoriya sniffles and straightens and pulls away, instantly changed by the prying. Shoyuta spooked him, and now they're both backed into their corners. Midoriya smiles. "Nothing I can't fix," he says brightly. "Goodbye, Mr. Aizawa." "Thanks." He grabs his backpack off the floor and heads for the door, face still wet and eyes still red. In the exit to the classroom, with the door slid all the way open, Midoriya pauses. "Can I?" He stops, recovers his resolve, and shakes his head. Shoyuta wants to beg the question out of him, drag Midoriya bodily away from that ledge, but he just stares, stupidly. "Never mind. Bye, Mr. Aizawa." Shoyuta feels a lump choke his throat and he tries to force it down with sheer will. He thinks he succeeds before saying, "See you later, Midoriya," but by then Midoriya is already gone. Shudo goes home with Izuku this weekend, like normal. It feels different because he's not sure when he'll get to see him again after this weekend. Sunday night, Shudo will take the train back to UA and Izuku will take a different train from the same station to the League of Villains hideout. Ms. Inko seems to know it too. She's pulling a cake out of the oven when they step into the house and there's katsudon already on the table for dinner. She smiles at them, and Shudo thinks she's been crying today but he doesn't know why he thinks that or what to do about it. Izuku seems to know too. He wraps his mom in a hug that's tighter than normal, and after a moment, he opens his arm for Shudo to join the hug too. Shudo almost wonders if he told Ms. Inko about their plan, but Izuku is crying with her, so no. They eat katsudon and laugh a lot, even when Shudo is sure there wasn't a joke. After dinner, customarily, Shudo goes to take his shower while Izuku and Ms. Inko do the dinner dishes, The first few times, Shudo insisted on helping with dishes, but now Shudo knows that Izuku and Ms. Inko used the time to be with just each other, the way they were for a decade and a half before Shudo knew them, so he doesn't fight the shower anymore. Truthfully, Shudo wants to keep the routine of this weekend as normal as possible. He wants it to be like every other weekend he's had here. The Midoriya house has been nothing for Shudo if not safe and consistent, everything his own home isn't, and once Izuku takes that train on Sunday night, Shudo won't have an excuse to come back here. It would just be Ms. Inko and the weight of what they both know Izuku shouldn't have had to do. Shudo knows that Ms. Inko is not a stupid woman, and she very likely knows that Izuku won't be home for a while. He takes his shower at the normal time after dinner, even if he wants to cling to Izuku like the moss to the rocks at the edge of the stream. He lets Ms. Inko have a moment with her son too. After his shower, it's already something like 8, too late for the sun to be out and too early for the moon to be up, and Ms. Inko sets to frosting the cake while Izuku goes to take his shower. Shudo sits at the kitchen table and watches Ms. Inko's steady hands guide the frosting knife around the cake. Funny how he can watch her hold a knife for an hour and feel the rhythm relaxing his bones, but Ms. Inko always puts the kettle in the cupboard above the fridge while Shudo visits. Maybe Shudo could visit his own mother on the weekends after Izuku leaves. If the school lets him go home on weekends at that point, wouldn't that be a blessing not having to go home? If the hospital lets him stay overnight with her, as one of the documented sources of her trauma, it's unlikely the doctors would let him stay longer than an hour or two, plus, they're under Endeavor's thumb and payroll, so they'd likely send him right home. Ms. Inko isn't frosting anymore. She's sitting in a chair, smiling softly at Shudo. "Shaochin, you look like you've got something on your mind." She reaches out with one hand, realizes that hand is covered in frosting, and switches to reach out with the other hand to wipe one stray little tear from Shudo's cheek. He hadn't realized he was anywhere close to crying. Shudo feels his eyes glance up toward the ceiling where, upstairs, Izuku is showering. Ms. Inko, of course, reads him like a book. Her smile grows bittersweet and her eyes go wet and she rests her palm on Shudo's face, thumb brushing his scarred cheekbone, and says, "You'll take care of him for me, won't you, Shaochin?" And Shudo has to look at her with her loving, trusting face. And she has to know that he can't go with Izuku this time. And he has to say, "I promise I will." The rest of the weekend is exactly the same routine as every other weekend at the Midoriyas. On Sunday night, Ms. Inko hugs Izuku for a long time and she says, "You come home to me, Izuku. Promise me you're coming home." Izuku doesn't try to pretend that his mom is an idiot. He doesn't try to pretend she has guessed wrong. He hugs her hard and says, "I promise, Mom." "You too, Shaochin. Promise me that you're coming home to me." "I promise. We're both coming home." And then they walk to the train station together. "Shudo. Please, don't make me say it." Shudo can feel his hands and fists, can feel his shoulders hiked, can feel his jaw tight like a spring. He doesn't want to say goodbye, he can't. They'll still be able to communicate, technically, through the red notebooks Shudo will leave at the train station on weekends and in the loose brick in Yue's outermost wall every night, but they won't be able to see each other face to face. They can't be together like they are now, holding hands, holding each other. They won't be able to kiss or cuddle, can't even glance at him from across the room when Kaminari says something dumb. Can we just pretend today is like normal? Shudo sees Izuku's heart break in his eyes when he says, "Okay," with a smile, but he doesn't know what else to do. What do you say when your whole little world is crumbling with every step toward the train station? Izuku, usually such a crybaby, is being strong for both of them while Shudo feels the tears slip away. The train station comes too soon. Shudo. Shudo has never been closer to begging before in his life. He would beg now, if it would make Izuku stay. But it wouldn't, and they both know that, and the last thing Shudo wants to do is make this harder for Izuku. Izuku's world is falling apart too. Shudo chokes on the words, and he pulls into Izuku, holds him probably too tight to be comfortable. "Just promise me you're going to be okay." Izuku holds onto Shudo just as tight, and Shudo feels his sweater dampening with tears until it sticks to his skin. "I promise, Shudo. I swear to you that I'm gonna come back to you. And if Endeavor ever..." Shudo breathes in the scent of Izuku's hair, probably for the last time in a while. I know, he reassures him, it won't come to that. Can you? Izuku is crying hard now, clutching Shudo's shirt with both hands. Can you take care of my mom for me? Please? Shudo can count on one hand the things he wouldn't do for Ms. Inko, and he can't think of anything he wouldn't do for Izuku. Of course. If there's one thing I know, it's bad acting. It was great, I just need it faster and more damaged. It's not that hard. Daphne Kluger and Hathaway, Ocean's 8. I want pink. Toga, you can't do pink, Shigaraki grumbles. That's not exactly a terrifying color. Izuku interrupts, Shigaraki, you're missing the point. We don't need Toga's outfit to look terrifying, she can do that on her own. Toga grins widely at the compliment. We just need her to not be wearing the same middle school uniform that doesn't fit her anymore. We need to look collected, composed, like we know what we're doing. Less like a collection of homeless teenagers and more like an evil organization. If we were allowed to kill people, it wouldn't matter what we were wearing, Jean mutters. Are you sure I should be eating all these carbs? Momo says, frowning at the bowl of beef fried rice Kurogiri made her. This is probably something like the fourth meal she's eaten today, and it's not even noon. Kurogiri's cooking is fantastic, but she's worried about her figure. Her mother and most of the other girls Momo has known, and even Ms. Uwabami recommended she keep her figure slim as a hero if she wants to get anywhere in the popularity polls. Momo, for the last time, your quirk uses fats to make things, Hitoshi says, echoing Izuku's words from many points earlier in the day and rubbing his hands tiredly over his eyes. You need to eat more fats in general, but also you'll be using a lot of them today because you've been making all of our outfits. Thank you again for this suit, hun, Magna says, admiring her sleek pantsuit. I haven't looked this good off stage since never, I guess. She laughs, and the bittersweetness comes from the hole-infested thrift store clothes in her room instead of anything in her voice. Compress's outfit, per his request, is almost exactly the same as the one before. The tan overcoat has been replaced with a neater black pea coat, and the boots fit him better now. But everything else is about the same. The green gemstone BOO tie was a gift from his grandfather, and it has been left alone, except for a little shining up. Momo nods politely, still swallowing. This has been a wonderful exercise with fine-tuning my quirk, she says. I've never had to pay so much attention to the details of what I'm making before. The shapes and materials are easy enough. She knows how to make Kevlar and carbon fiber about as easily as she knows how to breathe. But the little details Magna had anxiously requested for her pantsuit, like the gathered waistband to emphasize her figure or the dark, plaid pattern, had taken a focus Momo had never been taught to hone in her heroics classes. All Might's quirk training always involved violence and explosive shows, perfect for Shudo or Bakugo or Izuku, but leaving Momo and most of the rest of her class a little lost on how to perform the assignment. Momo doesn't want to say it's fun, But I want pink, Toga cries, and Izuku says pink is fine. Okay, fine, short stack, Dabi says, but what about this? This is a skirt, right? He scrutinizes her drawing more dramatically than he needs to, teasing her, Momo realizes. Toga groans that this is, of course, a skirt, and what else would it be? Dabi says, all right, but there's no way you can fight effectively in a skirt. Compress says, actually, many ancient cultures had the warriors wear almost exclusively skirts. Romans, Greeks, many indigenous populations, skirts allow easier range of motion. But her modesty, if she's doing all those little flips and kicks in a skirt, then people will see her underwear. Mr. Compress, Seiko, please take one solid look at who is gathered here. That's besides the point, Kurogiri. It's the principle of the thing. Biker shorts sound comfy, Toga says. Can they be red, Momo? Momo grins, absolutely. She scarfs down the last few bites of beef fried rice. That's horrible manners, but nobody is looking except Toga, and something about that wide grin and those two bright eyes is a little disarming. Not like Momo could trust her, necessarily, but like Toga wouldn't even consider judging you for, say, eating 50 grams of fried rice in one very unladylike gulp. Let's get started with your costume, Toga. Toga shows her the costume she has drawn up. The paper is crumpled and a little worn around the folds, like Toga has had this drawing for years, and as Toga gushes about each detail down to the texture of the fabric and which decals should be embroidered and which should be patches, Momo can practically see Toga, maybe 12 years old, scribbling down the clothes she couldn't afford with a 12-pack of colored pencils she stole from the grocery store. Momo remembers coloring her first idea for her hero costume at 12 with the 72-pack of colored pencils her mom ordered from an art supply store. "Alright, I think I've got an idea of what you're looking for, Toga," Momo says, and she politely excuses herself into the bathroom of the bar, because she's going to need to take off either her shirt or her pants to have enough skin to pull out the fabric of a dress with this much tulle. She pulls it all out, trying to keep it as unwrinkled as possible, and then throws her shirt back on and pulls a few cute clips out of her hands and a tiny backpack and some red biker shorts out of her forearm. Her stomach is already grumbling again, but she hangs the dress on a hook on the back of the door and tells Toga to go in and change, and the delighted scream she hears from inside while Toga changes is the most excited anyone has been about her quirk since she was a kid. Toga slams the bathroom door open and sprints up to Momo to wrap her in a hug and spin her around. "I'm pretty. I'm pretty. You made me pretty," she's screeching. When Toga stops spinning, Momo says, "You were already pretty, I just gave you some clothes you like." "I'm pretty." Toga screams again, to Dabi and then Jean and then Magna and then Kurogyri and all around the room until everyone has had it screamed in their face at least once. Then she spins, watches the tulle float around her, and clutches Momo into a hug once again. "Thank you, Momo. You're my favorite." "I thought I was your favorite," Jean says, laughing. Toga thinks hard about this. "You're both my favorite." Momo laughs. She's never been the object of such bare-faced affection. "We could do your hair too," she offers. "If you want to, I mean." Toga shies from that. "I dunno," she says. "My hair's pretty ratty." Magna laughs. "If you can get that hair into a shower, little miss, I'd be surprised," she tells Momo. "I haven't seen Toga shower more than once a week in all the time she's been here." "I don't like showers," Toga says. "They make me upset." "Have you tried baths?" Momo asks. "They can be very relaxing and a lot easier sometimes." "We don't have a bathtub," Compress says. "Dude, even my foster family has a bathtub," Hitoshi balks, "and we're, like, poor." "But your house was probably built with the intention of being a house," Mr. Compress says. "This bar was never intended to be a living structure." Dabi cackles. Momo hasn't heard him laugh in a way that is not a cackle so far. "We're zoned in the goddamned shopping district. This place was set to be demoed to build a new shopping district before All for One bought it. They were gonna gentrify the place," Jean says, pulling at the hem of his new suit. Momo gave his suit's bow tie a measuring tape he can pull out easily, his cufflinks have razors to do small bits of defensive damage, and of course, there's all sorts of hidden pockets in his suit, as well as every other outfit she's made today, for hidden weapons. "There's pockets!" Toga screams, finding them at the waist of her dress. She sticks her hands in them and shows Kurogyri, who nods amicably while he starts another meal for Momo. "I can fit so many snacks in here," Toga says, "and cute little stuffed animals." Her eyes go wide and she gasps, "Momo, can you make me little stuffed animals to keep my blood vials in? Please? Pretty please?" Momo gasps, grins, and says, "Of course. This is going to be adorable. And you can have them in a little backpack. Ooh, or they could be keychains. Oh, goodness. Jiro, what do you think?" She stops. She wilts. Toga asks who Jiro is and Izuku handles the response for her. Hitoshi sets a hand on her shoulder and Magna redirects the conversation into asking Izuku why he went with such a formal suit for his outfit. "I get we're all coordinating, but isn't your quirk pretty, explosive?" Shigaraki even peeks over the top of his gaming console to listen for Izuku's response. "I won't be using my quirk," Izuku says simply. "We won't need it and I would prefer not to use it." "What?" Shigaraki snaps. "You're the one who set this whole thing up. How are we supposed to beat these people if you're not going to be giving it your all? Your quirk is too OP not to use." "I just said we won't need it," Izuku replies, patience clearly wearing a little thin behind his quiet, businesslike demeanor. You said you trust me to run this. I didn't say sheet. Izuku says calmly, just barely not snarling, you gave me authority. You are letting me do this. My quirk is the furthest thing from our worries. Our success won't come from fights or violence or bloodshed. What will they come from then? Jean asks, left arm spasming in an anxious tick. Even Momo feels herself leaning in, and she can tell Hitoshi's brow is furrowing next to her. They'd all kind of assumed some fighting would be involved. How do you win a war without violence? Isn't this a war? Our performance. Izuku says, grinning just a little too wide. Momo wishes Shudo were here. News anchors are stationed with microphones and cameras and lights and protective gear less than 300 feet from the scene. Blue fire rages over buildings, but the only ash in the air is from the flyers, thousands of them, that drift from city rooftops to the grimy asphalt. On top of a bus, vacated of passengers since the first explosion rattled the eardrums of everyone on street, stands Midoriya Izuku, the star UA student. His unremarkable green hair seems wilder in the harsh blue light of the villain, Dabi's, flames. He's flanked on either side by UA students Shinsou Hitoshi and Yaoyorozu Momo, and in a formation around them is the majority of the League of Villains, as the public knows them. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri, Mr. Compress, Magna, Dabi, Twice, and Himiko Toga. People run screaming from the display, and news anchors know better than to get too close to the action when the League of Villains is involved. They've been known to injure and even kill bystanders on a whim. An amateur journalist working with a small, neighborhood reporting team comments to her viewers that this stunt is an unprecedented move for the League. They're not attacking a hero like All Might or a hero symbol like a UA school event. This attack seems random, unplanned, uncoordinated. This analysis quickly spreads to other, bigger news stations and the word gets out. UA students defect, join League of Villains, attack civilians at random. The linchpin of the change seems to be Midoriya Izuku, and as he laughs in an unhinged, off-kilter way and rants and raves about the injustice of hero society, nobody is interested in what he's saying so much as the fact that he is saying it. He's gone off the deep end, and looking at the scars and old injuries that his suit, a full suit, minus the jacket, to match his new colleague's fresh, formal attire, leaves exposed where he's rolled it up at the elbows and unbuttoned it at the collar. This breaking point was a long time in the making. A reporter who is supposed to be reading off his teleprompter breaks script to wonder about their new outfits. Everyone is wearing a distinct, recognizable outfit that keeps theme with the whole entourage, unlike before, where appearance didn't seem to matter to the League. The off-script reporter tells his cameraman, and vicariously the whole 326 million viewers who will see this clip live or after it goes viral online, "Oh my god, Takeda, I think I just peed my pants a little, holy sheet, why are they all smiling? Oh, we're not at commercial?" After a whopping 19 minutes, pro-hero Kamui Woods arrives at the scene. He had been the first to show up, despite his agency being in another district, because the Hero Commission had scheduled a dinner in celebration of the anniversary of All Might's official debut, and Kamui's sidekick, at home with a severe cold, had been the only one with the news on. Before Kamui Woods is able to secure any of the villains, Warp villain Kurogiri helps the entire League of Villains, including the 3 UA students, escape to an unknown secondary location. EMT and paramedic workers arrived on the scene shortly after Kamui Woods, but were unable to ascertain how many people were injured or killed, since most civilians had long since fled the scene and the reporters didn't dare to get any closer to the blue flame and ash. The pamphlets that litter the ground and begin to circulate online, even as the Hero Commission tries to censor them, read with just one line of text in red writing against a black background. Watch your heroes fall chapter text. On the kitchen table between them is piles of newspapers. New villain makes flashy debut. Watch your heroes fall. New villain catchphrase catching fire in online circles. UA scandal. How will the #1 hero school recover? The detective sitting across the table has been flashing headlines from online news sources all morning, but Midoriya Izuku prefers papers. You understand how serious this is? The detective, Ishikawa, says. Izuku makes a show of swallowing her tears, of straightening her spine. She's not a great actor, so it helps that most of these emotions, the confusion, the heartbreak, the anxiety, are very real. I understand, yes. Then you understand how urgent it is that we find your son, ma'am? Oh, please, call me Inko. Inko then. Ishikawa gives Inko the tight-lipped smiles that teachers at Izuku's schools used to give her when she was called in for yet another incident. Incidents like, he should toughen up like the other boys, and he needs to learn to get along with others, and if he only wouldn't get Bakugo riled up like that. It's the same smile it's always been, always from someone who could hurt Izuku, and will, but Inko has heard the mantra they tell themselves, that they're there to help her son, as often as she has seen that smile. It takes a lot from her to give Ishikawa a different smile to the one she gave those teachers. She's got to seem genuine here, scared and helpless and harmless. All Might is here, and to think, Inko was so cowed of him before, so in awe of the great hero. The great hero almost got her son killed more times than Inko can count on her two hands. She still smiles at him. The great hero was the surest way to make Izuku smile once. He sets a comforting hand on her shoulder and reassures her, again, that they'll find young Midoriya. He'll find young Midoriya. She tells him not to blame himself, and he really shouldn't. Putting the world on a single person's shoulders is how this mess came to be. He was such a bright young hero, All Might says, and his eyes seem more sunken than ever. Inko resents those sunken eyes. Resents the preemptive past tense. Ishikawa nods. I never met him myself, but his file doesn't present like a young villain. He frowns and parses through the thin folder of various paperwork he's built in the last 24 hours on Izuku, Midoriya. This folio, unlike all the headlines Ishikawa prefers to read on his phone, is paper. Report cards of best-in-class scores since elementary school. Police incident reports of villains that Izuku has stopped since starting UA. Commendations and statements from mentors like Gran Torino and Midnight and even All Might himself. Ishikawa won't find what he's looking for in that file. Teachers never thought to write up any of the incidences of bullying. A pediatrician's chart from Izuku's frequent visits would look like an especially clumsy child, and all that clumsiness would be written off once Ishikawa saw the note in the box labeled Quirk Description. Inko knows that box would read, Quirkless, no quirk apparent, because they haven't been to Izuku's pediatrician since middle school. Ishikawa would see the box reading quirkless, and he would ask Inko how that's possible, since Izuku clearly has a quirk since he got into UA, and Inko would tell him the quirk developed late, and Ishikawa would give her that flat little grimace of a smile and fabricate some way that the quirklessness explained away all the other injuries on the chart. Burns, scrapes, sprains, more burns, a broken bone on 2 separate occasions, occasional tinnitus, more burns. Quirkless kids always attract some kind of trouble. Izuku's 4th grade teacher had sighed to Inko when she tried to bring up Katsuki's bullying, like it was Izuku's fault for being bullied, and not Katsuki's for bullying him. That 4th grade teacher was the same one who made Izuku sit out of the festivities on the school's Quirk Appreciation Day, and Inko remembers Izuku coming home crying near the end of 4th grade, asking her mom, would Dad still be here if I had a quirk? And when she asked what Izuku could possibly mean by that, he told her that his teacher had said she certainly would have found an excuse to leave if her kid was born that way. Inko had raised hell with the administration, but the principal just started watching Izuku closer, as if he was the problem, so Inko dropped it. She wanted to switch Izuku to another school, but she couldn't afford private school and he didn't want to transfer anyway. But Ishikawa won't find any of that in his file. All he has is impeccable grades that were always making Izuku an exception, giving teachers a reason to hope he might be useful even for a quirkless person, making him one of the worthwhile ones. Inko. Ishikawa's face is pinched together. Are you all right? She notices All Might staring too, and as she relaxes her face she realizes how strongly her brow had been creased, how sternly she had set her mouth. Oh yes. I'm just fine. She tries to slump her shoulders, but it's hard when part of her wants to tell Ishikawa everything, just to see his face. She settles for saying, I'm just worried for him. He's all I have left. That much at least is true. As are we all. All Might whispers. The UA dorms are in uproar. The whole class is distraught. Izuku had friends who truly, the great hero chokes back tears. They all really loved him. Inko believes that. After years of being trained to see classmates as assailants, she can still believe that because Izuku always comes home with Shudo, and she's met half the class by now on the video calls she has with Izuku once in a while, since he lives in the dorms now. She smiles sympathetically at All Might, but she also knows he holds the lion's share of blame here. Todoroki has withdrawn considerably as well. All Might sighs. Inko feels her spine snap straight. We're considering sending him home for a while, to recover. It occurs to Inko to accuse All Might of being a psychopath, but she restrains herself admirably. Send Shudo home? He doesn't even go home for weekends. Any teacher should know that. Keep him at school. Inko may not know the details of why, but Shudo should stay at school if he's upset. But Izuku should have taken Shudo with him. Inko was sure he would. They're always together, and it made Inko so happy to see it. It makes her a hypocrite, but all she can think of is when she asked Shudo to watch out for Izuku for her. He promised he would. But now Izuku is off becoming society's venom, and Shudo is still at school. It's so much weight to have put on Shudo's shoulders. Inko knows this, but he had promised, and Inko had hoped, and now icy fear grips Inko's heart. Inko! Detective Ishikawa is giving her a funny look again. The man's not an idiot. She needs to put her act back together. The distraught mother, caught off guard by a wayward son, with no clue about his plans. If Ishikawa thinks she knows something, she'll be considered complicit, and the heroes and police will use her as leverage against her son. She can't have that. Izuku knows what he's doing, and Inko won't get in the way of that, but that icy fear makes her want to confess it all, just to try and reel Izuku back in. It would be a hopeless game though, trying to get Izuku to come back before he's ready. When he was 6 or so, he went out to the playground while Inko was at work, determined to find buried treasure. He hadn't come home until 10 p.m., after Inko had been driven out of her head with worry, with a collection of yen coins he had picked up off the sidewalk, which he had given to Inko because the treasure can help you pay the mortgage. He had gone hunting for over 6 hours to find less than 300 yen to help Inko pay the mortgage. She had tried to keep her voice down when she talked on the phone to the bank, but her son had heard and spent hours trying to help. Izuku has not changed in that way. Izuku didn't take Shudo with him? Inko asks, trying to sound just surprised and not scrying. Not even as a hostage or something? We know that Midoriya and Todoroki are dating, Ishikawa says, which does make it peculiar that they didn't defect together. Defect, like they're soldiers, instead of children. We usually see this pattern of behavior affect both members of a romantic relationship or close friendship. To leave a romantic partner behind implies that this was likely not premeditated. Ishikawa gives Inko a sympathetic grimace, like she might need it. Inko, I don't want to alarm you, but we're treating your son's case as one of a psychotic break. Inko tries to gasp instead of cackle, and she does all right with it. Yue's training methods are intense and erratic. Your son may just not have been suited for that kind of pressure. Not suited for pressure. Inko sobs into her hands to cover up the laugh that she's losing the battle of hiding. All Might rests a withered hand on her shoulder and says something comforting. Not suited for pressure. Ishikawa gives her another sympathetic grimace, as if he could actually understand how she's feeling. Not suited for pressure. These men don't know Izuku. Even All Might, the great hero, clearly has no clue who her son is. Izuku has never lived without pressure. School pushed him to excel beyond his stupid, quirked peers. Heroism pushed him to study fight patterns until he could teach Inko how Kamui Woods has an advantage against multiple opponents in the kitchen while they did dishes together. He pushed him to break his body in every conceivable way in the pursuit of someone else's safety. Inko always tried to keep their home free from the pressures. She knew she couldn't protect him from outside their front door, but she knows that as a single mother working long hours to keep a roof and food, Izuku had pressure at home to help out more than a kid should need to. Not suited for pressure. Do you have children, Detective Ishikawa? Inko can't help herself. It's all she can do not to spit in his face and laugh at him and demand that he get out of her house. Ishikawa seems unnerved by the question. He shuffles the file in his hands and sets it down on the table. Inko realizes that he's stalling, which answers for him. Still, he eventually says, "No. No, I don't," and he swallows nervously, like he can see the fangs Inko isn't showing him, ready to rip out his throat for coming into her home and accusing her son of so much more than he's guilty of. If Izuku is guilty of anything at all, Inko has seen the footage. Not a single civilian was harmed in that little stunt. Inko wipes the tears from her face. Her mascara doesn't run. She wore waterproof today for this very reason, and because makeup always makes her feel stronger, somehow, she's always worn it to Izuku's parent-teacher conferences. She doesn't know how to respond to Ishikawa without outing herself, and by extension Izuku. She just gives him one of those sympathetic little grimaces back. Inko stands. She walks to the front door. Both men follow clumsily behind. She opens the door. She says, "I'm tired," with a wet little chuckle that convinces them both, because honestly neither of them expect or want her as a suspected accomplice. Ishikawa returns his hat to his head, and then he bows politely and leaves. All Might tells her if she needs anything at all, and then he bows politely and leaves. Inko returns inside. She sits on the couch. She watches the recorded newsreel of Izuku, in a nice suit vest, a tie done the proper way, flyers and ash floating around him. She watches it again and again. She watches it on repeat until she falls asleep, and when she wakes up she finds that even waterproof mascara has a limit. In the UA dorms, every member of Class 1A tries visiting Todoroki in his room. He's barely moved for 2 days. Food trays are left by the door, untouched. Aizawa got him to eat once by threatening to send him home if he didn't, but it seemed such a cruel threat, the things it did to Todoroki's eyes, that Aizawa hasn't had the heart to make it again. He doesn't go to class, and nobody knows how to make him. 2 people knock at the door, and enter without waiting for a response. Uraraka has a bowl of cold soba, and Azui has 3 water bottles. They set it all down in front of Todoroki, who doesn't move to touch it. Azui says, "Todoroki, we need to talk." Uraraka adds, "About Deku." That gets Todoroki to look up, make eye contact with them. What he sees there makes him nod. "We do," he says, rasping, "don't we?" Momo had been adamantly against using her quirk to print money. Admittedly, Izuku should have predicted that her moral compass had a limit. He just really didn't expect the line to be economic inflation. Still, funding needs to come from somewhere, and nobody in the league, except Magna, if you count her wages and tips from her Saturday night shows, had a real source of income. "How were you guys operating before?" Izuku asks them. Hitoshi had asked the same thing 5 minutes ago, but he sounded incredulous when he asked it, so all the responses he got were jaded and sarcastic and secretive. Izuku asks it in a general, genuine manner, so his responses are a little more open. "Define operating," Dabi says. Jean nods. "We lived here. We fended for ourselves. We helped each other out. What would we need an income for?" Kurogiri asks. Momo, sipping tea at a booth, says, "Well, for things like outfits I was here to make them for you since I joined, but before me, what were you planning on doing when your clothes tore in battle?" Toga laughs. "They did tear." She rolls up one sleeve of her sweater and shows Momo a rough, moth-eaten, friction-torn hole from mid-bicep to elbow. "Oh," Momo says, frowning, "and you were just going to continue wearing that uniform? Even though it's torn?" Magna says, "Dear, we aren't exactly the kind of people who could just walk into a store and buy clothes normally even if we had the money to do so, which we don't." "Oh," Momo says again, frowning deeper. "You think I wear this beat-up jacket for aesthetics?" Dabi says. "You do wear it for aesthetic, Ivanji prick," Shigaraki mutters. "I'm talking about bigger things," Izuku interrupts. "Doctors and first aid supplies for when you're injured, repairs to the bar, food costs, information. If we had doctors, I would look very different by now," Magna sighs wistfully. Jean pats her shoulder consolingly, and she gives him an appreciative smile. "Mostly when stuff breaks in the bar, we just don't use it anymore," Jean adds. "Like the sink in that one upstairs bathroom. It doesn't drain anymore, so we just put tape over the faucet so we remember not to turn it on." "You mean so you remember not to turn it on?" Shigaraki hisses. "He may have flooded the bathroom once," Compress explains. No, you did. Jean shouts, then contradicts himself with, I may have forgotten that time. And we're all more than capable of feeding ourselves, Dabi interrupts with a shrug. Toga nods. You get good at it when you don't have a house. Kurogyri, after getting a confirmation nod from Shigaraki, admits that we never really sought out information. All for one told us what we needed to know, and then we acted on that. Hitoshi's brow wrinkles, and he asks, and you never once suspected that he might be cherry-picking the information to lead you to very specific conclusions? The air from Shigaraki's section of the bar starts to smell murderous, so Hitoshi adds, even at UA, if just one teacher was teaching you everything, wouldn't it be good to search for answers yourself too? So that you can be sure that all your eggs aren't in one basket. Magna fixes. Hitoshi with a very specific look. After a minute, she asks, are you, I mean, not to be rude, but are you in the system? Foster care? Yeah, why? Really? So was I. Well, up until a certain point, I mean, a girl has to strike out on her own sometime or other, but oh, I knew I liked something about you. Magna seems overjoyed to find something in common with one of the newest members of the crew, and even Hitoshi offers a skittish smile and a shrug. Loving the cute little Annie rerun we've got going over there, Shigaraki hisses, earning him peeved glares from Hitoshi and Magna, but what do you need money for? Izuku replies, that information will be revealed in time. Shigaraki, who even after only a few days has gotten used to Izuku's brick wall responses, amends, well, how are you even going to get the money? Legally, Izuku replies. Hitoshi, Momo, Toga, and Dabi think this is hilarious, and Magna, Compress, and Jean think it's hilarious to see Shigaraki all worked up, even Kurogyri is grinning, somewhere under all that smoke. But a week later, that upstairs sink drains just like normal, and Kurogyri finds the bar's fridge suspiciously well stocked. They try asking Izuku how he got any money that quickly, and the only answers he gives are in the dark circles under his eyes and the word, legally. Hitoshi imprints on Magna very quickly. It helps that she never treats him like anything closer than a younger brother, even if she's almost old enough to be his mother. Izuku doesn't ask about it, because it doesn't interfere with the plan and he doesn't want to scare off the growing camaraderie. Momo does ask though, and Hitoshi shrugs and tells her, I dunno. I've almost always been the oldest in my foster homes. It's I dunno, it's cool to not be the oldest. He starts insisting that they go see her Saturday shows, and Toga, Jean, Compress, and Momo all think this is a fantastic idea. Izuku says that sounds like a good idea. Trust and group activities are good for group cohesion after all. Even Shigaraki's bitter words are curbed by curiosity. So, with Magna's permission, as long as you don't make a scene and ruin my good reputation there, they're all getting ready to go on Saturday night. Momo insists they need disguises, and since walking into a store isn't exactly plausible as Japan's #1 most wanted villains, she makes them. Toga has her hair tucked into a baseball hat, Compress has taken off his mask and signature outfit, and is wearing fake glasses, just to be in the spirit. Hitoshi has a pink wig and sunglasses. Dabi, unexpectedly excited about the disguises, has a red wig and green contacts and a lot of makeup. Jean has a different mask than his normal mask. Momo has made herself purple contacts and put her hair in pigtails, and Izuku has a white wig and fake glasses. Shigaraki outright refused any costume, and instead has an extremely baggy hoodie with a hood he can sink into. Kurogyri has opted to stay home, since you can't exactly hide it when your whole body is made of smoke. Magna sees them getting ready before she leaves, 3 hours ahead of them, and laughs. You guys might be more dressed up than me by the time you get there. She has a giant backpack of supplies that she's taking with her, but the only difference on her face is that she's shaved. When Momo asks why she doesn't seem more done up, Compress answers that Magna always leaves hours early to get ready at the club where her shows take place. They arrive at the club, in their disguises, although once they're inside they hardly need them. It's dark, with flashing lights that make Toga squint her eyes shut until they find her a quiet booth in the back to sit at. Hitoshi donates his sunglasses and she sighs in relief once they're over her eyes. They stand up from the booth a bit more acclimatized to the pulsing music and lights, and Dabi says they should get drinks, and Compress whacks him on the back of the head and reminds him that they're mostly minors, and Dabi shrugs and tells them to suit themselves and he wanders off to the bar. I found the set list, Momo says excitedly, handing the paper around the group. Magna has 2 sets. She's under the name Magenta Nightingale, see that's her face there. She's up first. Hitoshi cries, eyes shining in the lights in a way that surprises everyone. Come on, let's go sit up front. He drags Momo with one hand and, of all people, mostly because he's a little distracted and it's a little dark, Shigaraki with the other. Momo laughs and helps Hitoshi claim a spot next to the taped-off area of the floor that marks the stage, and Shigaraki stares at his wrist where Hitoshi's grabbing it with wide eyes and wrinkled eyebrows. Izuku keeps a careful eye on Shigaraki's fingers, legs a little tensed for a fight, just in case, but Shigaraki's fingers never touch Hitoshi and eventually Izuku relaxes and watches the stage with everyone else. A queen dressed in a blue bedazzled peacoat and fishnet stockings, who introduces herself as Miss Darling, acts as MC and gets the crowd excited and reminds them to tip the queens and kings generously, and then she sashays off stage and a peppy song begins to play, and then there's Magna. In a green dress and gorgeous makeup, performing a something along the lines of a lip sync and a dance routine to the raucous cheers of the crowd. Dabi returns just as she starts with a fistful of 1,000 yen notes, several of which he hands to Magna as she passes by them, and she grins a little wider and winks at them all before continuing around the crowd. You really think I was gonna show up empty-handed like you assholes? Dabi shouts over the crowd at the dumbfounded rest of the group. After her first set, Magna strolls back behind the curtain that separates the green room, and then there's another queen, 2 kings, and a 3rd queen. Then Magna is back up with another bright, peppy song that Momo and Toga both immediately know and start swaying to. Dabi tips generously once again, and this time Magna dips low in a curtsy and spins wide to make her skirt, this time, light purple and frilly, spill out in a flowing circle that draws cheers and more tips from the audience. The whole show leaves everyone, from Compress to Shigaraki to Jean to Toga to Momo to Hitoshi to Izuku to Magna herself, breathless and flushed and grinning. It's just past 1 in the morning when they all get home. You guys were so sweet. Magna squeals. She's never had anyone in the audience for her shows, the experience has left her glowing. And Dabi, you even tipped. Well, yeah, you sit in the front row, you're supposed to tip. That's how it works. But you're broke. We're all broke, Mags. And you, she turns to the hero students, even you 3 came. Of course we did, Hitoshi says, earning him a hair muss from Magna that he not so secretly relishes in. Izuku says, we're a team now, after all. We should support each other. And it was an amazing experience. Momo says, Shigaraki, we've got to keep these little guys, Magna says. Look at how sweet they are. Characteristically dramatic, Shigaraki grumbles, they won't go home, so we're keeping them anyway. Uncharacteristically, he does not follow this up with some kind of insult. It's the first time he's had a neutral statement about the hero students in the 8 days they've been there. Izuku counts it as a win. You're a shitty performer, that was amazing, Jean says, and spends about 30 seconds pulling at his hair and stomping his feet until he calms down enough to say, truly Magna, that was awesome. Compress and Toga both agree. Everyone spends about 20 minutes gushing to Magna about her show, and the commotion wakes Kurojiri, even from 2 floors up, so they should probably be quieter, and he listens patiently through Toga and Hitoshi and Magna and Jin's overlapping accounts of the event and then offers to make some warm milk to relax everyone for bed. We're not kids, Kurojiri, Shigaraki says, sounding about 11 years old. Adults need rest too, Kurojiri counters calmly. And then he ignores everyone and begins mixing milk and some skis in a warm pot. I used to make this for Tamura frequently when he was younger. Oh, my gods, shut up, Shigaraki hisses, but the damage has been done and Dabi and Toga are already teasing Shigaraki about being a little tiny baby who wants his milky milk. Despite all of this, Shigaraki kills no one, and Izuku is forced to let his guard down even a little more. Kurojiri pours the milk into 8 cups, everyone takes one, and then everyone crashes within about 15 minutes. The next morning, Izuku is already sitting in the kitchen when Momo and Jean, the earliest risers, emerge from their rooms. He's scrolling rapidly through his phone, and when they enter the kitchen he pockets the phone. Jean notices that the circles under Izuku's eyes are getting darker, but he doesn't say anything because he's not sure if that would cross a line. This isn't some kid, this is their temporary leader. Momo doesn't notice the dark circles. She has grown accustomed to living with Izuku from the dorms and knows that Izuku's dark circles wax and wane like the moon depending on a complex algorithm of circumstances nobody else, not even her, could ever understand. Izuku smiles at them, polite and a little tense. "Good morning." They both respond in kind before stumbling around the room in a morning routine of breakfast and various caffeinated drinks, while the rest of the league eventually trickles downstairs to do the same. Once everyone is downstairs, Compress arriving last, impeccably dressed and as awake as ever, Izuku clears his throat. Everyone looks up from their cereals and muffins. Who got muffins? Dabi had demanded, and Jean had added, who paid for muffins? And nobody had fessed up, and half the box of muffins was already gone, along with half of the similarly suspiciously bought fruit. "We're ready for the next phase of the plan," Izuku says. "Thank Christ," Magna says around a bite of apple. "I was getting restless." Izuku has to mete out his information carefully, especially carefully, in the days before their attack. This is one of the few critical junctures where everyone runs the risk of being captured, and Izuku does not know how far UA, or a well-intentioned pro-hero, or even the Hero Commission will go to extract information after their incredibly public debut stunt. Hero Society as a whole lost a lot of face when 3 promising, straight-laced hero students joined the League of Villains, and he doesn't doubt they'll be out for blood. He's counting on it, actually. Hitoshi and Momo know better than to ask. They trust him, and they trust that he has a reason, and they trust that the reason is valid. He can't ask for more than that. He wishes he could ask for more than that. The original League members, Shigaraki and Kurogiri and Jean and Magna and Dabi and Toga, they don't understand the secrecy. All for One was the only one allowed to hold so many cards so close to his chest before, and to them Izuku is a toddler with a washable marker. They don't yet see the Othello board yet, all the pieces lined up, and they can't possibly know that Izuku sees the board, sees every permutation of the board, sees every move that each side will make and has already calculated the victory as long as he can keep moving the pieces. There is only one player in this game, and it's Izuku, moving the white pieces and the black pieces and flipping them all over themselves. The questions needle into the skin at Izuku's aching joints. He wants to rest, but he goes over the plan with them 1,000,000 times. Drilling it until they have it memorized. So it's just a show and tell? Shigaraki Tamura sounds derisive. Izuku knows he craves blood and dust, but neither of those win wars. It's fear-mongering, Momo corrects, eyes narrow, brows furrowed, still chewing on it. You want to show them the school can't protect them. Izuku gives her a smile he hopes is bright, but she shivers, so he knows he got the expression wrong. "Now," he says, resisting the urge to rub at his aching eyes, "run me through it again." All Might smiles. "Young Ishido, why don't you try using your acid on the edges of your silhouette, so that young Hagakure's punches slide off and do less damage?" Mina and Toru actually stop their sparring to look at All Might, standing tall and impressive and actually paying attention to them. They both glow under the instruction, and Mina tries the suggestion to moderate success. It's the first time All Might has given Mina such direct advice this month, and Toru jokes that she's surprised he remembered her name. "All right, class." All Might booms over the din of the various sparring matches. Everyone stops sparring to look his way. The air is tense, but despite that there's not a lot of excitement in their training. 2 members of the class are missing, and the whole is felt. All Might smiles wider, brighter, trying to displace the energy. "Why don't we try something different? Each of you will spar 1 round with me, and if you can land even just 1 punch, you win." Nobody asks what they'll win, and All Might feels his performance anxiety growing. He has maybe another 30 minutes on his timer, so he hopes to have someone land a punch before them, before he loses face in front of his students. He does not realize he could no more lose face in front of them than he could claim them as his students. He does not realize he is not All Might. He does not realize that the moment a student hits him with the strength and ferocity of a budding hero student, he will collapse into a pile of mud and be revealed to be a clone of Babigawara, twice, Jean, who is watching all of this from a vent about 30 feet above the group gathered at Training Ground Theta. The class representative, Ida Tenya, confidently approaches All Might first, and the match seems close. Ida family speed nearly costing All Might the match before a slight pull veers Tenya off course. Everyone assumes that Tenya isn't perfect, which is a fair assumption, or that All Might is perfect, which is not a fair assumption. Nobody assumes that Magna, who is set up in a faux office building just to the side with her magnet at the ready, is manipulating the matches. Across campus, in the main classroom building, a janitor with white hair and flaking skin mops a stairwell, griping and grumbling and sloppily trailing sudsy water up and down the stairs. He's counting the minutes before he has to sprint to the other side of campus, and fuming a little. This is beneath him, he thinks, and he could be doing so much more, so many more important or useful things. He could be supervising or beating someone to a pulp or anything other than pretending to be a FING janitor. He moves on to the downstairs hallway and continues to grumble and gripe. Near the front gate of the school, a man in a deep-set hoodie lights a small candle. It's strawberry-scented, and the pink wax starts to melt the moment the blue flame eats at the wick. He sets the candle on the decorative pillar next to the gate, just behind a potted plant, just out of view, and meanders along the wall. He sets a new little 100 yen store candle at the back gate, and both teacher entrances, and near the tunnel entrance that nobody is supposed to know about, and he just lights a little blue flame on those little strawberry candles until the whole campus smells just a little bit like a strawberry caught in a breeze. Each wearing a wig and a school uniform, two kids stick little clay ball to the roof, right next to the fire suppressant system. They ask if they should do anything about the fire suppressant system, and are answered in the negative. They continue to place little clay ball along the ceiling and in corners. They start at the top floor and work their way down. A teacher stops them once while they're walking. Thank gods, it would have been impossible to explain why the girl was standing on the boy's shoulder pressing a clay alarm clock into the ceiling, and they show him a hall pass and he waves them off. He doesn't recognize them because he teaches the third years in their history and genealogy of heroics class, and has never personally met them. The kids both wonder if, after all of this, they'll ever get to take history and genealogy of heroics, or if they'd ever want to. Midoriya Izuku skips around the outskirts of the UA campus. He mutters to himself, and then you will all see that oh, no the line is, until you will all see that your sins have consequences. He stops. He says, oh thanks Kurogyri. Turning east, that's where the sun rises, right? So I'm walking away from the sun, right? Okay, thanks. He pivots, continues to skip. He's wearing 2 layers of clothes, jeans and a white t-shirt underneath, and a skirt and cream-colored sweater on top. Are we almost ready? He asks, whining. I want to go see Ochako, and then, I can like more than one person Jean. Shudo goes to the bathroom after trying and failing to hit All Might. He was 4th. Siro is up next. Shudo hadn't really been trying, he knows what today is. He doesn't know how it will play out, but he knows what today is, and his soul returned to his body for an evanescent moment when he got that text from a blocked number. Bathroom. The bathroom is empty. He locks the door behind him. The 3rd stall has red shoes peeking out from below the door, and Shudo opens it and there's Izuku. Smiling and teary and with his eyes bruised from a lack of sleep. Take better care of yourself, is the first thing Shudo says. Izuku's tears soak the shoulder of Shudo's school uniform. Shudo will say that he splashed some water on a stain there and they hold each other tight enough to bruise. I only have a few minutes, is the first thing Izuku says. He has a communication earpiece in. Shudo wants to say that he would take seconds if that was all he got. He would claw at the joints of time until they frayed and left every linear thing in a puddle around him if it meant he could stretch this moment together. But his quirk, no matter how powerful and coveted, can't give him anything he wants or needs, can't even give him this. Are you okay? Is what Izuku asks. I have to go home on the weekends now, Shudo answers. Izuku cries harder, for both of them. Shudo's never been good at crying. He's gone 2 weekends at home now, and already his nerves are numb and frozen to the heat that greets him there. He can feel them thawing now, in Izuku's warm arms, his warm tears, his warm smile when he kisses Shudo and promises he'll fix it. Shudo doesn't want him to fix it. He doesn't want there to be anything to fix. He wants to lie in Izuku's bed at Izuku's house and hear Izuku's mom call that dinner is almost ready and that they better have done their homework. Fixing is so much harder than working around what's broken. All right, Izuku says, seriously, coldly into the earpiece. To Shudo, he smiles again and he wipes his tears and he wipes Shudo's one tear that has preceded what was nearly a full thaw and he says, I have to go now. I could go with you. We can't. Not unless you're compromised. Your information is what's keeping us afloat. I'm sorry. Sorry, Shudo says. He means for asking to go. He's just so tired. He knows Izuku is tired too, waiting upstream with those dark, bruised eyes. I'm coming back, Izuku promises. He doesn't mean to the bathroom, and Shudo knows this. They kiss again as long as they can make that kiss last, and then Izuku goes. Shudo waits 49 seconds, and then he goes. All the bombs are deployed, Momo says. Candles are lit, Dabi says. I have mopped all 3 of the FING stairwells, Shigaraki says. All Might Double is holding strong, Magna says. Nobody has seen me yet, Toga says. Izuku waits a beat. Alright, he says. Then quieter, not to them, I have to go. I'm coming back. Then, louder, over the sound of running footsteps, Kurogyri, direct Toga to some students or administrative staff. Magna, stop interfering with the sparring matches. Who is the double up against? Mina Ishido is next. Perfect. She'll get a hit in. Kurogyri, do we have a status on the real All Might? Still talking to Nedzu in the teacher's lounge. And Eraserhead? In his office. And Toga, take a left at this corner and you'll encounter 4 second-year students from the business department. Roger that, Kurogyri. Toga, do you remember your lines? Izuku asks. Toga says, yep, I've been practicing this whole time. Perfect. Everyone, remember not to hit first. Several voices reply, understood. And then chaos explodes from every corner of the UA campus. 4 business students come face to face with villain defector Midoriya Izuku and scream. One of them has the sense to call for a teacher. Toga doesn't chase, just continues to skip around the perimeter of the main school building. Mina slides across the arena in Training Ground Theta and slams a knee into All Might's thigh, and then watches in horror as he disintegrates into a puddle of mud. All of Class 1 scrambles into a defensive battle position. They recognize Twice's quirk when they see it. They send Tenya for a teacher, and Twice and Magna, still hidden, let him go. Fires rush up from strawberry-scented candles and build walls of flame around every entrance and exit to the UA school grounds, and several building entrances. The flames flicker and shrink around the structures. They are hot enough to melt or torch, but in the empty spaces meant for human bodies to pass through, they burn hot and incandescent blue. Alarms go off. Fire suppressant foam is unleashed into every hallway, because nobody is quite sure where the fire isn't, and it is better for a hero school to be safe than sorry. Once foam has been deployed, a detonator activates 23 smoke bombs, reducing hallway visibility to nothing. Confused, panicking students and teachers crowd the hallways. The bright lights of the alarms reflect and refract in the smoky air and disorient everyone. Some fall. Smarter ones hold hands to keep track of friends and classmates, but most slip and fall in the mixture of foam and sudsy mop water, and students and staff, unable to see the fallen beyond the foam and the smoke, trample them. Pro-hero agencies all across town receive distress calls from UA who appear to have villain defector Midoriya Izuku traipsing across campus, Twice replicating All Might to break into a class, and several fires across campus. Several agencies and pros arrive in aid, but nobody can get inside through any of the 5 campus entrances, and UA's defense system is too complex and impressive for them to get in any other way. Help will not come from outside. Midoriya Izuku appears in Training Ground Theta and is immediately flanked on either side by Magna and Twice. Then Shigaraki and Dabi and Momo and Hitoshi are portaled in by Kurogyri. The hero students are held in petrified horror. Izuku rants, but it only lasts about a minute before Bakugo Katsuki rushes in on the attack. Toga remembers to call him Kaken, just like Izuku would. She remembers not to stare too much at Ochako, but a little is okay. Her and Izuku are close, after all. She performs perfectly, and she mostly cannot wait for the cake she has been promised for such a controlled, careful minute performance. All of Class 1 follows after Katsuki, which Izuku had predicted and prepared them for. So Magna knows to duck low under Hanta's tape and twice knows to jump around Azui's attempt to pull off his mask, and Dabi knows to push his flames in front of Dark Shadow, and Shigaraki knows Injure will go straight for his face. Momo did not need Izuku to tell her that Jiru would come for her, would tell her just come back, would pitch her heartbeat at her with full force. Just like Hitoshi didn't need Izuku to tell him Denki would throw a punch at his jaw or that he would scream what the F dash. Dude, I trusted you. The fight is brutal and the league is outnumbered, so it's about even, but they're taking hit after hit after hit until Kurojiri confirms that most of the students in the main building and dorms have reached the outside spaces of the campus, and Tenya is returning with the real All Might and Cementos and Ectoplasm and Snipe. Kurojiri portals them out, and they slip through the fingers of several enterprising hero students trying to give chase and into the dark and back to the bar. Aizawa Shoyuta flings Izuku sideways like a ragdoll with his capture weapon, and Izuku's back slams into the concrete wall of the UA school building. The wall doesn't even dent, and Shoyuta isn't sure whether that means he's being gentle enough or too gentle. How is he supposed to handle this? This wasn't in the FING job description of a teacher. Not even a hero teacher at UA should have to try to beat the shit out of their own students. Not like this. But Shoyuta has to go all out here because Midoriya Izuku was a great FNG student, and Shoyuta will come out of this injured if he's not careful. Izuku, of FANG course, doesn't take a breath. He just yanks the capture weapon towards him to get him closer to Shoyuta and poises his scarred fingers like he did at the sports festival. For half a second, Shoyuta thinks, he's actually gone off the deep end and this is him killing me with his quirk. And then he realizes he's been tricked and Izuku is actually several yards away, knees bent, looking ready to bolt or pounce. The other villains have likely all gotten away by now, but Shoyuta doesn't give a shit. Anybody else can catch the League of Villains, but Shoyuta can help his kids, this kid. If he can just get Izuku still, listening, Shoyuta is sure he can talk him down from this ledge. He has to be able to, this is one of his kids. The guilt will eat him alive if he can't save this one when he knew for the whole week that something was up. He's got to be able to talk sense into Izuku while he's here, or detain him at least, to find someone who can talk sense into him. Midoriya, what is this? Whatever's going on, we can work it out, Shoyuta says as flatly as possible. Normal as anything. You don't have to do this. There are other options. The kid has the gall to laugh. Shoyuta snaps. This isn't a joke, Midoriya. This is serious. People are getting hurt. Your friends are getting hurt. Shoyuta has no idea how Izuku convinced, of all people, Momo and Hitoshi to join him. Izuku's manic smile fades, just a little. Behind the facade, Shoyuta can see his student, rational and nervous and determined, peering through. Please, just come with me, Midoriya. Your mother's going to be worried sick. Your classmates have been worried about you. You can't imagine how Todoroki is taking this? That last bit. Something in it must have hit a nerve, because that skittering, plaster smile reassembles on Izuku's cheeks and his defensive stance tightens. Did they fight? No, a fight wouldn't get this response from Izuku. What about Todoroki Shudo is making Midoriya Izuku become a villain? Shuda's capture weapon shoots out again, wraps around Izuku's waist and drags him close. What happened to Todoroki? Shoyuta asks quietly. Izuku's guard lowers long enough to respond in a tense whisper, happening. The question is, what is happening to Todoroki, Mr. Aizawa? Shoyuta is so incredibly caught off guard that his capture weapon slips, but instead of running away again, Izuku grabs it in his hands and whispers again, desperately through that plaster smile, please, don't let it keep happening to him. Please. No. Sheet, don't be so cryptic, problem child. Tell me what's going on. Izuku shakes his head, I can't. His smile falls all the way to the ground between them, and all that's left is the raw, terrible desperation that Shoyuta hasn't seen since the FING disaster at the training camp. Please, Mr. Aizawa, trust me. I swear I'm doing good. I swear. Sure doesn't look like it. I know. Izuku shouts, voice like a taut wire. He's smiling again, but Shoyuta has seen enough tears to find them welling in Izuku's eyes. Izuku laughs, wet and horrible like an open wound. I know. But I am. I swear, I'm doing the right thing. And Shoyuta looks at him, bleeding and bruised from their fight, and he notices that these are the only new injuries on him. No fading burn scars. No jagged lines from broken bones. No bruises or scrapes. Shoyuta has just earnestly fought Izuku as if he were a villain, and Izuku looks less damaged than he would after a normal heroics class exam. The villains haven't been hurting him. Not only that, Shoyuta realizes with startling FING clarity, Izuku hasn't been this uninjured in months. More than the familiar tingle of road rash on his knees, Shoyuta feels the greasy burn of nausea in his gut as he thinks about how injured his kids look all the time. Whether it's the sports festival or the training camp or trying to step in for the FING pros themselves or even the stupid FING classes that push their bodies beyond their limits on a weekly basis, Izuku's brief time with the villains appears to have been safer than his classmates' time in the dorms. Mina came to class with a bruise the size of a baseball on her forearm from sparring with injure. She said it was fine, she'd had worse. Mashareo had a 3-inch long gash on his tail from an exam 2 weeks ago. He said it was fine, it's to be expected of hero work. Tenya blew out his engines twice in 3 weeks because he kept overworking them. He said it was fine, he just needed to be more disciplined. And Shoyuta bites his cheek to hold back a scream at himself for becoming so numb to it. Izuku hasn't moved. Hasn't run away, hasn't pinned Shoyuta to the ground. He's just waiting, watching Shuta's face, listening to the alarms blaring inside the building behind them. Shoyuta straightens, pulls his capture weapon back and wraps it around his neck, looks Izuku in the eyes, and tries to remind himself that the kid is just 15. I promise, I won't let you down, Mr. Aizawa, Izuku says. He starts to say, hey, could you tell All Might? But then he stops, and his face contorts with grief, and then pain, and then a complex emotion that is gone too fast to characterize, and then the plaster smile is back with a force of sheer will that breaks Shuta's heart. Never mind, he sings, and then he runs off into a black, pooling portal. Shoyuta lets him go. He knows he'll regret this. He's just waiting on time to tell him how. Momo knows that she doesn't know Izuku as well as other kids in Class 1A. Even Hitoshi probably knows him better. It's been eating at her since Izuku introduced the plan to her, Hitoshi, and Shudo, almost 3 weeks ago exactly. Now, it's the wee hours of the night after their successful infiltration attack, feels too antagonistic a word for what they did, and Momo is up, thinking. Her quirk has almost infinite applications. She's heard that line more times than she can count throughout the years. She had been scouted by manufacturers, think tanks, research and development teams, medical scientists and doctors alike, childcare specialists, TV shows, designers, and, of course, pro-hero schools. But she wanted to be a hero. It called to her like a flower calls to rain, and rain it has. She has more experience combating villains than some younger pros, and now she has to remind herself that she's not a hero, not right now. She put everything on the line for this. If it goes south, she goes down with it. She has to trust Izuku. But she has one question. Because, so far, her infinitely applicable quirk has been used for party tricks. A group like the League of Villains knows how to make smoke bombs without her quirk, although Twice and Dabi have been cheering Momo's name with how easy her quirk had made it. She has made costumes and little smoke machines. It's not so much that she feels unused. She has stretched her quirk in ways that All Might's heroics classes had never even considered to push it, but she knows that her quirk is not just good for these mirages. She had assumed, initially, that Izuku chose her for her infinitely applicable quirk, but no. When she said she wouldn't make money to fund their activities, Izuku had immediately accepted that, as if he had expected this boundary wall, and he hadn't even bothered to try and climb it, or break it down. Momo is fairly certain this is the most respectful anyone has ever been about her boundaries. She realizes now that her quirk may have had nothing to do with why Izuku asked her to come with him. What she wants to know is, if not for her quirk, then why? What makes her special, significant, useful, if not her quirk? The League of Villains gave them each a room, and they had even helped them rescue some mattresses from a junk heap at the edge of town. "We have the space," Compress had said, half joking, "although it might not be as nice as your usual accommodations." It wasn't meant as a barb, but Momo still felt a sting like a slap against her cheek. "You overestimate where I've been living," Hitoshi had half-joked back, and then the sting grew to a sludge-like weight on the crown of her head. Izuku had remained quiet and impassive as ever. He had been more even-keeled then, 2 weeks ago. Less unraveled. Now his edges are fraying. Momo knows that Izuku has been going somewhere at night. She knows that Hitoshi and most of the rest of the League have noticed too. Nobody has asked. As far as the League is concerned, it's normal for a leader to have secrets, and to frequently leave in the clandestine night to attend to them. Momo and Hitoshi don't know if it's anything to be worried about. It's starting to worry her though. She still has her question, and she rises off of her gross mattress. She has made a mattress cover and sheets with her quirk, but Momo has grown up with standards that this mattress does not come close to meeting, to creak her door open and creep down 2 flights of stairs to the main area of the bar to wait. Izuku is out now, attending to those secrets. Her first guess is that he's meeting with Shudo. Understandable if unfair. But that hypothesis is quickly discarded. Izuku is nothing if not fair, and if he were meeting with Shudo he wouldn't be going crazy with worry the way he is. Her next guess is that he's picking up some information Shudo is leaving somewhere on the UA campus, but Izuku wouldn't have gone to the trouble of setting up the burner phones if he planned to get the information from Shudo in an analog way. She has no other guesses, but she's brainstorming when the door of the bar opens. Izuku stumbles at first, but rights himself when he sees Momo. "Momo, hi," he says. He smiles, a little skittish and a little off guard. For a minute, Momo can pretend that he's fine, with that skittish little smile. They're back in the dorms, and they can't sleep, and they're going to make some tea and go to bed in their dorm rooms and fall asleep, and when they wake up tomorrow they'll go to class and Jiro will be there. But Izuku's guard goes back up, and his smile waxes bright, and Momo cringes. Too bright. She's worried for him. Izuku asks, "Did you finish editing the article?" And Momo nods. "Yes, and I had Compress and Kurogiri look over it as well." "Good. Thank you." He finally shuts the door behind him and slinks over to take a seat next to Momo at the bar. He's limping just barely. "You're injured?" "No, just a rock in my shoe." Izuku lies so smoothly. If it wasn't for that too bright smile, Momo would believe him. She keeps that eye contact, to see if he'll crack, if he'll open up, tell her what happened. Maybe he will divulge his secret. But he does not. He stares back. Eventually he says, "You were waiting up for me," with no uncertainty in his voice. "Did you have a question?" She nods. "Izuku, we were never incredibly close," she starts, then hears her own voice echo in the chilly air and adds, "We were classmates and friends. But, you had closer friends in class. Hitoshi too, he's your friend, but why you too?" Izuku infers. Momo nods. She's relieved, at least, that Izuku isn't offended by the question. He rolls the answer because he visibly has an answer. She can tell by his posture around in his head for a minute or two before answering. Momo bites the inside of her cheek, wondering if it's even an answer she wants to hear, the way that too bright smile is one she doesn't want to see. "You're both well," Izuku shrugs, "you're both perfect images of martyrs." "What?" "Not that you'll be dying." Izuku corrects quickly. His brow furrows, and his eyes squeeze shut, and Momo has never seen the bags under his eyes so clearly. "It's just you remember that talk? Under the persimmon tree on campus?" Yes, Momo has a hand over her chest, breathing out the momentary panic that Izuku had gone off the deep end, that she had tied herself to an anchor before jumping ship. "Remember, I asked you about your internship?" Momo nods. "That you had a very publicly promoted image that you were not comfortable with." At this point, it is very easy to paint you as a poster child for SXL exploitation of female heroes. You're the perfect image. Your quirk is convenient, but it was secondary. Your story will sell. Momo blinks. She smiles. It clicks. This is something she can understand, the sale of a story. The article she just edited makes perfect sense, as does Izuku asking her to edit it. And Hitoshi? She asks. What's the story you're selling for him? Izuku smiles. The story of quirk discrimination. His parents left him at a daycare 2 days after his quirk manifested. He's been to more foster homes than he can count on 2 hands, and he failed the entrance exam specifically because of a built-in quirk bias, not to mention the bullying and discrimination. Momo had never put that together. She had known everyone at UA knows about Hitoshi's unfortunate parentage, that his foster parents always did their best but ultimately, every time, couldn't handle the strain of a maliciously quirked child. But Momo had never given it much thought. Had never crafted it into the story of a child victim of discrimination. She finds her expression souring, with the puzzle lying completed before her eyes. The picture is ugly. Oh, is what she says. Izuku laughs, off-kilter and too bright. Momo's expression sours further. Why don't you get some sleep? She asks him. The article goes out tomorrow at noon. There's nothing to be done until then. Compress and Magna have already composed the email and everything. But I should. Izuku, Momo says, nobody else is awake. Nobody needs you to do anything right now. You're exhausted. Get some rest. Izuku sobers. The too bright smile leaves and is replaced with something softer. You sound like Shudo, he says. I miss him too, she says. The next morning, Kurogyari makes French toast and a fruit tray for breakfast, with ingredients from the suspiciously well-stocked pantry. Everyone is wide awake by 9 am, which is earlier than Toga or Shigaraki are typically conscious by. But today is an exciting day, so they're all in the kitchen early, despite the dragging exhaustion of the infiltration yesterday. Have you sent it? Yet? Toga shouts as she skids into the kitchen. It's 8:49, Hitoshi says. You're about 3 hours early. Can't we send it now? Toga's, I want to send it. Izuku offers the solution. Your finger can be the one to press the send button, how about that? And Toga avidly agrees. I haven't even read it yet, Magna says. What's in there that's so exciting? A key expulsion, Izuku says with a smirk. Hitoshi laughs. Oh, I cannot wait to see the little purple freak's face. Momo nods an excited assent, but draws her cardigan around herself a little tighter. You all right? Dabi asks Momo. She starts a little, surprised at his concern, but gives him a tight smile and nods. She doesn't want to speak. She doesn't know what she'd say if she opened her mouth. Dabi gives her an unimpressed expression and turns away, calling, Toga, the dressmaker needs a hug, and within seconds, Momo has an armful of Toga pressing her in a tight hug. Is it because he did that stuff to you too? Toga asks, and Dabi hisses something at her about tact, which Toga ignores with a flap of her hand in his direction. Momo nods, still unsure of her voice. It's strange, in the moment it hadn't felt like much, just a hand or eyes on her body, but now, free of its immediacy, her eyes well with tears. He's never getting close enough to do it again, Hitoshi promises. Izuku nods. He'll be expelled at the most lenient, but with the evidence we have, he might go to prison. Oh my gods, Magna says, finally putting it together, there was someone like that at UA? How did they even let him in? That's what Japan is about to start asking themselves, is my guess. Shigaraki hisses from the stairwell, the last to come down from his room. Magna grins wide. Ooh, I'm excited now, she cries. Can I read it before it goes out? Compress sidles over as well. I would like to peek as well, he murmurs, snagging an apple from the counter. Izuku, double-checking grammar on the laptop at his spot at the bar, slides the laptop her way. Go ahead. Magna mumbles the article aloud to herself. Anyone who hasn't yet read the full article, Jean, Toga, and Dabi hear the edges of an outline. Mineta Minoru, eyewitness and personal anecdotal accounts, unheroic behavior, RNG, molestation, SXL harassment, suspected cheating on several exams, including the UA entrance exam, blame falls to UA staff, and then Magna stops. FIG hell, kid. She looks to Izuku, you wrote this? With help, he says. Well, if this don't hit the front pages then call me daddy and shove an apple. She stops, mid-sentence, looks around the bar, and coughs an apology. Well, the press will eat this up anyway. Dabi and Jean and Hitoshi laugh at the crass humor, and Toga laughs too, but doesn't seem to understand what was funny. Momo, Izuku, and Compress shrug at each other, while Shigaraki and Kurogiri pretend they didn't hear the joke. How do we know the papers will even run this? Shigaraki asks, eyes sharp over his French toast. Izuku responds, it's a smear against the #1 hero school in the nation, right on the heels of that same school's infiltration scandal. The press are going to love an excuse to keep piling it on, because it's sensational and it'll get views. Momo and Hitoshi both remember this lecture. Midnight gave it in their modern hero art class. It had been the other side of this same coin. Be careful, Midnight had instructed them, it's usually best to take a short leave of absence after a large, public failing. You'll lose some face, but better that than the swarm of journalists and villains who will want to take a crack at you while you're down. Izuku had learned this strategy from the very school he was using it against. Do we get popcorn for the fireworks show? Dabi asks, almost laughing. His smile pulls at the staples on his cheeks, but he doesn't seem bothered by it. I can't wait to see UA sheet itself trying to put out all these fires. I hate this sheet. Twice screeches, then lets a tick work its way out of his shoulder and amends. This is going to be fun. No murder but still fun. I dunno, Magna says. I think I'm going to like watching them squirm more than any kind of murder. She laughs, full-bellied and ringing, and the hero students try to laugh with her. They had forgotten for a bit that everyone else in the bar has killed someone before. But in Magna's laugh, Toga's hug, Shigaraki's avid enjoyment of French toast, Twice's glitching smile, Dabi's brotherly concern, Compress's dapper restraint from vulgar humor, and Kurogiri's paternal breakfast-making skills, it's hard to see them just as murderers, just as villains, without humanity. The picture must be ugly to include such crimes as theirs, but they are still each made of more puzzle pieces than just their murder and their theft. Every nerve in Izuku's body is alive only to the heavy, lukewarm sensation of exhaustion dragging him down, down, down. He has been trudging upriver against the current for weeks now. 1 week at UA, under the watchful eyes of teachers and classmates, and now 2 weeks with the League of Villains. The plan ticks along like clockwork. Tick, 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 tick. Like a bomb counting down, and Izuku has seen the explosion and it will be horrific and bloodless and he will cry, then. Now though, he has work to do. He must make sure the bomb keeps the right time. He must make sure that the explosion is horrific and he must make sure the explosion is bloodless. It is all on him. Nobody else can help him, and so nobody else will help him. The rest of the board is made of chess pieces, and he is the only player, moving black and white pawns and knights alike, drawing them out for the amusement of a crowd, and oh, there is a crowd. He keeps smiling, but it is becoming clear that he is doing it wrong. Even Twice is starting to be unnerved by this smile. Himiko asked him, this afternoon, just after everyone crowded around the computer and hit send on the email that will knock UA's second leg out from under them, why are you stretching your face like that? Nobody else had moved. Nobody else had breathed. It had occurred to Izuku, distantly, that he had become something to be feared, somehow. He was sure he'd only been kind, but still he could smell their fear in rolling, choking waves. Even Momo, who he had confided in just hours before, in the dead of night, seemed anxious. I'm just smiling, he had said brightly. Hitoshi had flinched. Izuku wasn't sure why. Even Shigaraki and Dabi, who had kept the most distance from Izuku, had frowned at him like concerned older brothers, unsure of whether or not they should call mom about how badly their younger brother scraped his knee. Izuku hasn't scraped his knee. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. But he's exhausted too. He's been burning the candle at both ends, he knows that. It's just for a while longer, just until he can finish this. He can stay awake a few more weeks. He has to remember why he's doing it. Hitoshi, Momo, Shudo, of course, but also Bakugo, Minoma, Mineta, All Might. 2 down, 4 to go. He can do this. After sending the email to a few well-chosen journalists, information courtesy of Shudo, Momo, and Izuku's own research, after Himiko's Spanish Inquisition of his face, after everything, he had been convinced to go lay down. Nothing to do now but wait, Hitoshi had said, with something strange in the glint of his eyes. Right? Twice, of all people, had agreed. Go be horizontal for a while. Shigaraki had nudged him toward the stairs with 4 fingers on his left hand. Izuku wanted to bristle at the contact. These same 4 fingers had been wrapped around his throat, once, at a mall, with the uncaring crowds pressing in on all sides. Those same crowds now watch Izuku play a one-man chess match. So Izuku had allowed himself to be persuaded to bed at 12:15 in the afternoon. As he ascended, he heard the stares the League sent at his back. Nobody meant for them to be sharp, but Izuku feels them piercing through his t-shirt, stabbing through skin and the bones of his ribs. Now, he sits on his mattress, dragged with loving care from a dump by Himiko and Twice and Magna. Compress had refused to go into the dump, but he had used his quirk to transport the mattresses for Izuku and Hitoshi and Momo from the entrance of the dump to their rooms in the bar. Once moved in, once Momo made mattress covers and sheets for the whole League, and once Himiko and Shigaraki had finished being excited about having sheets, oh, how Shigaraki had tried to hide the glow in his eyes. It had been a funny, sad thing to watch. Dabi had half-joked that the place was getting crowded. Magna had rebutted, I dunno, it's kinda homey, at least we finally have a body in every room now. Izuku leaned more toward Magna's opinion, but Shudo had told him all about how the Todoroki household used space, and Dabi's claustrophobia made sense. People nearby were adversaries or other victims in Endeavor's house. But thinking of Shudo, how Shudo must be doing tomorrow is Friday, and Shudo will go home for the weekend, to Endeavor's house brings those tears that Izuku must wait a few more weeks to shed. His breathing hitches in his throat. He needs something he can control, something he can help, anything. He grabs for the notebook, flips to a random page. He knows this page. He knows every page. He has memorized the notebook. Still, he reads the page, the next page, the page after that. He rereads the whole notebook. He rereads it again, until the sun slips into view of his window, and by the time it touches his windowsill he is asleep. It's USJ, again. The attacker is All Might this time. His wide smile is too bright, and his punch levels Kirishima into a pile of sand that blows away in the wind. He rips Ida's legs off before he can get to the door, and Ida wails in agony as he bleeds out into the concrete entry steps. Azui is pitched toward the volcanoes at such a velocity that she'll be dead long before she singes her skin on the scorching ground. Hagakure tries to sneak out to get help, but All Might sees her, somehow, and discovers that her quirk does turn off when she dies, although her face is too disfigured to tell what she could have looked like. One by one, Izuku watches his classmates get picked off by an attacker so familiar, so loved, that they don't even have time to register before they are screaming for mercy. Please, please, All Might, please, don't kill us. Izuku is held in place, tangled in Eraserhead's capture weapon, although Aizawa is nowhere to be found. One by one all of them die. Except Shudo. Shudo is wrapped in his own ice, unable to melt it, struggling to free himself and becoming a patchwork of inexplicable bruises with no apparent source until all of him is swollen and purple except his scar. He's sobbing, whispering, and Izuku can hear it even from far away. Please, don't leave me, Izuku, don't leave me here. But All Might comes for Izuku. And he smiles. And he says, Midoriya, my boy. Say hello to Nana for me. And Izuku feels his organs cave in and his bones shatter, and he feels the guilt. Jesus FNG Christ, kid, it's Dabi, in his doorway. There's footsteps in the hallways behind him, but he turns around and shoos them away before sinking into the room and closing the door to keep peering eyes out. I didn't think you knew how to yell. Izuku isn't fully awake. I've been so nice, he's mumbling, straining his pulsing eyes to see over the haze of pain behind them. I've been trying to be so nice. Dabi doesn't hear this from his side of the room, but the room is small, so maybe he hears him and just ignores it. He picks up the notebook, which had been sitting open and at risk of tearing as it spills over from the edge of the mattress, and he ignores Izuku's sudden snarl of warning, and he closes it without snooping, and he sets it safely down on top of Izuku's backpack of clothes, the only things he brought with him for this whole adventure. "They're kind of fucking scared of you," Dabi says. Izuku feels this is an incredibly unfair thing for Dabi, who has tried to kill him and his friends and now has the audacity to be afraid of Izuku, who has been trying so hard to be nice, to say, "You alright?" The fear coming off of even Dabi, who burned away the yolk of the title that is now freezing Shudo in place, even Dabi, the fear of those that Izuku has turned to comrades, the fear that prickles his skin where it wafts under the door of his room, it's alienating. It makes Izuku's flesh raise with cold goosebumps. He uses it as a spice to make his words sting. Shudo screams like that too when he sleeps. Dabi's expression skitters backwards, even if his posture stays resolute and still. Izuku is burned by that fear, which he can smell like cigarette smoke from Dabi's scarred flesh. He says more. He didn't used to scream when he lived with Endeavor. You can beat that out of a child, you know. But after we moved into the dorms, he started screaming. Every few nights. The dorms are soundproof though. I only know. Because sometimes, after, he comes to me and I help him back to sleep, and then he screams again. Why are you telling me this? Dabi snaps. The fear is a visible miasma, swirling Dabi in a typhoon of intimidation and vulnerability. But Izuku doesn't know why he's telling Dabi this. The fear, he wants it gone. Whether that means Dabi leaves with it or Dabi listens to what Izuku is trying to tell him is inconsequential. He has been so kind. Why is Dabi afraid? Why did Hitoshi flinch at his smile, and why did Momo clutch her robe tighter when she saw Izuku enter the bar last night? He has been so kind. My head hurts, Izuku finds the wherewithal to admit. Dabi doesn't get it, he shrugs. I would be surprised if it didn't. That was a hell of a scream. The fear, not the camaraderie and not the friendship Izuku craves so badly, has worked so hard for, is what draws Dabi's question from his mouth. You want me to have Kurogiri make you some of that milk stuff from last week? It'll knock you right back out. Kurogiri is resting. I'll be fine. Want me to make it? I can probably do it, might not be as good, but... Izuku blinks. The miasma, the scent of cigarette smoke, they subside. I'm all right, he says. Thank you. Dabi understands the cue to leave, but he ignores it for a moment. When's the next phase? You said something like next week, right? Izuku nods, his skin growing heavy and eggshell thin. Sleep calls him back. Nothing to do until then, why don't you get some more sleep? Then Dabi strolls to the door, leaves, closes it behind him. Of all people, Dabi would know how to pretend not to be scared of someone. Izuku's sleep is neither dreamless nor peaceful, but he doesn't scream again. His hands catch it in their soft lines and he swallows it back down. Izuku haunts the bar like a phantom, feeling the wedge between him and his would-be comrades hammering wider. That wedge hammers behind his eyes too, pulsing with every strike. Pain, pain, pain. It's been 36 hours since the email. The news is on constantly, different channels on every TV on the second floor of the bar, all muted. The UA press conference earlier this afternoon, with President Mike, Nedzu, and 13 facing off against hordes of salivating reporters, had to scramble to cover the article about Mineta as well as the league's infiltration. Izuku can hear the glorious chorus of outraged emails from parents. He knows that even Momo's mother and father will be among them, in the way that 13 placatingly assures reporters that Mineta's expulsion has already been processed in light of the accusations, and Izuku sees the hornet's nest drop in slow motion as a cry rises up in blogs and newsreels around the world. Accusations? The girls were terrified to change for PE. Sometimes, everyone pulls up popcorn to watch and laugh as UA dodges the rain of fire. They are starting to see the outline of the bomb, starting to hear the echoes of it tick, 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 tick. Still, they shush and scatter when Izuku enters the room. They feign seriousness. Izuku wants to vomit. His muscles burn, his head pounds. Every day is another beating, even if he can usually go to bed without a scratch. He's sitting at the bar. Kurogiri is cleaning glasses, Mostly everyone is upstairs watching the news. Hitoshi and Momo, as a nervous, unified front, came down a bit ago and asked Izuku if he's alright, and Izuku said he's fine. They asked why he's limping and he told them he stubbed his toe. They didn't believe him. Izuku didn't expect them to. But they didn't push it. They dropped it and exchanged a skittish look and crept back upstairs like the sound of their footsteps might offend him. Now it's just Izuku and Kurogyari. Izuku appreciates that Kurogyari doesn't have enough self-awareness to be scared. He barely has enough self-awareness to follow orders, even if he's intelligent. Izuku is sure he's only been kind. He's sure, so why is the only person left near him a man who was created from a hodgepodge of genetics and programmed not to feel anything but a nebulous paternity for Shigaraki Tamura? There's a knock at the door. There shouldn't be. Nobody should know this bar is occupied. Kurogyari steps toward the door, but Izuku waves him off and goes for the door himself. He's ready to fight. He's ready to tell Kurogyari to warp everyone to their designated rendezvous point. He's ready to do what needs done to make sure that everyone else gets out safe, even if it means abandoning his plans. Everyone being alive is more important. He has a butter knife in his hand when he peels the door open. He drops it immediately so he can catch Shudo, who is bleeding and mottled with bruises and collapsing before Izuku's very eyes. It's just like his dream, and Shudo is unconscious and shivering, and Izuku can't help it and he sobs. "Shudo," he whispers. Kurogyari stops cleaning glasses and wanders from the room. Izuku curses his biologically designed callousness. Shudo needs help. Shudo, more lifeless than he's ever been in Izuku's arms, curls in on himself a bit. "I didn't know where else to go," he murmurs. His throat is wrecked, his voice scratches in his throat and his breathing bruises his diaphragm. He didn't take the press conference well. Shudo doesn't need to clarify who he is. "I'm sorry, Shudo," Izuku whispers. I'm sorry, I should have known he would. I should have known better." "Don't cry, Izuku," Shudo rasps. "This is the first time I've had," he cuts off, coughing around his bruised trachea, "had somewhere to go." Izuku cries harder. "Shudo?" It's Momo, coming from behind Izuku. She and Hitoshi both rush forward, and they're on their knees next to Izuku in a moment. "What happened to you?" Momo asks. "His dad," Dabi says, inching down the stairs. He looks horrified, like he's forgotten, after so many years, how bad it was. In the excitement of the moment, everyone forgets to ask why Dabi knows that. Shudo tries to stand up, embarrassed to be this vulnerable in front of anyone else, but Izuku holds him too close to get his feet under him. Kurogyari returns to the room last, carrying the biggest first aid kit the hero students have ever seen. "I have decent medicinal skill," Kurogyari says softly. "I can treat him." Izuku nods, and he releases Shudo, and Shudo stands up, stumbles, and the whole league leans in to catch him, but it's Izuku who gets one arm and Momo who gets the other, and together they help him to a booth, and Kurogyari starts attending to each little injury with a gentleness typically reserved for soft-hearted parents, not criminal mastermind caretakers. "Thank you," Izuku whispers. Kurogyari just nods. Shudo's sleeping mind replays yesterday again and again and again. Going home from the dorms. Fuyumi and dinner. Natsuo and one round, cut short, of a video game Shudo had never seen before. The press conference must have happened sometime around then, but Shudo didn't see it. Father trying to kill him in the kitchen, not even training, he just tried to kill Shudo. Then Fuyumi and Natsuo, panicking and enraged, had iced father into the floor long enough for Shudo to run away. 20 minutes later, with Shudo halfway to the league's bar, Fuyumi had texted that she and Natsuo were going to hide at her girlfriend's house for a few days. Shudo texted back that he had somewhere to go, and then his phone turned off as father deactivated it, and Shudo threw it into a bush. In the dreams, sometimes Shudo is Fuyumi, icing father to the floor with rage as hot as coals in his blood, and then his blood boils too hot and the ice melts, and Shudo, as Fuyumi, watches father kill him in third person. Sometimes Shudo is himself, and Fuyumi and Natsuo never get their courage up, and father really does kill him. Sometimes he is father, beating himself to death until blood splashes around his ankles. Sometimes Shudo can feel his dying breath leave his lips with an apology to Izuku for leaving him alone. And then Shudo wakes up, panting, and Izuku shushes him and he falls back asleep. Shudo doesn't find consciousness for more than long enough to hear the echoes of his screams until Saturday's early afternoon. He wakes up when the door to the room he's in opens, and Hitoshi slips in. He smiles. "We've got to thank you," he whispers, and Shudo isn't sure why he's whispering. This is the most he's slept since he got here. And Shudo turns to look, and Izuku is curled against Shudo's side in between the crisp sheets and puffy comforter. He understands the whispering now. Izuku looks horrible. Last night, Shudo had barely been lucid enough to knock, and he hadn't seen the deep, bruising circles under Izuku's eyes or the greasy, unwashed hair or the line of bruising trailing from his pulse point to his collarbone. He points at the bruise, and Hitoshi shrugs. "We're not sure," he says. "He won't tell us. He's been getting real up in his own head all kinds of secrets. He's getting money from somewhere, but he won't say where." Shudo thinks about this, lips pressing into a thin line. His fingers brush absently through Izuku's hair, along his cheekbone, under his jaw. Hitoshi squats next to the mattress. "We've all been waiting for you two to wake up. Well, other than the screams, nobody was super excited about those." Hitoshi stops, looks at Shudo, realizes what he's said. "Sheet, my bad." Shudo shakes his head. It explains why his throat hurts too much to talk. "Toga insisted on cake to celebrate you joining, so Kurogyari and Twice and Toga are making that right now, and Compress and Momo are gonna frost it. Me and Shigaraki and Dabi are keeping an eye on the news." Shudo nods, wincing a little. Mineta had been excused from class and sent home the moment UA staff became aware of the article, and he was expelled by the end of class on Friday. Nobody was especially sad to see him go. He wonders if his disappearance will make any waves in class. Will anyone mourn his leaving? Hitoshi's squat turns into a sit next to the mattress on the floor. He peeks around Shudo's bandaging. Shudo doesn't remember who did the bandaging. Maybe Kurogyari? He remembers soft wisps of black smoke near his face. Now he's covered almost head to toe. He's in new clothes too, Izuku's shirt and pants. Even if most of the damage had been superficial, just bruising and scrapes, it feels nice to be swaddled. What happened?" Hitoshi asks. "You weren't really, conscious when you got here. And Izuku went catatonic pretty much, so we couldn't get anything out of him either." "Izuku," Shudo's voice hardly breathes around the name. He coughs, and it burns, and his eyes water, which all makes him cough more, and Hitoshi turns around and hands him a water bottle and Shudo drinks it. His throat still singes with pain, but the coughing stops. He tries again at a whisper, "Izuku okay?" Hitoshi frowns at Shudo, looks at Izuku and frowns deeper. "You want to head downstairs? You're probably starving after, 20 hours of sleep." Shudo nods, if only because it's clear Hitoshi won't answer with Izuku here, even if he's asleep. Shudo kisses the crown of Izuku's head and gets his legs under him, feeling feeble, and Hitoshi ends up having to help him get upright. It's mortifying, Shudo's weakness. He shrugs off Hitoshi's hand on his arm and walks to the door on his own. He gets down the stairs, even though something in his chest is screaming at him to stop and sit. He joins the league in the bar, and there's a collective cheer, and Momo gives him a hug that feels wrenching, even though she's trying to be gentle. Without prompting, Kurogyari slides a steaming mug across the bar to him, and Shudo takes a sip. It's bitter and he can't help but curl his lip. It has herbs that aid healing processes in the body, Kurogyari tells him. And the lemon and honey should soothe your throat. Shudo blinks. Nods. Sips. He hadn't known Kurogyari to be this thoughtful. Sips again. Everyone is waiting to talk to them, and Shudo knows he doesn't have the volume in his voice to speak over them right now, so he asks quickly, "What's wrong with Izuku?" Nobody had expected that question. Shudo can tell because everyone suddenly looks uncomfortable. Even Toga shuffles back and forth in place, and a tick seizes both of Twice's shoulders before forcing a wordless shout out of his mouth. Nobody can meet Shudo's eyes or the one eye that isn't swollen shut. Frustration begins piling into anger in Shudo's fingertips, frosting them with lacy ice. Dabi is the one who says, Alright, okay, don't freeze your arm off about it, he's fine. Shudo raises his unswollen eyebrow. Dabi amends, okay, so he's not, like, great, but he's not dead either. We'll call it a win. Twice, hands covered in cake batter and mask dusted with flour, offers, he doesn't tell us much, traitor. We don't really know what to tell you. And his smile, Momo starts to say and then trails off. She shivers just a little. Shudo wants to strangle her for it. Izuku's smile out of every reaction to have. She shivers at Izuku's smile. Dude, seriously, off with the ice or I'm coming over there to personally burn your arm, Dabi says. Shudo's ice has started branching out in sharp hooks over the bar's countertop. He lifts it pointedly and shakes it out, and the ice on the bar starts to melt. But Shudo remembers something and he looks at Momo and Hitoshi and he says, what's wrong with his smile? He doesn't bother asking the rest of the league, they won't know any better. Hitoshi shrugs. Momo answers, it's, well, how to say? It doesn't look like a smile, Toga interrupts, he just stretches his face like this, and she pulls on her face and shows her teeth. Shudo knows that face. Has he been squinting a lot? He rasps, takes another sip of tea. Spending a lot of time in the dark? He only ever goes out at night now, why? Magna says. Shudo's frustration builds in his fingertips, but it doesn't stoke itself into anger, and the frost doesn't trickle from his skin. Migraines, he whispers. Huh. Shigaraki says from his corner booth. Migraines, Shudo hisses and takes another long sip of tea. Izuku gets stress migraines, he only makes that face when he's trying to push through them. Oh my gods, Momo says, looking appropriately guilty. I didn't know. Hitoshi slaps a palm to his forehead. You're right, he says. He'd get migraines when we trained too. I never connected that sheet. What are migraines? Asks Twice. You're a whole-ass grown man, Jean, Magna says, sounding almost horrified by the ignorance. Twice shrugs, visibly trying to tamp down a tic. It comes out a few seconds later anyway. They're headaches, Kurogyari says simply. Shudo makes a face, and it pulls on a few bruises so he stops making it. They're similar to headaches. My mother gets them, Momo says. The pain is accompanied by sensory sensitivity, nausea, and other potential symptoms. Toga makes a face Shudo can't decipher. Do they make you dizzy and angry? She asks. Momo tells her those are possibilities. Compress asks Toga why she's asking. Toga shrugs shyly. I didn't know, she says. I thought everyone had that stuff with their headaches sometimes. Shigaraki looks ready to make a snide comment, but the walls creak as a suffocating wind whistles a low tone and Izuku is suddenly next to Shudo at the bar. Shudo does not know this, but this is the first time anybody has seen Izuku use his quirk since joining the league. Everyone is staring. Izuku's eyes are melting with tears. You were gone, he says as if he's not about to cry. I didn't want to wake you up, Shudo says. Just about everyone else in the bar visibly has something to say, but Shudo ignores them. Let them carry their own weight for a minute. But Izuku notices, even encumbered as he is with that migraine hammering behind his eyes, Shudo can tell Izuku still notices everyone else, and he esses his tears in, and Shudo wants to scream. Let him cry, please, let him cry. Instead, Izuku wavers on his feet, minutely, and brings a hand to Shudo's cheek, staring at the eye that's swollen shut. I'm gonna kill Endeavor, he whispers. Who? Yes, Dabi cheers. Shudo glares, and Dabi sticks out his middle finger, and Izuku reiterates that he hadn't meant it, the plan hasn't changed, they're not actually killing Endeavor, and Dabi says, dude, no takebacks. We will not be killing Endeavor, Izuku repeats, dark and almost feral. Dabi stills. Momo and Hitoshi both flinch. The room petrifies. They're scared of him. They're scared of Izuku. Shudo does not know how to fix this. Izuku does not want to be feared, and Shudo knows this. But when you see someone struggling alone against whitewater rapids and succeeding, it's hard not to be afraid either for him or of him. Shudo is scared for Izuku because he can see his shoes slipping off under him. Everyone else, apparently, is scared of him, seeing only that frothing, violent water he is fighting. Shudo does all he can think to, His fingers go to Izuku's temples, where he knows they will be at their best use, and he rubs gentle little circles there. As Shudo knew he would, Izuku melts into him, letting his expression go slack and his muscles go limp and leaning all his weight on Shudo's chest immediately. Shudo, who has more bruises on his left leg than he really wants to admit to, leans back against the bar to support both their weight. The petrification has melted, and now everyone laughs, nervously at first, and Hitoshi says, "He's like a demon cat." Izuku heaves out a sigh and relaxes further. Shudo smiles too. "My bad guy," Dabi says, and if he says it with a laugh, like he had been joking all along, his pride can handle it. "But, Izuku, you should have told us if you were having migraines." Momo says. She's already typing frantically on her phone. Shudo isn't sure what she's looking for. And Twice nods. "We could have done something for you." Izuku struggles to get his legs under him enough to stand up straight and look at everyone, but he's still clenching his eyes shut against the dim bulbs lighting the bar, so he's still leaning against Shudo when he says, "But you're all scared of me." For about half a second, Shudo thinks that Izuku is right, and that they are scared of his love who needs help getting things from high shelves, and who cries when his mom texts that she loves him. The silence of the room for that half of a second convinces Shudo and he is ready to raise them to ashes, but then Toga says, "I'm not scared." And Shigaraki says, "Scared of you?" And soon everyone is agreeing that they were never scared of Izuku. "You were being scary," Hitoshi says, "but I wasn't scared of you." It's an important distinction to make. And Shudo's shoulders relax and he acknowledges that his love is not alone here, that Shudo did not leave him alone here. It was just a migraine. It was just a migraine. By Monday morning, Shudo is more settled in. Momo has even made him a new costume. It's sleek and it's got pockets and it's made of carbon fiber and Kevlar. Hitoshi donated some pajama pants, because he's taller than Izuku and they fit better, but Toga donated a pajama shirt because neither Hitoshi nor Izuku brought enough extra to have any to let Shudo borrow. So Shudo stumbles down to breakfast wearing laser-eyed cat pajama pants and a moth-bitten pink sweater. All his pajamas at home are silk and dry-cleaned weekly, but this is way more comfortable. Shudo may be an early riser, but Kurojairi is up even before him, already scratching breakfast out of some eggs and meat and flour or something. Shudo sits down at the bar and watches. He had woken Izuku up, briefly, before letting his head fall back to the pillow, to let him know he'd be downstairs. The whole league, recent defectors included, were being much kinder to Izuku now that they knew he was just in pain, not having a full-blown psychotic break. The only person with a stick still up there but is Dabi, who has literally run from the room to avoid being alone with Shudo 4 times in the past 2 days. Toga has fully adopted Shudo, and she's insisted on sharing her stuff with Shudo every opportunity she's had since he got here. Sweaters, snacks, her personal bacitracin cream. Do people usually have personal tubes of bacitracin? Magna and Compress and Twice are all doing their best to accommodate another littler person, but they're settling for lots of hands on shoulders and flat, awkward smiles. Shigaraki and Kurojairi act as if Shudo has been here all along, quipping angrily at him for standing in one spot too long or including his portion in breakfast every morning, respectively. Izuku has hardly been awake. He made valiant attempts all of yesterday, but Toga and Hitoshi and Momo and Magna and Twice all came in at various points in the day to shove Izuku and Shudo back into their mattress on the floor with various implorations to just rest, for FS sake, to quote Hitoshi. Shudo has never been told to just rest before. He wasn't entirely sure how to complete their assignment, but he did his best and he held Izuku close to help his heart relax, and the two of them somehow managed to sleep the day away. Kurojairi deposits some pancakes, a fried egg, and 2 slices of bacon onto a plate and slides it to Shudo. He says, "Your eye is healing nicely. Still no fluid in your lungs?" Kurojairi has been checking on Shudo periodically. He was worried that one of Shudo's bruised ribs might have fractured or broken and punctured his lung, but Shudo wasn't comfortable letting Kurojairi, or anyone else, for that matter, touch his ribs, and Kurojairi didn't coax any further than the occasional check-in. "No fluid," Shudo replies. "Thank you." The next downstairs is Compress, followed shortly by Momo. They yawn around their mouthfuls of breakfast, and slowly, Slowly, the rest of the league sinks down the stairs with the air of drenched leaves in a fountain. When Izuku comes down, he sits next to Shudo and presses a kiss to his temple. "I can see your pretty eye again," he murmurs. "How's your ankle?" "Pretty much good, thanks to Toga's bacitracin." "Told you," she mumbled from a booth seat at the bar. "Call me Himiko. Get it? Himiko." Then, "Thank you, Himiko." And Himiko giggles and returns to almost face-planting into her syrup. "Izuku." "Please don't use that voice." Izuku groans half-heartedly. "It's too early for this." Momo asks, "Too early for what?" Izuku answers, "That's Shudo's serious voice." "No, I call bullshit," Shigaraki says, still chewing. "There's no way you can tell the way he said that just now from any other time he said your name." Magna and Twice laugh at him, and Izuku ignores him to ask Shudo, "What is it, my dearest?" Dabi nms, "It's too early for your FINGPDA," and he is also ignored. Shudo says, "Your plan is going well." "Hell FING it is," Hitoshi says. "The internet is ripping UA to shreds for allowing Mineta to keep attending despite all the shit he was pulling." Momo is suddenly garnering a lot more sympathy. A slight ripple carries through the bar as everyone, other than Momo herself, who had been told this is what would happen, realizes that Izuku knew this would happen. It stills Hitoshi in his excited tracks. Shudo nods. "But what about after?" "After?" Shigaraki echoes. He hadn't been who Shudo was speaking to, and he knows that. It sounds wistful on such a barbed tongue. Shudo looks Izuku in the eye, where he knows Izuku can't lie to him. "After all of this? After the point has been made? I know you can't tell us the plan, but what happens to us after we're done here?" Izuku taps the counter of the bar with 2 scarred fingers. Thinking. "I have planned that far ahead," he responds slowly. "Nobody here will be going to prison." "What does that mean?" Momo asks softly. Magna says, "How can you keep a gal like me out of prison?" Jean seconds that. Dabi doesn't even say anything, just watches the bar like a cornered rat. "I have a plan, and you will all be taken care of," Izuku says. Compress, the oldest person present, feels his brow wrinkle and thinks to himself that a child should never have to say that to a room of full-grown adults. He thinks about how Izuku hasn't even gotten to his full height yet. He thinks about Izuku's mother, and what a fearsome thing she must be. To have raised this child, whoever she is, and how she might still have a doorframe where she is keeping track of how many centimeters he grows every year. He's only 15. Pro hero Miruko doesn't get as much action as she'd like on patrols. She's got thighs that can crush a skull and arms that can hole punch a sternum though, so she gets why the villains are too scared to come out and fight, but she wishes they'd consider how FANG bored she gets. Hole punching a sternum would liven up the day a little. But no, they would all prefer to wait until a tamer hero is on patrol and leave Rumi to kick rocks around gutters. Sometimes a cute girl asks for an autograph, but that's as eventful as most days get. It FINGSEKS. She's at the corner of Titan and H Street, and she casts a passing glance down an errant alleyway. It's a dead end, just a spot to put restaurant dumpsters and homeless people, and Miruko's job is fighting villains, not displacing homeless people, but she gives it a good once-over just in case. She wouldn't put it past a villain to hide amongst the trash and the homeless to fly under the radar. And this distraction is why she is caught off guard by a civilian scream from out on the main road. 2 kids, a blonde one and a black-haired one, both in school uniforms, are sprinting away from a black portal dripping villains out onto the asphalt. One, Miruko knows, Dabi. He sizes her up with ash falling out from his fingertips. The other one is smaller, younger, a 2-toned kid. He looks familiar, but Miruko can't place from where. But if 2 villains on her patrol day? And at least one from the League? Oh, it's FNG Christmas. Miruko bolts forward. It's time to punch some holes in some sternums. She zeroes in on the short one first. He's an unknown variable and she'd like to take him out of the equation. One kick to the head before anyone has time to react, and you'd think villains would have better FING reaction times, and the brat will be on the ground wishing he'd never decided to dabble in villainy. But the taller one, who isn't just partially purple, he's scarred partially purple, She realizes as she closes in, jumps in the way and takes her kick to barred arms, knocking his little sidekick to the ground behind him. The kid's deer in the headlights look as unmistakable, even as Miruko hops back to dodge a wall of blue flame. The kid didn't think Dabi would protect him. Which makes sense to Miruko because Dabi is a villain, why would he protect some kid? Villains unmistakably believe only in survival of the fittest, they don't exactly nurture protégés. So, to Miruko, it makes perfect sense that Dabi would leave the kid to take her kick. But he didn't. And, even more confusing, the kid seems surprised about being protected. There are layers that Miruko doesn't have time to peel back here and now. Not with the wall of flames starting to dissipate. The villains are tensed and ready. Dabi's scars have torn at the edges, and blood is dripping to the ground, where the rivulets sizzle into a dark stain. The kid is watching it too, and Miruko now has a strategy. Dabi will protect that kid. It helps that the kid is a FING space cadet. She goes for the head again with a well-aimed kick, and she expects Dabi to protect again, but instead Miruko's right leg meets a wall of ice that traps her at the ankle. She expects to feel the crack of a bone in two, but her body is reliable and her left leg braces her against the ice. With a jump back on her left leg, she swings back with rabbit kick force and smashes the ice, carrying the kick through toward the kid, who is entirely off guard. Or so she thinks, but when he dodges, she's unprepared and her leg smashes through the brick wall of a restaurant, sending the civilians inside who had been watching with phones recording to social media scattering and screaming from the presumed safety of the building. She disregards them. She didn't kick anyone, and the damage is done. Her safety fund through the commission will pay for the damages. That's all she can do now. Dabi and the villain kid are on the other side of the street now. Miruko realizes she's been distracted for a few seconds at least, and neither Dabi nor the, apparently at least somewhat capable, kid have touched her. They've had the chance. Miruko knows Dabi's stats. He could have incinerated her in a few seconds from 30 feet away. And the kid's ice could have her up to the neck by now. They're planning something, but for now they're low in their fighting stances. Dabi's still got a steady drip of blood from both arms, and the kid's got a nasty scrape on the side of his face, probably a brick or something from the restaurant. Either way, they've both taken a hit, and Miruko is unharmed, and now they're prioritizing some plot over a quick opportunity hit on her. A shiver of animal instinct runs up Miruko's spine, and her ears cast wildly around, searching for a sound from whoever is watching her. But they pick up nothing, and Miruko isn't taking her eyes off two plotting villains in the middle of the fight. The kid charges this time, with Dabi's flames on his tail and then forking off to surround him and Miruko. Then there's red flames with the blue, and for FS sake the kid has two quirks? With quarters this close, Miruko can see that this kid has a nasty red scar on his face too. Nice face, she spits. She doesn't mean it. She doesn't care who has what scars, but she wants him to forget whatever plan he has, and a personal jab like that will get under anyone's skin. But he doesn't react. He wraps his fist in ice and slams it toward her face, missing by a hair. He says, "Thanks, my mom made it for me." Which is just an absolute conversation stopper. But Miruko still needs to throw him off his rhythm, so she tries again. "Did she make you a villain too?" But again he's unperturbed. As if this is some business transaction, not a red-blooded fight. He says, "No, my dad did that," and sends a trail of ice shooting from his foot, trapping Miruko on the other side with fire. But Miruko jumps away from both, outside of Dabi's ring of fire, and guns for Dabi instead. A kick misses Dabi's shoulder, where more of that scarring probably resides and will probably make any kick hurt way worse. Her foot collides instead with the concrete front of an apartment building, and the wall crumbles. She manages a punch to Dabi's face, which tears at the scarring there and sends him reeling back. The kid comes to the rescue, and his ice gets halfway up Miruko's calf, and she's quick to kick it off and turn and sucker punch the kid in the gut. And then the weirdest thing happens, and the kid just falls over. Just collapses. Miruko didn't hit him that hard. She knows she didn't. Her body is reliable, and she didn't hit a literal child villain, or not hard enough to make him fold in on himself like that. The kid vomits on the ground. Miruko wants to say she's proud of the hit, because it took a villain out so quickly. But he's a child, and she hit him, And now he's puking and curled up and he looks so small and she hardly realizes it when Dabi swoops around her and picks the kid up like an older brother, smearing blood all over both of their clothing. They're retreating, she realizes belatedly, and she spins to kick out Dabi's legs before he reaches that portal they're headed towards, but some green-haired kid steps out, the league's new figurehead Deku. She doesn't know much about him except that he was a UA student in his first year, before suddenly defecting to lead the league a few weeks ago, and he has an incredibly powerful quirk. Deku sprints to stand between Miruko and Dabi and takes the full force of her kick at a crouch without flinching. He shouts, "Hitoshi!" And then Miruko turns partially to find the new threat and another kid. Why is the league recruiting so many children? Standing a few feet away. Her fighting stance lowers slightly to accommodate a wider battlefield. Her ears twitch for the slightest indications of movement and then she hears, "What's the opposite of up?" And she grins sharply, holding back a laugh at the ridiculous question and replies, "Down, dipshit." And then her world blanks. Shoyuta replays the footage. The commission put together a comprehensive look at the fight after the headlines hit like another brick to the left temple. It's comprised of some of the many videos of the fight on social media. It's everywhere. A building collapsed, after all. The facts of it are that pro-hero Miruko was out on patrol. She encountered the villain Dabi and the recently defected Todoroki Shudo on H Street. They fought. She defeated both of them, taking no hits herself and sustaining significant damage to 2 buildings and minor damage to 3 more, and then the recently defected Deku and Shinsou Hitoshi arrived on the scene. Hitoshi activated his quirk on her and made her let the villains go before everyone disappeared into a portal made by the villain Kurogiri. By this time, pro-hero Kamui Woods arrived on the scene, just in time to save a damaged apartment building from collapsing from the load-bearing wall Miruko had destroyed earlier in the fight. It was a PR mess for several reasons. The first being that Miruko herself came out of this entirely uninjured. It was 4-on-1, and the league has never been shy about doing maximum damage. Regardless, everyone present took damage except Shinsou Hitoshi, who was only present for about 15 seconds, and Miruko. This would seem like a good thing, except for the fact that the most popular footage from the fight is when Miruko punched Todoroki in the gut and Todoroki collapsed immediately, vomiting and unable to stand, posted originally by @Bayheart288 on Instagram and reposted by dozens of larger accounts since, with the caption, "That's a child?" Like, sure, it's horrible villains are recruiting kids now, but didn't Miruko go overboard? The second issue is, of course, the massive structural damage. 3 civilians sustained incredibly minor injuries from falling debris at the family restaurant. Thanks to Kamui Woods, the apartment building didn't fall entirely, but the foundation crack will cost the building's owner hundreds of thousands of yen to rehouse the tenants and repair the building. Then there's the broken storefront window next to the restaurant. Plus, 2 buildings on either side of the apartment building sustained cracks in their front windows and some cosmetic damage. The third thing is that some of the civilians, led by the owner of the apartment building, are building a class action lawsuit against Miruko. She doesn't have an agency to back her either, so the commission is helping with the settlement costs to keep it as quiet as possible, but that's not very quiet at all. Even if the suit is going away, everyone knows about it. The damage is done. And the crux of it is something planted just for Shoyuta himself to find in this video footage. It's in the little things. The way Dabi responded to Miruko's instigating kick. He just let it hit him. He didn't dodge, despite definitely knowing it would tear at his scars. He could have pushed her back with his flames, the same way he kept Shoyuta at a distance during the training camp. But he didn't. He didn't use his quirk at all until he was already at a disadvantage, and he definitely wasn't using it as an active combat tool. And the way Todoroki's ice barely crept up Miruko's calf when he was apparently attempting to incapacitate her. In that same number of seconds, maybe less, Shoyuta has seen Todoroki encase an entire stadium with ice at the sports festival. The way Todoroki didn't even dodge the hits coming at him. The way his fighting style and stance were sloppier than Shoyuta has ever seen. Like Todoroki wasn't even trying. And the way Midoriya didn't use his quirk even once, even at the cost of taking the full force of Miruko's kick. Not that it's out of character for Midoriya to make his body pay his pipers. But Shoyuta has seen these kids fight. He has trained them how to fight. He has seen their tics, their habits, their flaws, their strengths. He knows how they fight. This is not it. Any one of them could have held their own against most pros, Miruko included. But they had her 4-1 and they turned tail and ran, sustaining maximum damage without putting a scratch on Miruko. And to Shoyuta, the explanation is clear as day. They weren't fighting her, they were baiting her. Shinsou's easy win was a dead giveaway. The only person giving their all in this fight was Miruko. Dabi, Todoroki, and Midoriya were all being half-butted at best, which makes no sense until Shinsou's effortless, last-minute win over her. They weren't fighting Miruko. Miruko was an actor they hired for a song to make a point. And they not only made it, they had the unintended benefit of the lawsuit against Miruko. Or maybe the lawsuit was intentional. Shoyuta wouldn't put it past Midoriya's intelligence to have started the lawsuit himself. Shoyuta suddenly has a chilling thought. He has been playing checkers with a kid who set up a 4D chess game. No, he hasn't even been a player. He's not even a pawn on the board. He's in the audience, watching over Midoriya's shoulder as he moves the pieces, and he has no clue what the endgame is. Hizashi's draping himself over his shoulder. He's home from the radio station, where Shoyuta knows they have been broadcasting updates about the lawsuit and social media breakout since yesterday. Shoyuta doesn't mean to say anything. He plans on patting Hizashi's hand, maybe a quick kiss, and then getting back to analyzing this footage. Nobody has asked him to, but Nedza gave him the flash drive with the footage on it anyway. Little Rodent didn't even say anything, just handed it to him after classes were finished today, hasn't said anything about it since either. Shoyuta doesn't have the energy to say anything, even for Hizashi. But when he opens his mouth to sigh, a sigh doesn't come out. Instead he says, "I couldn't keep my promise." To who? Hizashi asks, sitting next to Shoyuta on the couch, leaning into him. Hizashi knows Shoyuta has made many promises. Midoriya. At the UA infiltration, Shoyuta says, even though he really doesn't have the energy for this conversation. It's like a physical compulsion. He has to exorcise this from his lungs. He has to get it out. He told me to protect Todoroki from something. I couldn't figure out what. Now Todoroki's gone too and... Hizashi strokes through his hair. I know, he says. I miss them too, love. I failed again, Shoyuta whispers. I still don't know why Todoroki what I had to protect him from. You didn't fail, Hizashi says. I did. That's 4 of my kids, Zashi. I mean our kids, but... I know. It's okay. They're your kids. And they're gone. And it's on me. Have you seen the footage? Yeah. The station got a copy to report on. Dabi protected Todoroki. Why would he do that? It doesn't make sense. He doesn't care about Todoroki, does he? Does he? The footage makes a compelling argument that he does, the way he protected Todoroki multiple times, the way his first move on seeing Todoroki fall over was to scoop him up like a child and get him to safety. Even though his arms were dripping blood. And Izuku, will he have broken bones from that? He can't go to Recovery Girl now. What I wouldn't give to ask her to just. I know, Hizashi whispers, wiping Shuta's tears. I love them too. Inko is poring through local hospital records. She's desperate to find an anonymous person checking in with broken arms or ribs. Please. Anywhere. Any hospital at all. She needs to know someone is taking care of her baby. Or Shaochin. Physical descriptions, quirk descriptions, injury descriptions. Anything to say, here's your babies, they're okay, someone is taking care of them. Because right now, Inko can't. She doesn't even know where Izuku is. She can't slide his hair while he sleeps, and she can't give him pain relievers or make him rice porridge, and she wants to tear her fang hair out because she is dying. Her baby is hurt and she can't do anything, and she would give every breath left in her lifetime, every assurance of safety, every possession she has ever had, anything to trade places with him, to take his pain, to even just hug him and let him know that even if the whole world is against him, his mother is waiting with love for him to come home. She hasn't eaten since she saw the news broadcast yesterday. She went into her shift at the hospital last night, her eyes burning for a glimpse of green hair, two-toned hair, purple hair, purple scars, anyone who could tell her how her son is doing. She saw nothing. A string of toddlers and teenagers and office workers and the elderly with this year's brand of the flu, some drunk and disorderly fallout, an old man who fell out of bed, a stomachache, and a broken leg on a kid falling out of a tree trying to get her cat down. She's running on fumes and panic and whatever hormones come specific to motherhood. And there's nothing. She has looked at every patient's intake paperwork in the past 24 hours from her hospital, the neighboring area's hospital, and every hospital Izuku could have conceivably gone to. She has scanned every FNG file, every physical description, every quirk entry box, every injury assessment, everything. And nothing. Izuku never went to a hospital. Neither did Shudo. Or that boy with the purple skin. They never went to the hospital. Inko sinks deeper into her dining room chair, pushing the papers on the table aside so she doesn't have to look at Suzuki Yuki, 29, brain hemorrhage, Inoue Hana, 98, ORL cancer, Takano Go, 51, alcohol poisoning, Watanabe Nona, 4, hazardous quirk manifestation. There's a knock at the front door. It's probably Detective Ishikawa back for more questions. Every time Izuku has made a public appearance, the man wants to run the whole line of questioning again. Have you seen your son since? Did you know about? Can you tell us? No. Inko can't tell him anything. Even if she wanted to. Which she doesn't. She hopes Ishikawa's job is a wild goose chase and that he finds nothing and Izuku gets to come home without issue because her son is not a criminal, goddammit. But there's another knock at the front door, so Inko scrubs at her eyes, pulls her bun around a little tighter, straightens the scrubs she hasn't yet changed out of, and goes to open the door. She does not immediately recognize him, but after searching his haggard expression for a moment she recognizes the man from the press conference all those months ago, Izuku's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. If he wasn't out of breath, with red-rimmed eyes and a pinch between his brows, she would have slammed the door in his face. But he is, so he holds her attention. She doesn't open the door any wider though. She lets him stand in the chilled air on her doorstep. The first thing he says is, "I fought your son. When the league infiltrated UA last week I fought him. He was distracting me." Inko feels the rage boiling, and she narrows her eyes to keep it from seeping out there. "No. I watched that press conference," and she has to hiss, "The one you didn't bother showing up to." Izuku gave a speech to his classmates about quirk discrimination and the failure of the schools. That was Toga Himiko disguised as Izuku, Aizawa says. He's impressively stone-faced for a man so clearly falling apart. Izuku was across campus keeping me in my office. Why wasn't that in the press conference? Inko asks. She can feel the dam keeping the boiling at bay fracturing with the chill of fear. Aizawa doesn't miss Inko's unasked question. Why did no one tell me? He says, "It was..." His voice cracks. Inko feels her brows furrow, but can't identify the corresponding emotion. It might be sympathy. It might be confusion. It might be more anger. It was kept confidential to save face for the school. And the dam snaps in the middle. Inko wipes a tear that has slipped past the dam. The chill of the outside world dries the wet track the tear left. She would tell Aizawa to get the hell off her doorstep if he wasn't a mirror right now. She opens the door wider. She invites him in. She sits him at her dining room table and she doesn't bother shuffling the papers into an organized stack, because she doesn't care to make herself presentable for the man who is part of the system that failed her son so spectacularly, and because she thinks the papers might ease some of his guilt because he'll know that he isn't the only one who failed him. She makes him tea because she was already making a cup for herself and because it's a habit to be accommodating to Izuku's teachers when they came to her with fictitious problems they expected her to solve. She gives him the tea. He takes it without looking up at her because he's too busy reading about Yamada Junko, 15, self-harm and suicidal ideation. Yamada Junko has NA written in her quirk identification box. Quirkless. He stares at that while Inko settles herself across from him at the table. Aizawa, isn't it? Call me Shoyuda. Shoyuda then. How old are you? 30. You don't look 30. I'm not aging well. I didn't say you looked older. I let this happen, Shoyuda suddenly snaps. To Midoriya. To your son. To Todoroki and Yaoyorozu and Shinsou, it's my fault. Inko considers this. Shoyuta is a whole decade younger than her. A grown man, yes, but from where she sits, how young? She was rocking Izuku to sleep as a baby when this man was 15. Even now, a grown man, he seems so small to her, or maybe she's projecting because Izuku seemed so grown up on the news, taking blows she knows he could dodge. But Shoyuta is still going. When Izuku confronted me at the UA infiltration, he told me something was happening to Todoroki. He made me promise to stop it, but I couldn't even figure out what it was, and now Todoroki is gone and they're both hurt. He breathes. He manages to soldier up and put that stone face back on, even inside where it's warmer. I failed them all. Inko feels some pressure release from the dam. That crack from earlier, the single oceanic tear that escaped the boiling reservoir, has lowered the surface pressure to something manageable. She sips her tea, leans her head on her hand. Do you know what I found interesting about that article Izuku put out last week? Article? About my Neta Minoru. Shoyuta seems surprised to hear that Izuku wrote it. It never did have a stated author, so Inko supposes it's fair. Shoyuta isn't a literature teacher, and he doesn't seem the kind to assign busywork essays, but Inko has been reading her son's essays for 10 years now, and she knows what he sounds like in writing. Still, Shoyuta puts it together fast enough. He wrote it, and sold it to Japan's largest news outlet, who ran it faster than anything, because UA was already weak. Inko finishes. She's no genius, not like Izuku, but when the puzzle pieces are lying all over the floor like that, even a normal person can put it together, given time. You know what was interesting though, Shoyuta? And Shoyuta shakes his head. And Inko answers, you weren't in it. Nobody at the bar of the League of Villains was angry or shocked at how the fight with Miruko turned out. Nobody screamed at Izuku for the way Shudo folded like a card table after the poker's finished, or the way Dabi's scars had torn open at all the edges, or the way Izuku's entire midsection and arms were mottled purple and dappled black. No, this was all according to plan. The first step was dropping off Himiko and Momo around the corner. They would draw attention to the situation, they would be obvious, and they would be loud, and they would be civilians because they were wearing disguises and makeup. Two high school girls whose most noticeable features are their hair color? Nobody would look twice at them, and facial recognition wouldn't catch them because the cameras won't be rolling. They are the directors calling action. Step 2 is when Kurogiri deposits Shudo and Dabi on the pavement, directly next to the Takenaga family traditional Japanese cuisine restaurant. The portal is to be as big as possible, but is not to touch any building or person, not even the ground. Once Shudo and Dabi are in position, they are to take up fighting stances but not approach pro-hero Miruko. They are crew members setting up props as the cameras begin to roll. Step 3 is when all the props fall into place. Dabi and Shudo can both take a hit, their father ensured that, so the harder part is the performance of weakness. Their goal is to throw this fight but make it look real. They need to take these hits on purpose and in visible ways, but they need to make it seem like Miruko is just that strong. It's hard because even at their best, this would be an even matchup. She's not the number 5 pro hero for nothing. They could genuinely die, or be maimed, if they don't pull this off just right. But they get their bloody makeup on and fall in as set pieces themselves. Izuku is the choreographer. He is sitting on the roof of a nearby department store with binoculars over his eyes and a communication earpiece in his ear. Dabi, surround her with fire. Shudo, go in close. Don't dodge this one, dodge that. Make sure you're positioned in front of the load-bearing wall. The civilians will be fine. We tipped off Kamui Woods 36 seconds ago. His quirk is best suited to keep the building up long enough to get everyone out. Shudo, play up the injuries a bit. Yes, just like that. Perfect, darling. Dabi, extraction. Kurogiri, warp me down to cover their escape. Hitoshi, your turn. We're done here, let's go. Hitoshi's job, of course, is to end the scene. He is the star of the show and a prop. He saves the day at the last second, preventing Miruko from damaging any more buildings and protecting his friends from getting any more hurt. His role is the most important and the shortest. Dabi understands all this, but it doesn't stop him from taking all the hits meant for Shudo, doesn't stop him from scooping Shudo into his arms a half a second before Izuku calls the signal, doesn't stop him from holding Shudo close to him like a child. And why is Shudo still so small? Dabi never expected his fraternal instincts to still be alive and kicking. But the moment they're through the portal and everyone is collapsed into boots around the bar, and it's safe to break character, Dabi ignores the way his stapled stitching screams and checks on Shudo, who is already pulling himself together to check on Izuku. Izuku, are you alright? Are either of you alright? Dabi shouts, and the pitch and timbre of his emotion surprises him. He tries to rein it in, but the adrenaline still runs at a frigid, shivering pace in his veins. Magna is carrying half of the medical supplies Momo has spent the past few minutes producing, and she snaps, "Will all three of you worry about yourselves? Dabi, I am not stapling you back together, you need stitches." Professional stitches, Jean enunciates, one arm spasming in a tick that stretches out his neck. He's nervous. He only has the right arm ticks when he's really nervous. "I'm fine," Dabi says. "I've torn my scars stretching my arms, it's no big deal." Jin's neck still twitches twice, and Magna's forehead is still creased, so he adds, "Doesn't even hurt. Just bleeds a lot," and they seem to buy that. It's mostly true anyway. Compress and Kurogiri come in next, each laden with even more of Momo's medical supplies. Momo's gotta be starving after all that. "Tamura!" Dabi shouts. "Tell the medical surplus factory we're overstocked on shipment." A few seconds later, Tamura shuffles in, followed by an absolutely distressed Momo, and Himiko fretting up a storm too. Kurogiri is already setting to work with the scrape on Shudo's face, and Shudo is making lumps of ice to cover both his and Izuku's torsos, while Compress and Magna wrap the ice in plastic and fabric before ace bandaging them to the boys. Jean is too shaky and Himiko is too green and Tamura is too much of an a-hole to help. The moment Izuku is laying flat on his back on the floor, covered in ice, Magna and Compress move on to Dabi. "No, I'm fine. Help Izuku with those knees, he looks like he's been skinned for 3 hours." "Shut the F up," Izuku mumbles half-heartedly. He's wheezing a little. Probably he shouldn't be wheezing, right? Even Shudo's not wheezing. "Kurogiri," Dabi whines, milking the sympathy in those hazy golden eyes for all he can, "will you check on our fearless leader's lungs? I think he has taken consumption." Then, to Izuku he says, "Hey fearless leader, mind doing a wafly little cough for the crowd?" Izuku flips him the bird and does not rise from the floor. Magna grabs both sides of Dabi's face, the only stitches that didn't tear, it seems. "Will you hold still so I can stitch you up?" Dabi is tempted to tell her to F off, but Compress adds, "Or we'll tell Jean and Tamura to hold you down." Jean gives one thumbs up and one thumbs down, before quickly switching the thumbs down to a thumbs up, and Tamura grins and poses maliciously. Dabi grumbles and allows himself to be subjected to their attentions. After a few more minutes, Kurogiri finishes up on Shudo and Izuku and starts on Dabi, who has been cleaned and disinfected by Magna and Compress. It takes the better part of an hour to get Dabi all stitched up and, truthfully, once the epinephrine has been power washed out by norepinephrine, he naps through most of it, and when he wakes up several hours later, tucked into his mattress, who put him in his room, his skin feels more like a part of him than it has in years. The wonders of having medical supplies. Dabi will have to find some way to thank Momo without looking like he's thanking her. Or maybe he should do away with the charade altogether. Almost everyone sees through it now. While he's at it, why doesn't he admit to Shudo that they're brothers? This will all go swimmingly and nothing will turn out poorly, of course. Shudo will take to the dead brother being alive and villainous calmly and happily, and nobody will be surprised or disgusted by Dabi showing bare-faced affection, and pigs will spontaneously grow wings and fly away from their farms. Oh, none of that. Dabi needs water. He swings himself upright despite crushing exhaustion and ambles downstairs. And why the F? Is Izuku awake after everyone else? This kid should be resting, even if he can't sleep. Why is he fully dressed and typing up what seems to be a email? But Dabi has a public persona to portray, so he just continues with getting a glass of tap water and asks, Casually, like Izuku hasn't been able to see right through him since he got here. Isn't it past your bedtime? You've never killed anyone, right? Izuku asks. He sounds exhausted. He's still wheezing a little. His eyes are deep-set and bruised-looking. Dabi freezes. He almost drops his glass of water. That's a effing bizarre question. After taking a slow sip of water, Dabi replies, "No. I haven't." Izuku sighs and types some more into that email. "That's good. Makes my job a lot easier." "Who are you emailing?" Dabi asks again, trying to deflect the pressure. Izuku clicks a button and snaps the laptop shut. "Nobody." Dabi doesn't point out that you don't write out an email to never send it. Izuku might be 15, but he probably knows that. Instead, Dabi sits a few stools away at the counter of the bar. "Don't you think someone might find us here?" "I'm handling it," Izuku replies evenly. Dabi hadn't meant to make him reply that. He hadn't meant to make a kid shorter than Shudo, shorter. Shudo is already a pipsqueak. What the F-dash, carry so much? He didn't mean it like that. He just meant to change the subject from something so heavy. Dabi takes a sip of water to chase the guilt burning down through his trachea. He can't take it back. He can't take it from him. He can't redistribute the weight Izuku has decided to carry. He can only trust that Izuku is, in fact, handling it. He can't do anything more than that. He tries to change the subject again. "Hey, during that fight earlier, you could have dodged that hit. Then it would have hit you and Shudo." "No, but I mean like you got that powerful quirk or whatever. One flick of your fingers and Maruko would have gone flying back." Izuku recoils at that. "How strange. She wouldn't have even been hurt," Dabi adds, and is confused when it doesn't alleviate Izuku's tense posture. "Would have been a clean getaway, and you wouldn't be wheezing like that." "I'm not wheezing," Izuku snaps, and tries to make it sound like he's not lying. Dabi puts his hands up. "I'm not fighting you, kid. Just wondering." It works. Izuku deflates. He sets his head on the counter. I don't want to use his quirk to destroy what he built." Dabi is tempted to ask. There are lots of openings for questions in there. More openings than maybe any other sentence Dabi has heard Izuku speak since he joined up. But he's also thinking maybe it would feel nice for Izuku to not need to force such personal justifications when he's already so tired. Dabi finishes his glass of water. "Well, whatever the F that means," he mumbles, just to kill the conversation, but Izuku doesn't respond. His head stays pillowed on his arms on the bar. His wheezing breaths are slow and even and deep. He's asleep, Dabi realizes. On his way up the stairs, Dabi feels the distinct timp of 2 stitches tearing at his wrist where he's carrying Izuku to bed. "I still think you're bullshitting us," Shigaraki grumbles. "There's no way this set's gonna be unlocked just like that." "You clearly don't know Izuku," Shudo says. Momo nods, feeling a grin on her face despite the nauseous anxiety burning through her gut. "He's a horrible liar." Hitoshi chuckles a little. If he tries, he goes all red in the face and stutters a lot like this. "I do not." Izuku shouts. "Sach." Compress hisses. Magna rolls her eyes. "Stealth was your idea, Izuku. If I had my way," Jin's voice stammers over a tick, "we would just run in, guns blazing. Which is why we were caught every time in the past," Kurogyri murmurs. Hitoshi points at Kurogyri with a winning smile. "I like sneaking," Himiko whispers loudly. "It's fun. I get to use my whole body but slower." "This is besides the point," Dabi says. "Why are we sneaking up on Iwabami in an unlocked commercial set instead of, stringing her up with her own boom mic?" "Dark," Hitoshi quips. "Hasn't he literally killed people?" Shudo asks. From Momo's vantage point, she can see how Dabi's jaw clenches at that, and she frowns too. "He hasn't, but everyone else here has." "Hey, mine is only attempted murder," Himiko whisper yells. "He made it to the hospital just fine." "He did?" Jin says. "When you first joined you said he was dead." "Hey, yeah, you did say that," Compress says. And Shigaraki adds, "You were proud of it." But Himiko shrugs, pressing her back to a wall on Izuku's command with the rest of them, and when the coast is clear once again, responds, I wanted to impress you guys. Izuku checks his notes, checks the flat expanse of late-night asphalt between them and Iwabami's commercial set, and asks, "Wait, what about all those murders you're accused of? The ones involving bloodletting. How do you know what murders she's been accused of?" Momo asks. Shido raises an eyebrow at her like he's surprised that she's surprised, and she throws her hands up in an exasperated gesture. Shigaraki says, "You literally fought Stain and you're asking her about that sheet? He did what?" Momo and Hitoshi shout, and Magna and Dabi both shush them. "How do you know about that?" Shido asks. Shigaraki answers, "That Nomu that grabbed Izuku was for surveillance." "The Nomu that did what?" Momo and Hitoshi whisper shout, and are shushed again. "And Stain was responsible for the bloodletting murders?" Izuku asks, completely ignoring the security guard passing across the blacktop until Shido and Compress drag him back against the wall. After the security guard passes, Shigaraki responds, "Duh. They were all vigilantes. Sensei was looking into recruiting half of them." Izuku makes a surprised face, but whether he's surprised Shigaraki knows this or is surprised Shigaraki would offer up information in Himiko's defense is uncertain. Shigaraki continues, a little uncomfortable, "I try to keep an eye on all new vigilantes. They're usually easy recruits for the League." "Then you've heard about Lamplight and the Grudge?" Hitoshi asks. He stalks vigilante blogs like crazy and wants to gush about it with Shigaraki once they're all back at the bar. Shigaraki shrugs. "Yeah." And whisper. Hitoshi doesn't recognize this one, and neither does anyone else in the League, and they all lean in for Shigaraki to tell them more, but he doesn't. Just checks his dollar store watch and nudges Izuku's shoulder to press them back on the move. Izuku nods back at Shigaraki, checks around both corners, and beckons the League to follow him up to the back entrance of Seiya Studios' filming center C. The door is, as Izuku had told them, unlocked, and the set is largely dark once they go inside. Iwabami is sitting in a chair, scrolling through her phone under the only set light currently on. Everyone else will be arriving in approximately an hour. Izuku nods to Momo and Magna, who split off from the group to get the cameras rolling. Izuku holds the rest of the group back in the shadows, waiting. After a few minutes, Iwabami curses. The light from her phone screen has died. Her purse is sitting on the floor below her chair, and inside it is a charger, most likely, but for the moment her phone is dead. Izuku straightens up, gives a small hand motion for everyone to follow his lead, and steps out from the shadows. "Iwabami, so nice to see you this evening." Izuku sings. "I love your perfume commercial," Toga says, bouncing on her toes. "The red one. In the heart-shaped bottle. What was it called?" "Decadence," Compress answers. Dabi continues, looking her up and down. "That's a good word for you, isn't it?" Not everyone in the League would know this about her, but Dabi would. She's wearing a tailored Hermes pantsuit and red-bottomed Louboutin heels. It's hard to tell how much a skincare routine costs based on the face, but Iwabami's skin is flawless even though the makeup artist has yet to arrive and the airbrushing won't happen until post-production, when Iwabami is back at home on her couch scrolling through the internet. The ensemble alone easily cost as much as some people pay in half a year's rent, and the hourly pay of the staff that will arrive in 44 minutes to prep her hair and makeup and select a new outfit for her to wear will easily cost just as much. And she didn't make that money doing hero work, she made it advertising perfume and cosmetics and, earlier in her career, hamburgers and department stores. Nothing wrong with a little decadence, Kurogyari says. Shigaraki pushes towards the front of the group, hissing his voice between grit teeth, except when you're exploiting 15-year-old girls to sell it. Iwabami remains impressively stalwart, despite the tremor visible in her hand. "Did you rehearse that bit?" she asks, her eyes leveling across their ranks with a sardonic grin. She sets her phone down in her lap like it's not dead. It's so cute finishing each other's sentences. "You little hero students are like real villains." Momo melts out of the shadows and Iwabami stiffens. "Hello, Iwabami. A pleasure to see you again." Momo's role is unscripted. Izuku has given her free rein in what to say. Magna is at her back for support, a comforting hand resting on her shoulder to keep it square. "I'm here to ask for an apology." From his spot at the front of the League, Izuku grins wide. Iwabami takes the smile as a threat and shrinks minutely into her chair. I didn't do anything wrong, she says solidly. Nobody in the league responds. They wait. She shifts in her chair, sits up a little straighter. I didn't break any laws. You can check. Everything I did followed the law to the letter. My lawyer checked. The league remains silent, watching her as she starts to squirm. She looks back and forth between Momo's nervous, square-shouldered resolution and Izuku's manic grin, both backed by the intimidating, expressionless presence of the League of Villains. She stammers, It was an internship. They signed up for it. They wanted to be there, you know. She grins a shaky little grin. Come on, Yaoyorozu, tell them. You were there, you're one of them, they'll listen to you. You wanted to be there, didn't you? You wanted it. And several members of the league almost snap there. Toga is pulling out one of the knives Izuku asked her not to bring, and Shudo's left side is heating up and Magna's teeth are gritting and Shigaraki's scratching at his neck. And Izuku holds them back with a look, but the ice is thin and Izuku blinks at Momo and Momo says, deathly cold, no, Iwabami. I didn't want to be half naked on public television. Oh, don't be so dramatic. Iwabami cries, voice trying to thread the needle of emotion that will save her, but you were fine. You weren't half naked, you were just showing a bit of a SEC appeal. It's part of the business. She laughs a little, and her posture grows more uneven when nobody laughs with her. Remember what I taught you, Yaoyorozu? Part of the business. Nobody supports a female hero unless she shows some skin. You said you understood that. I was just trying to get your name out there. You understand, don't you? That's why your hero costume is so revealing. You understand? You have to show some skin, you know? This is a boys' game, really. You have to show some skin or you'll end up in the gutter like Ms. Joke. Emmy never took my advice and her costume has no SEC appeal, and that's why she's still teaching at high schools instead of advancing to the top 10. Don't you get it? The younger you start, the greater advantage you have. Men like high school girls, and the sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll be able to make it big as a hero, Yaoyorozu. Dabi tries to push past Izuku, arms lit up blue despite the stitches that are sizzling and popping, but Izuku and Shudo both stop him. Iwabami doesn't see it. She just says, I won't apologize for being right. Dabi manages to calm down without burning things in the shadows, but he gives Momo a little light-hearted, comforting look that Momo can interpret after the few weeks together to mean that he'd kill Iwabami if Momo asked him to, and she giggles. Iwabami startles at the sound, frayed nerves missing the eye of the needle that could keep this conversation in her control. She skitters backward in her chair and her smile skews. I knew you didn't want to, expose yourself like that. It was for your own good, Yaoyorozu, please understand. Don't you want to be marketable? You want to be perceived well, don't you? Your friends here understand the importance of image, right? You would make the same choices in my position. Momo steps half a step forward, just outside of Magna's protective arm's reach, shoulders still square. It was never about being a hero for you, was it? She asks. Iwabami flinches. I'm a hero, she cries. What I did for those girls was unrelated. Everyone in the league stills. Iwabami's smile is unflinching and proud now, maybe smug. They asked for a job. I gave them a job. They never asked me what the job was going to be doing. It wasn't my fault they got caught doing it. The men were happy to pay and those girls were happy to get paid. It was a win-win. I didn't do anything wrong. Just to be clear, Izuku's voice breaks into the echo. What job did you give them? You know what job, Jean hisses, and Izuku whirls to glare at him, because now Iwabami is sitting up straight, smiling prim and pretty again, smoothing her hair. My stylist will be here any minute, Iwabami says, needle-sharp grin. Izuku's expression smooths out too, and he stitches his facade back into place, and he says, but you've already been on air, Iwabami. And her face drops. And Izuku laughs. I hope your PR team can handle allegations of organizing PRSTTN. Iwabami tries to make her grin just as perfectly embroidered, but there are stray threads of her hair flying out and her eyes are glinting like the edge of a blade. I hope you have half as good a lawyer. We don't need one, Shigaraki says. And him and Izuku both laugh, and then Kurogiri's inky black cloud swallows them all and they're gone 93 seconds before Iwabumi's manager sprints through the door of the studio to scream at her to turn the cameras off. "Jean, Dabi, you two need to hold it the F together," Izuku says the moment the portal is closed behind them. "You need to chill," Magna snips back, shoving Izuku into a booth. "Your ribs are still a jigsaw puzzle. We could have gotten her to admit to organizing a peering ring." Izuku cries, "On live television? I could poke you in the chest and you would collapse," Hitoshi says. "Please don't kill my boyfriend," Shudo says, slumping into the booth opposite to Izuku. "Please stop being all lovey-dovey," Dabi says. Toga laughs. "But they're in love. That's what people in love do." "You guys are 15, Dabi mutters. "You're not in love, you're hormonal and stupid." Compress laughs. "Ah, yes, your lofty 23 years has freed you from such foolishness. The human brain isn't fully developed until 25 or 28 years old," Kurogiri offers, mostly just to watch Dabi fume a little and have everyone else laugh. "I'm serious." Izuku cries in the middle of it all, and the laughter quiets. "You could have cost us a lot more than that confession if I hadn't held you back. Did you not hear what that beach said?" Shigaraki hisses. "I wanted to kill her, and I don't even like Momo or other human beings." "You've killed people," Hitoshi says, not really accusatory, just clarifying. "But I never forced little girls to do anything like that." Shigaraki snaps. "I had a sister, I mean like ugh." Shigaraki scratches viciously at his neck. "Can you imagine? Some kid Himiko's age? No, see, I'll kill that beach and never lose sleep, but that sheet is disgusting. That's not villain sheet, that's wrong." Jean nods, looking his age almost old enough to be the hero student's parents for a minute as his attention sweeps over Momo, Himiko, Hitoshi, Shudo, and Izuku. With a calm stillness even through his tics, he says, "And for the record, yay. Men don't like teenage girls." "We know, Jean," Himiko says. And Jean says, "No, Himiko, look at me. Please, just listen. Men don't like teenage girls. Anyone telling you otherwise is a predator. Do not ever," Jean pauses to let a tic run its course through his left arm, "ever let someone convince you that that is okay." "All right, Jean," Momo says, "we understand." It's the first thing she's said since they got back to the bar, and it calms Jean down a little. He huffs and nods and sinks into a bar stool. "He's right though," Magna says. "Pedophiles like teenage girls. Don't call him nothing but that." The League of Villains was actually following Eraserhead down Chambers Street on his mid-afternoon Saturday patrol. They planned to pull what they did in their fight with Mirko again, the three-team strategy. Team 1, the camera crew, would be Hitoshi and Magna, running and screaming to draw Eraserhead's attention. Team 2, the choreographers, would be Izuku and Shigaraki and Dabi and Shudo, watching from a hidden place and giving pointers on when to throw the fight. Team 3, the actors, Compress and Kurogiri and Jean and Himiko and Momo, would be the main combatants. They were going to show the world that Eraserhead, even in a fight against a villain like Kurogiri or Momo or Jean, where he's basically quirkless, kicks butt. Izuku had his speech memorized and everyone was preparing themselves for the moment when Izuku would whisper over the comms that this was the moment, and Hitoshi and Magna would be the screamers to draw attention and the fight would begin. Everyone in the league was ready. Eraserhead, who had felt a tail on him for the last block or so, since Jin's a little sloppy at stealth, was ready. The only thing left to choose was the place, the moment. But that moment never came. Because 20 seconds before Eraserhead would have been poised right in front of the large windows fronting a busy department store, everyone fell over. Eraserhead, the league, the people in the department store, everyone fell flat on their buttes as the ground began to pitch and roll under their feet with a 5.7 earthquake. Buildings wavered and asphalt cracked, and every window in the department store, from the ground up to the 5th floor, shattered, and people screamed from every corner of Chambers Street for about 15 seconds. And then the ground stilled and people began to pour out of buildings into the relative safety of the open street, where cars had stopped and were starting to try and go again to get out of the danger zone, to get home to their families, to get away before the aftershocks. But Eraserhead has just enough time to get back on his feet and to escort a woman with a broken stiletto to a taxi, and the League has just enough time to help each other up and check that they're all uninjured, and then the ground pitches and rolls again and the aftershock is smaller and the people are ready and they brace their legs and stay on their feet, but buildings have neither legs nor feet, and so the department store with foundations built on willful ignorance of building codes, overstepped by a greedy hedge fund manager, creaks, cracks, and begins to tip towards the center of Chamber Street. Izuku is screaming in an instant. Himiko, Jean, copy Shudo's quirk, freeze as much ice under that building as you can to stop it from falling. Shigaraki, disintegrate whatever you can reach. And then Izuku is in the air full cowling for the first time in a month, and he makes it to the roof of a smaller building on the opposite side of Chambers Street, and he puts himself under the building to try and catch it, and the only reason he doesn't die trying is because Magna has yanked him away with her magnetism, and he's 50 feet from the crash site when it happens. Magna, there are people in there. We can't leave them. Izuku screams. Nobody's suggesting we are, Kurogyari says, murmuring in the quiet after the crash. But that building was already falling. You would have died trying to stop it, Dabi says, looking a little pale. Shudo and Momo and Hitoshi wrap Izuku in a hug. Don't do that shit again, Hitoshi says. Another aftershock trembles through the earth, even weaker than the first, but enough that some rubble shifts in the wreckage of the department store. We still need to save those people, Izuku says. Momo whispers, Aizawa-sensei was under there. On the street he was right there. We'll find him, Shigaraki, out of everyone. Shigaraki says. He's way too OP to die. Izuku begins to murmur his plan, and Shudo translates for anyone that the muttering is too quiet for. There are 3 new teams now. Team 1 is Demolition. Jean has made a copy of Shigaraki, and the copy plus Shigaraki himself and Dabi are destroying larger pieces of debris very slowly, very carefully. There's nobody around with a quirk suited to search for survivors, and Himiko doesn't have the blood and Jean doesn't have the measurements to copy anyone who could either. So the demolition team is very slow, very careful, and working as fast as they can. Shudo is on demolition too, helping destroy debris and using ice to create support structures anywhere that the debris seems to be shifting. Izuku is pointing those spots out whenever Shudo happens to miss them. Team 2 is Extraction. Compress has offered Himiko some blood, and the 2 of them, plus Kurogyari, are helping people out of tight spots where destroying the rubble around them might be more dangerous than Kurogyari warping them out or Compress and Himiko shrinking them down and simply picking up the marble. Izuku is helping them see which spots are too unstable to work with, and how best to avoid aggravating injuries. Team 3 is Rescue. Momo is making specialized medical items for every person. They save neck braces and slings and bandages and disinfectant and wet wipes and little soft trinkets for the tens of kids who had thought they were in for a nice shopping day with their mom but now can't find their mom anywhere. Magna's quirk is too volatile to use without disrupting the rubble, and Hitoshi's quirk isn't applicable here, and Jean himself doesn't have much use after creating the copy, so the 3 of them are putting Momo's items to use and comforting the civilians and explaining everything. Yes, we're the League of Villains. No, we didn't make the building collapse. Yes, we're going to help you. No, we're not heroes now. And, of course, some pros arrive eventually. Present Mike arrives on scene first, about 15 minutes after the earthquake. By then the League is already seamlessly running their rescue operations, but they hear him approach and they all pause, and Izuku tells them they better not FNG stop until everyone is out from under that rubble, and he turns to present Mike Yamada-sensei, his English teacher, Aizawa-sensei's husband, and he doesn't know what to say, so he just smiles a little skittishly and shrugs, and Present Mike says, "Is he?" And Izuku's eyes well with tears, but he keeps them there in his eyes and he says, "We're going to find him. We have not lost a single person yet." And by that point there was evidence of that in the form of 30 or so people huddled together near Momo and her pile of medical supplies, while Hitoshi and Magna helped a man with a concussion over to the group, and the demolition and extraction teams are smoothly removing rubble and civilians, and all Present Mike can say is, "What can I do to help?" And Izuku stiffens his upper lip and tells Present Mike that since he's got more experience in the field, he should be helping the demolition and extraction teams with pointing out unstable areas of rubble, And present Mike wants to crumble under the fear of losing Shoyuta and the fear of what the responsibility of every life in that department store will do to Izuku, but he keeps his game face and heads over to Shudo. The hidden hero, Cerberus, is next, about 30 minutes after the earthquake. She surveys the scene before approaching, taking in the rescue operations already underway, present Mix assistance, and the massive huddle of dozens of civilians at the edge of the street. Then she walks up to Izuku and introduces herself, "Cerberus, at your service. My quirk can see through solid objects. I can search the wreckage for anyone left in there." Izuku, nice battle suit covered in dirt and various small dots of blood and ash, turns to her. "Good. Work with these two teams here. Present Mike will be able to direct you." "No offense," Cerberus says, "but you don't need to use him as an intermediary." Izuku smiles wryly. Heroes don't exactly line up to work with villains, much less under the direction of 15-year-old ones. "This hero does," Cerberus says. "I follow the news. You're not just some kid, and you're not a villain." Hitoshi, carrying a sniffling 10-year-old while Magna carries his father, says within earshot, "Somebody gets it," and Magna laughs. "Where are the ambulances?" Dabi calls over his shoulder. "It's been fucking forever." "Dabi, there's kids." Jean cries. Cerberus calls back, "They can't get here. There's been road blockages all over. The news trucks can't even get here to report on this. I ran 20 blocks from my car. Are there any other large-scale disasters like this?" Compress asks. "One," Cerberus tells him. "About a half-mile away. Maverick's agency is handling it all right." Cerberus grins brightly at Hitoshi, then the kid, then Magna as they each pass her on their way to Momo and the crowd of civilians. "Deku, right? Tell me what to do." Everything gets done a lot faster with Cerberus. They're able to direct the extraction team right to those who needed it, and the demolition team is able to destroy the debris blocking the way without worrying that there might be someone trapped just below. It's been something like 43 minutes when they manage to unearth Eraserhead. He's got his capture weapon strung up to suspend giant hunks of concrete and rebar about 6 inches above where he's pressed flat to the uneven asphalt. Present Mike tries to run in, but Cerberus and Hitoshi hold him back because there's a countertop that might once have held a cash register crushing Eraserhead's foot, and his capture weapon is a complicated mess suspending a swath of debris at an angle behind him. Shigaraki insists on disintegrating the web of rebar and concrete personally, and he shoos the clone out of the way to do it. Eraserhead blinks up, eyelids trying to close against exhaustion and pain and the waning sunlight of the afternoon, and the first thing he sees is Izuku, trying to decide who out of the extraction team is going to handle this the best. And then Izuku meets Eraserhead's eyes. For a split second, Shoyuta sees his problem child, the one who cries when people yell at him and takes more notes than any high school student should take so enthusiastically and likes peppers on his pizza. Izuku smiles down at him. "Hi, Aizawa-sensei," he says. "I shoulda known it was you tailing me." "That was me, actually," Jean says from a little ways off. "I'm not great at stealth like the kids are." "He's okay?" "Oh, thank F-, he's okay." Present Mike cries, and he pushes past Cerberus and Hitoshi, who trail behind him to look down into the pit where Eraserhead is trapped. "Sho, darling, are you all right? Be honest." "I'm fine, hun," Shoyuta says. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be reporting on all this? While my husband is trapped in the F-ender rubble?" "Volume," several people say at once, and Hisashi takes a deep breath and apologizes at normal volume. "I'm assuming it's a ceasefire for rescue operations?" Eraserhead says. Cerberus pokes her head over the opening and waves and explains, "More like the villains are the ones saving the day. Present Mike and I are the only pros on scene. The roads are blocked about 20 blocks west of here and in a bunch of other places." "Nobody else is here?" Eraserhead's expression crumples uncharacteristically. Present Mike starts to wring his hands. He knows that's his husband's telltale sign of concussion. Eraserhead asks, "The civilians, are they all safe?" Himiko says brightly, proudly. She's grinning even as her transformation in Compress's form is melting off her face. Hitoshi nods, then realizes Eraserhead can't see him and says, We've been getting everyone out. Nobody dead. Nothing worse than broken bones. Which is good because the ambulances can't get here either, Dabi adds. Momo. Eraserhead calls up, Shudo? He's too tired to care about who's a villain or whatever right now. Right now, he just cares that his kids, and the people who've been taking care of his kids, are safe. And Shudo peeks into the hole and says, Momo's making medical supplies, you can see her when you're out. And when Magna makes a face to indicate that he should be more clear, Shudo adds, we're both okay. Eraserhead exhales and leans back against the dripping, broken pipe at his back. Why are you all just standing around? Let's get me out so we can get everyone else out. Present Mike starts, and is reminded about volume by several people at once. You're the last one, Cerberus says, peering around and blinking rapidly. My quirk can see through solid objects, there's nobody else left. We got them all. Nobody misses the way Izuku immediately sags a little at the news, or the way his eyes well with tears. But Shudo grips his hand and Izuku sniffles it away and he says, Kurogiri, warp him out, please. Himiko, Jean, you can drop your quirks now. Momo, he calls over to her, is anyone still missing family? Momo takes a minute to address the civilians, and there's some conversation, and then she turns back, face bright and exhausted. No. Everyone is here. Did you find Sensei? We did. Hitoshi yells back. He's okay. Everyone's okay. Himiko drops her transformation and Jean gives his clone a firm pat on the back that dissolves it into mud. Momo stops making new medical supplies and lies flat on her back while nearby civilians try to offer her the candies they had stuffed in their pockets before their day went to sheet. Kurogiri warps Eraserhead over to the rest of the civilians, and the League, plus Present Mike and Cerberus, amble over to join him, and Present Mike takes some of the stockpile of medical supplies and starts to bandage up the scrape, and only a scrape, thank goodness, on Eraserhead's leg and sticks a band-aid over the cut on his forehead and fusses over him how husbands do. Izuku slumps to the ground and starts to cry, and Cerberus, the only one who does not know him well, startles nearly out of her skin, and some of the villains, who have only known Izuku as stalwart and dependable and capable of putting the whole world on his shoulders and carrying it that way for weeks, startle too, but they keep it hidden. Everyone sits down. They're still waiting for ambulances, but it's over. It's over. It's over. They did it. 259 people saved from 5 floors of department store. It was a 5.9 earthquake with 3 aftershocks. So far, the aftershocks will likely continue to tremble through the ground for another several days or so, and they saved everyone. Holy shit, Magna murmurs after a few minutes of just sitting there. We just saved, like, a bunch of people. Jean smiles a little, looking at his hands with an expression that could maybe be baffled or impressed. We sure effing did. Shigaraki isn't smiling, but Kurogiri can see where the edges of his mouth aren't frowning, and Kurogiri smiles too, just in his eyes. Dabi grins though, wide and brighter than flames. Dude, that's FING awesome. We beat the heroes. No offense, Cerberus, husbands. None taken, Eraserhead replies and derails to add, does anyone have any food for Yaoyorozu? She way overdid it with her quirk. You're not the teacher of me anymore, Momo replies, swatting away his concern with a hand. But Himiko jumps up. I do. And she unzips a pocket of her dress and pulls out 3 protein bars and shoves them all at Momo with a kiss on the crown of her head before running back over to present Mike and Eraserhead and giving them a full tour of her outfit, starting with the socks and working her way up and telling them about how Momo is just the best, so of course Himiko has to carry snacks for her, since they're friends. And for the moment, nobody does anything but sit there and revel in the fact that they're all okay, and nothing is wrong. Until Power Loader and Empty Lady arrive on scene, and they don't see what just happened. All they see is 262 civilians huddled together, all injured, and all 11 members of the League of Villains sitting with them, uninjured, and they draw their own conclusions, and Empty Lady is already twice her normal size before she hears a tiny voice scream, "Stop." And she looks down. And there's 2 kids, something like 8 and 15, and their mom standing behind them, and they've moved to stand in between Empty Lady and Power Loader and the League of Villains. Please step aside, Lady says. We need to arrest these villains. If you don't move aside, we have to consider you accessories after the fact, Power Loader adds. Accessories after what fact? The older kid says. They haven't committed any crimes. A group of high school girls all limp and drag themselves to stand with the kids and their mother. One of them holds out her cracked cell phone and starts live recording. Another throws her shoe at Power Loader. A third screams, "They saved our lives. You were across town. Get the F out of here." An old man, whose leg is broken and can't stand in solidarity, cries out, "Let them go home." And there's a chorus by now. I don't care if they're villains. They saved us. They're just kids. We owe them our lives. You can have their arrest over my dead body. You'll have to go through us first. And Izuku is still sitting slumped on the ground, and he's crying fully now, and he's so tired. He knows he needs to get them all out of here before this gets ugly, but he's also so overwhelmed and he's thinking, I'm 15, shouldn't I just get to be 15 for now? I'm so small and everything around me is so big and I just want to be a kid. And then Kurojire's portal has swallowed him and the rest of the league, and he's laying on the cold wood floor of the bar for an instant before he passes out. Does anyone have a saber? I have an umbrella. I have an emergency car brake. Julie Andrews, Erica Young, and Hathaway, Queen Clarice, Umbrella Lady, Princess Mia, The Princess Diaries. Is he still crying? Jean asks, can people cry while they're asleep? Izuku can. Momo laughs. It's a forced laugh, and everyone can tell by now. Kurojire shuffles behind the bar and starts putting some meat patties in a pan on the stove, and Himiko pulls another protein bar out of her skirt pocket and shoves it at Momo. I'm gonna kill him if he doesn't stop pushing himself like this, Shudo mumbles. Your body's still not in great shape either, Dabi says, and Shudo asks how Dabi's stitches are feeling, and Dabi tells Shudo to shut the F up. Can I just sleep here? Hitoshi groans, and there are similar groans from almost everyone gathered. They're all exhausted. Which is honestly really fair after spending almost 6 hours unearthing hundreds of civilians from the ruins of a poorly built department store after an earthquake. The bar, despite its age, is standing tall. Only all the glasses and bottles of alcohol and mixers have been knocked off the shelves, and someone will have to clean all that shit up later. Remind me to never do hero work again, Shigaraki huffs. When he tripped, as they all did really, through the warp gate, he landed with his head on Magna's leg, and he hasn't moved it. Magna is thinking about how this time last month Shigaraki would never dream of leaning on her so casually. We should probably put these kids to bed, Jean says, and he starts to rise, but Himiko slaps a hand on his chest and he leans back down to appease her. Himiko shouts, Momo needs snacks first. Momo's not quite the same as she was a month ago either. She thanks Himiko instead of making derisive comments about her figure. Maybe taking part in Iwabami's public meltdown helped with that. I could always warp the food upstairs, if it would be more convenient, Kurojire offers. And Jean and Compress and Magna take that as a signal to start ushering the leagues. Littler members to bed, and for once, all of those Littler members are too tired to fight them on it. Shigaraki and Dabi deign themselves old enough to walk up to bed ahead of everyone else with an air of disdain for the coddling Kurojire, and Magna and Compress and Jean are getting comfortable with expressing, even though neither of them truly feel disdain for it. Shuto and Hitoshi and Himiko are all herded upstairs by Jean. Magna carries Momo, who tried to get up and got hit with dizzyingly low blood sugar, who apologizes for the trouble all the way upstairs, and Magna insists it's no trouble at all, her muscles aren't just for show. Compress carries Izuku, and Izuku stays asleep the whole way up to bed. Everyone gets settled in comfy clothes and blankets in their beds. Meanwhile, in the ground level of the bar, while he cooks enough steamed buns and sandwiches for everyone, Kurojire turns on a little television nestled into a corner and keeps an eye on the news channels for reporters covering the damages of the earthquake. It seems they had been near the epicenter, and anyone talking about the league's actions. Kurojire knows Izuku will want to know all about the media coverage he missed while asleep, just like he knows Tamura will want the crusts cut off his sandwiches, and Momo will want chicken-filled buns, and Magna will want tofu-filled buns, and Dabi will want his sandwich cold because he prefers cold food, and Hitoshi will want just the sandwich parts and not the bread because he hates bread. And isn't it lovely to have more than one person to care for? Kurogyari thinks as he passes plates of food through warp gates to each room. Kurogyari has never thought hard about his own physical form, but he feels something warm and fluttering in the space where he must have a chest when Himiko squeals at her chicken buns and when Compress passes a rose of gratitude back through the warp and when Jean peeks out from under his mask to nod at him and take a bite of his tofu buns and when Shudo whispers a quiet, thanks. Kurogyari realizes that the warm fluttering he feels, the tight edges of his eyes, the slow and breezy sigh he breathes while he blinks absently at the TV, this is joy. Kurogyari has Tamura still, and yet he is also allowed more now. He has a family. He saved people today, he was a hero. He has always wanted to be a hero. Kurogyari realizes he has no idea how old he is. He carefully compartmentalizes away that concern. There is no way Kurogyari ever wanted to be a hero, because he was created to serve Tamura. There is no reason to worry about how old he is. Or who he is. No reason at all. Kurogyari watches the news a little absently, and basks in the simple joy of family. Izuku wakes up the following morning, Sunday, very slowly. His nose first picks up the distant smell of Himiko's 100-yen store shampoo from where she's taking a too-hot shower down the hall, and the smell of Shudo's sweat, and the smell of the disinfectant they used on the mattress they pulled from the dump. Then his ears register the whine of the pipes under the strain of Himiko's too-hot water, and Shudo's gentle breathing through which Izuku can tell he is awake, and the sound of Shigaraki and Jean and Hitoshi arguing in the hallway outside the closed door about who gets to use the shower next. There are other showers, but you can only use one at a time if you want hot water. Then his body feels the sticky, grimy, stiff texture of his villain clothes from yesterday, the coarse grit of dust and debris stuck in his tangled hair, the stick of that one spring that doesn't fit quite right in the mattress anymore into Izuku's side, the warm pressure of Shudo's left arm under Izuku's neck and the soft caress of the fleece blanket on top of him. Shudo adamantly refuses blankets at almost all times, so it is just over Izuku. Finally, Izuku decides to peel his eyes open to the mid-morning light coming through the fed-up blinds over the two windows, the peeling wallpaper, the water-damaged ceiling and floor, and Shudo's eyes blinking groggily at him from half a foot away. "Good morning," Shudo says. Izuku smiles at him and snuggles a little closer, tucking himself into Shudo's arms. "You could have gotten up," he says. "I know you like to shower in the morning. At this rate you won't get one until dinner time." They both giggle when Hitoshi says taller people should get to shower first, and Shigaraki screams that it's 2 centimeters, you cretinous fuckwad, and Jean ticks loudly and tells both of them to shut up and let people sleep. "You were asleep on my arm," Shudo says, wrapping both arms around Izuku. "It would have been illegal to get up, I'm pretty sure." He's holding Izuku tight enough that they both know what he says isn't what he means. "I love you, Shudo," Izuku whispers into Shudo's collarbone. "I love you too, Izuku," Shudo whispers to the crown of Izuku's head. Izuku sighs. He smiles. "Soon we can wake up like this every day, well, not here, but like this, happy." Shudo doesn't respond. Izuku doesn't expect him to, doesn't need him to. They understand each other in the way Izuku's fingers tap out an anxious rhythm on Shudo's shoulder blades and the way Shudo's breath whispers through Izuku's curls. "I think Kurogyari is making breakfast," Shudo says eventually. "I heard him tell everyone in the hallway just before you woke up." "Is this your way of saying you're hungry?" Izuku asks, and Shudo doesn't respond, but Izuku doesn't need him to, just wiggles out of Shudo's arms and kisses him when he pouts about the loss and drags him by the hand out the door and down the stairs to the bar, where Kurogyari is, in fact, putting miso soup in bowls with little morsels of salmon and rice on the side. Kurogyari smiles. He doesn't have a visible mouth, but after around a month, everyone can pick up the expression in the way his yellow eyes crinkle and his cloudy edges ripple. "Looks like food is truly the most effective way to draw a crowd," he says, and it takes several seconds, but eventually they recognize that this was a joke, and they all laugh. Izuku's burner phone chimes. "That phone can receive texts?" Momo says, half joking and half actually asking. "All burner phones can receive texts," Compress tells her, "but only if they know the number." Eyes turn to Izuku. "Who's texting you?" Shigaraki asks lowly. I'd say your boyfriend, but he's right there. Shudo, for his part, looks a little annoyed at the comment and the whole conversation. He can text whoever he wants. No, that's his burner phone, Magna says. He doesn't even call his mom. God bless whoever raised this kid. I feel like Shigaraki has a valid question. Izuku's hackles don't raise like Shudo's, his jaw doesn't hitch, there's no steel or secret in his eyes. It's fine, Shudo, they're just asking. He passes a hand over the back of Shudo's neck, rubbing a knot out there. To everyone else, he says, my informants. I'm texting my informants. I thought Shudo was your informant? Hitoshi says. To his credit, he's genuinely not offended by the fact that he's been misled. Pretty much nobody in the league is. They get it. If they're arrested, defeated, or worse, there's no information for the police or the heroes to beat out of them, whether that ends up being a physical, mental, or emotional beating, if they don't have the information. He got the information I needed him to get, Izuku says, voice just a few turns too tight and eyes too bright, the guilt making itself known. Now he's here. I still go out and pick up those notes in the UA wall, don't I? I guess, yeah, Jin says. Who are the new informants? Shigaraki asks. Or have we always been working with their information? We've always had them on our side, Shudo says with a quiet little smile. Wait, do we know them? Momo asks. Yes, Izuku says. It's Ochako and Tsu. Really? Himiko cries, standing up from her bar stool to twirl around the room. I've been working with Ochako and Tsu? The whole time? I'm so happy. I love them. Dabi smirks, but then it drops and he asks. Wait, what information was Shudo getting then? Izuku glances at Dabi. He knows Dabi is already pretty sure what information Shudo was getting. There's a reason Endeavor's fall has always been slated for the latter half of Izuku's plan. Izuku needed to give Shudo time to gather evidence. Dabi puts the pieces together quickly. You son of a beach, he mutters, low and dangerous. We couldn't have done it without that, Dabi, Izuku reasons calmly, not standing from his final bites of rice and salmon even though Dabi is, flames flickering around his silhouette. What? Jean stands too, placating. Whoa, Dabi, what's going on? What did he say? Nothing, Dabi says. He just implied that he let his own boyfriend get the sheet beat out of him to get dirt on Endeavor. Momo whirls to a stand. That's not fair, you can't put that on Izuku. Endeavor would have done it anyway, sure, Dabi says, but Izuku could have taken Shudo with him when he first left, and then Endeavor never would have gotten the chance. How would you like me to have gotten that proof? Izuku asks with dangerous stillness, finally spinning around in his barstool to face Dabi's blue up to the elbows in flame. Endeavor is the #1 hero since All Might's retirement. His popularity polls may not be high, but his word is still ironclad against ours if we say he's abusing his kids. We could have killed him. Dabi cries. That would have made him a martyr. Izuku screams back. What about that is not clicking for you? If someone dies for a cause, that doesn't kill their legacy. We would have made 1,000 more Endeavors sometime down the line. That is the big picture. That's the chessboard. The tears are back, but Izuku wipes them and his face goes dark. Don't you dare accuse me of letting Shudo get hurt when I could have done something about it. Izuku just manages to keep "you of all people" behind his teeth, but Dabi hears it anyway. And Shudo puts it together quick too. Wait, he says softly. When I first got here, you knew it was my father that hit me. He blinks at Dabi, scar wrinkling where his brows furrow. And just now, you knew what kind of evidence I would have had to gather. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, kid, Dabi murmurs, barely audible. The rest of the bar stares, petrified. Jin's left arm spasms in a tick and Himiko is clinging nervously to Momo's elbow. What do you know? Shudo asks. Izuku tries to get him to step back with a hand on his shoulder, but Shudo shakes it off and Izuku has to accept that Dabi is the one who baited the trap he is caught in. Shudo looks Dabi in the eyes and demands, "Who are you to Endeavor?" And Dabi's expression crumbles and rebuilds and he answers in the quietest voice anyone has heard him speak in, a son. Most of the league doesn't hear him. Compress shouts, "Excuse me, And Himiko leans away from the noise and even Kurogiri stills where he's washing some dishes. But Shudo heard him loud and clear. He says, "Tuya died." And Dabi's voice cracks around the words, "No, I didn't." Holy shit, are you two genuinely effing brothers? Shigaraki shouts. Oh my god, Momo gasps, dragging Himiko with her as she gravitates closer. You have the same nose and everything. It's been bugging me since we arrived here. Hitoshi jokes, you've even got matching scars, kinda. Hitoshi. Magna slaps him on the back of the head without much force. Rude. But the room stills again when the room crackles colder as Shudo screams, "No, Tuya died." We have some ashes from that forest in an urn in his old room, and Fuyumi still puts a plate of food there, and Natsuo goes and talks to him when he's upset. Tuya's dead. Tuya's dead. Izuku wants to comfort him, but Dabi beats him to it. He wraps his charred arms around Shudo's shoulders and he says, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be gone. I'm here now if that helps." Shudo sniffles. His arms grab Dabi back and he buries his face in his big brother's shoulder. He's shaking a little. Of course it helps. Aizawa Shoyuda is going to throw up. He's never been an especially nauseous person. Blood and gore don't faze him, and haven't, really, since Oboro. Swinging on his capture weapon doesn't make him dizzy. Even before hero work, when he was sick as a kid, it was never the throwing up kind of sick. But now it feels like every DMN day there's at least one reason to feel nauseous, and they're all coming from Midoriya Izuku, even if the articles are technically written by an anonymous, third-party journalist. First there was the defecting in the first place, which had been hard to stomach but not impossible, and then the kid still seemed sane at the attack on Yue, so that was good, even if the attack itself was horrible. Then the news of what Mineta, one of Shuda's own students, had surfaced, and that's when things really started feeling like one big, horrible, sick joke. Shoyuda usually wakes up nauseous now. He had to look his girls, the ones who are left anyway, he'd had to look them in the eye and tell them he had no idea what was happening less than 100 meters away from him every day. How could he not have known? Shoyuda should have found some reason to expel Mineta the second he was admitted. He should have known better. But he didn't. And the girls all taking a shower in a big group wasn't for fun and camaraderie, the way Shoyuda had thought. It was for FING safety. In the dorms where they were supposed to feel safe. That was the worst of it. Shoyuda felt his forehead hitting rock bottom. He knew then, when even Ishido and Azui wouldn't meet his eyes during that talk about Mineta, that he had failed as their teacher. His focus, then, shifted to penance. What can he do to protect these kids? But the hits were only coming faster. Mirko and the bizarre staged fight which crumbled hero journalists' careers with Twitter posts and eroded the pillars of trust that civilians had in heroes. Sitting with Midoriya's mother had made Shoyuda feel better for a bit. Here is a woman made of steel, and she is steadfast and steady, and she has nothing but faith in her son and fear for his safety. But he had to leave, eventually, to go on patrol, and the hits kept coming. Uwabami Jesus F&E Christ, it's not every day a prominent hero outs herself for human trafficking on live television in her own set. The kids had a field day with that. Shoyuda gave up on anything productive in homeroom that day because he had to pull Sato off of Ida for insinuating that Yaoyorozu should have gone to the police during her internship, and what would have been the FING point of going over the increased height of the barbed wire along the fence of the school when Yaoyorozu might have been in actual danger from a goddamn hero during her internship. The whole thing is a mess, and the class is starting to fracture along strange fault lines. Homeroom hardly ever manages to even take attendance anymore. Everyone already knows what the attendance sheet would look like. 3 unexcused absences. Shoyuda went to see Kendo after Uwabami's prompt arrest by the police. It was unheard of for a pro-hero to be arrested by police, but she was confessedly guilty, and none of that would be what Kendo was concerned about anyway. Kendo had been on that internship with Yaoyorozu. So he went to Class 1B's doorway after classes let out for the day and was stopped by Vlad King's gentle hand on his shoulder. "Eraser, she's fine. I've got her," he had said, knowing why Shoyuda was there even before Shoyuda had asked to see Kendo. "You gotta stop beating yourself up over this. You look like shit. Have you been sleeping?" Shoyuda admitted, I've been taking extra patrols. Vlad sighed. I know it's tough, but you have to let your body rest. No, it's not a distraction, Shoyuta had tried to tell him. There's rumors of a new vigilante. Just a kid. He had tried to laugh here, to show Vlad he still had a grip on reality because at least he was self-aware that he was being ridiculous. I know it's not one of mine, but just, Shoyuta had choked here. Later that night, sitting on a rooftop scanning the alleyways below for a vigilante, the words had come to him. If I could just save one kid. But Vlad had sighed again, told Eraser to head home, and that Kendo was a tough cookie, she'd be fine, and Vlad had her back even if she wasn't. Vlad couldn't see the guilt squirming and writhing in Shuta's gut, making him want to throw up. And then the earthquake, now dubbed the H Street quake by media sources. Here, surely, was the ascent. Here things would start to get better. The League had saved Shoyuta. Not just him, but over 100 civilians. They had no reason to do so. Shoyuta is sure they were there to attack him, the same way they attacked Mirko. But instead they worked with A-list pro-hero Present Mike and C-list pro-hero Cerberus, although her popularity is now shooting through the roof, thanks to her part in the rescue, to free 262 civilians and 1 underground pro-hero hours before any emergency medical services or pro-heroes arrived. People would have died without the League of Villains that day. And what does the press make of that? Or of the subsequent riot against MT Lady and Power Loader when they tried to arrest the League? Public opinion flipped on its head. The League were being hailed as heroes, and all actions since the public debut of the hero student defectors were being reanalyzed in a favorable light. The media played no small role in this. But Shoyuta can handle bad press just like he can handle changing opinions. Surely here was the ascent. But now Shoyuta wants to throw up again. He is reading an anonymously authored article on heroesdaily.com, the #1 rated hero news site. There are videos and pictures. Aizawa Shoyuta now knows what was happening to Todoroki Shudo. What he couldn't stop. Hisashi is just waking up. It's 5 in the morning. Shoyuta didn't sleep last night. You gotta get some sleep sometime, honey. Look at this, Shoyuta says, and sets his phone in his husband's hand, and then steals a sip of his coffee. Hisashi yawns, pulls out his reading glasses from his shirt pocket, and blinks blearily at the screen until it focuses. Then he frowns, and his brow furrows, and he scrolls faster and faster, and Shoyuta takes the phone from him a few seconds after he clicks on the video. Don't watch it, Shoyuta says. Hisashi tries to take the phone back. Shoyuta doesn't let him. Don't watch it, he repeats. Hisashi practically falls to a sit next to Shoyuta. His shoulders are shaking. He's crying. Shoyuta wraps him up in his arms and lets him cry. Shoyuta already finished crying. He doesn't think he'll ever get that shaky phone camera footage out of his head. He's not sure whether it was worse when Shudo was resolute and silent at the start of the video or when he started pleading, right before the video cut off. Shoyuta couldn't stop it from happening. He didn't even know about it. Midoriya even tried to warn him and all the signs were there. Shoyuta just paved over them. How could he have known? How could he have not known? I'll kill Endeavor, Hisashi rasps, still crying. He's already been arrested, Shoyuta tells him. He knows because the first thing he checked when he saw the article at 3:48 this morning was whether or not he would be able to kill Endeavor. At least scar him. Make Endeavor bleed and cry and beg Shoyuta to stop. Please, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm doing everything you said. Hitting me won't help anything, please. Father, stop. The way Todoroki had begged in that video before the phone fell from its recording spot and the video cut off. Officer Takano Kyohei didn't mind the night watch. His wife liked to be up at night anyway, so it works out. They both wake up around 6 in the afternoon. He goes to work at something like 10 at night and he's there until 6 in the morning, and he gets home and they both go to bed around 11 in the morning. They'll have to get something more normal once the baby is born, but for now they do just fine. Nobody minds a face like his on a night watch, because it's dark and everyone's usually pretty tired, and strange things like 12 eyes and a sideways mouth are supposed to be nighttime occurrences, according to the human brain. Kyohei doesn't mind the stigma. He has a wife who loves him, a kid on the way, and some good coworkers. His sister's kid, Nana, she's got a face like his. She's a sweetheart, you know, But she's got bullies too. All the kids with quirks like Nana's, like Kyohei's, they get bullies. You can always get her to brighten up when you talk about heroes though. Nana says that Endeavor's her favorite. She met him once. She just happened to be walking home from school and passed him on patrol, and she said he was the nicest man she'd ever met. He passed next to her and she plucked up her courage and asked for an autograph, and there was nobody around, so he sighed and he scribbled something on a piece of notebook paper. Told her to get home safe. That was 2 years ago. Nana still has that piece of notebook paper taped to her wall, next to the bed. Kyohei always liked Endeavor after that. Guy like him never signs autographs, but he signed one for little Nana, and now she smiles at it after a hard day at middle school. Anyways, Kyohei just saw Nana last night, and she had been raving about Cerberus, her second favorite hero now, since the H Street quake the other day. Kyohei's brother-in-law, Takeru, had said Nana's getting real into the League of Villains. Now said he'd be more worried if she'd said that last month, before villains were the good guys. No offense, Kyohei, he'd said, and Kyohei hadn't taken any. He's skeptical about calling villains good guys, but it's hard not to with the League. They haven't hurt anybody, they're mostly doing dog and pony shows now. Hell, they saved over 250 people the other day. He'd said as much to Takeru, who had nodded and gotten a little carried away with himself, the way Takeru does, and gone on about, if the heroes would just calm down a little like Cerberus, or Present Mike, they'd see the villains are trying to turn a new leaf. Ever since those UA kids joined. Well, Kyohei didn't know about all that, but he certainly didn't see the League causing a big problem. In fact, the precinct's been quieter this month than Kyohei's seen it in his career. All this to say that when Kyohei got a call over the dispatch at around midnight saying there was a warrant out in his district for the arrest of Todoroki Enji, otherwise known as number 1 hero Endeavor, Kyohei did a double take. "Excuse me, ma'am?" Kyohei said to his radio. Ms. Nakahara sighed. "You haven't seen the article," she said. "I'm emailing it to you, but I'm warning you, don't click on the video. You say that like it's not gonna make me want to click it more." "I'm serious, Kyohei," she says. "I've been working this district since before All Might's debut and it—" She stops, she restarts. "Just read the headline." Kyohei opens his email. Really, Ms. Nakahara should have his phone number or something, but she doesn't believe in sharing her personal cell number with her subordinates, so work email it is. Kyohei opens the article. Number 1 pro hero Endeavor child abuse caught on camera. Fiery hero Todoroki, Endeavor, Enji nearly kills son, Shudo, 15, in their home, just days before Shudo's defection to the League of Villains. Read below. Kyohei scoffs. What kind of crackpot media clickbait is this? He scrolls. He scans the words. He sees the pictures. About halfway through the article, there's a video embedded. Kyohei clicks. And then it's suddenly 14 minutes later in the passenger seat of a squad car. Takenaga is driving, and Toyama and Moriai are in the car behind them. The sirens are on. When Ms. Nakahara says not to click something, Takenaga says to Kyohei, once he realizes he's staring at him, maybe listen to her next time. Kyohei nods. His mouth is dry. That was, he stammers, trying to find words to explain why a 32-year-old police officer collapsed at a video of a man beating his son. As awful as it is to say, Kyohei has seen a lot of abuse, the aftermath too. He's seen car accidents and murders, brutalities he really doesn't even like to talk about, but that video takes the FING cake. He wonders how Endeavor's son survived to join the League of Villains. They're at the Todoroki household now. Endeavor walks out. There's 2 other kids, white hair, both of them that peek out of a window of the house, but they don't come out until the cuffs are around Endeavor's hands. The girl comes out first. She goes up to Moriai. Asks if she can say something to her father before he goes. Moriai tells her absolutely, and he has the taser and the baton ready if Endeavor wants to try anything. Endeavor's daughter stands 2 feet in front of him, eyes made of steel and fists clenched and wholly shaking. Her brother creeps out of the house to stand behind her. "Was it worth it, father?" she asks. "Was your petty, stupid, meaningless revenge worth it?" The brother chimes in, "You seemed like you wanted to be better, for a few weeks. I thought we hoped that you were moving on. But our hopes never factored into your great plan, did they?" Kyohei knows nothing of the revenge or plan they're talking about, but after the bullshit they've put up with for God knows how many years, they deserve to be able to say whatever the hell they want to Endeavor while he's handcuffed. But Endeavor sticks his head up high. He glares at his children. I have nothing to say to the children who were never strong enough to take power for themselves. We were children, the brother cries. And then he seems to realize the pointlessness of this, of trying to explain to Endeavor what the man will never understand that he lost, and he waves a hand, and he glances at his sister to make sure she has nothing more to say, and then he tells the officers, "We're done. Thank you for everything." The sister is crying now. "Yes, thank you." Kyohei lets the others shove Endeavor into the back of a squad car. Kyohei goes to the kids. "Are you two gonna be alright? If you don't feel safe at the house." "We're alright," the girl says. She's got a bruise peeking out from the sleeve of her sweater. It looks several days old, might even be from the same night as the video, even though she wasn't in it. Maybe she came to her little brother's rescue that night. Kyohei will never know. "Thank you, officer," she says. "We're going to be all right now." The brother smiles at her, just a little. He takes her elbow and starts guiding her inside. "Come on, Fuyumi, I'll make you some spring rolls." "You hate spring rolls," she says with a wet little laugh. "But you like 'em," he says. She says, "How about we order you some sushi, and I'll just eat my weight in ice cream." They both laugh a little, casting glances over their shoulders, and Kyohei waves them off before joining Takenaga and Endeavor in the squad car. The drive is quiet. Once, Kyohei says, "You know, my niece loved you yesterday. How am I gonna explain to her what you did?" But all Endeavor says is, "When your child has to carry the same weight as mine, then you can talk to me about what you know." Takenaga tells Endeavor to shut the F up, and calls him a quirkist, classist prick. Kyohei hardly knows what Takenaga meant by calling him quirkist or classist, but he thinks hard about what he'll tell Nana tomorrow morning when he gets off shift and calls her before school. Class the next day feels like a cemetery walk. Bakugo has long since given up trying to prove Midoriya wrong or foolish or ineffectual, but now even Ida's resolve to the Hero Society cause has slaked off and left behind a slack-mouthed horror at what that cause was paving over. They've all seen the news. Actually, technically, everyone had seen the news except Kirishima, Jiro, and Aoyama. They had all come in with less excitement than before this mess, but still markedly more than the rest of the class. Jiro jokingly asked Ashido who shot the class dog. Ashido whispered, "You haven't seen it," and Bakugo snapped, "Endeavor did," and then Koda buried his head in his arms and Shoji covered his hypersensitive ears and Ashido reluctantly pulled up the article and passed it over to Jiro, and by then Kirishima had come in and asked what everyone was watching, and Jiro handed him her phone to go to the restroom, and Kirishima watched it and started crying halfway through and Tokoyami peeled the phone from his hardened fingers and guided him back to his seat, and then Aoyama came in a minute after classes started, but who the F really cares about that right now, and then he saw the video and threw up in a trash can. Jiro came back, red-eyed and sniffling, about 10 minutes into homeroom. The agenda for the day, according to a very short email from Principal Nedzu this morning, was out the window. Teachers may proceed with classes as normal if they wish, but the students were truly to be given any and all space they need to process the incredibly graphic images now trending on almost every social media platform. Todoroki Shudo was someone the students knew, and that video included images that nobody should have to see, a stranger in Hero students or not. Shoyuda knew some teachers had pushed against this. He had been CC'd, along with the rest of the faculty, into emails with keywords like, "They need to be resilient, they'll deal with worse than this," and "This seems like an overreaction, I don't want my students falling behind on classwork." It made him sick because, a month and a half ago, Shoyuda would have made those same arguments. But today Shoyuda comes up to the front row of desks. He leans over and gives Ashido a quick hug, and then she latches onto him and it becomes a longer hug. Shuda's skin prickles a little, but he tries to be a better hugger than Hizashi likes to tease him for. When she's ready, he backs up a few steps and tells everyone to stand up. Reluctantly, and likely only responding at all because of Shuda's unprecedented show of affection, the class stands. Shoyuta asks them to help him move the desks to the edges of the room, and they do, slowly. He tells them to sit on the floor and they all copy his example with stilted, tense posture. You all have seen something that nobody should ever have to see. Ojiro tries to interject, as heroes. I know what I said, Shoyuta says. Nobody should ever have to see that so graphically or up close, hero or not. You see stuff like that all the time, Kaminari says. Shoyuta can see the way they're fighting to stay rational and calm and stoic about this. He can see the way their jaws wind tight and their eyes are red-rimmed that they're not okay. Shoyuta wonders what to say next. Yes, he does see stuff like this all the time. There's kids he can't save and there's people that die in hell. Shoyuta gets a domestic disturbance call once a week. But after every bad shift, he goes home, he crawls into bed with Hisashi, and he bawls his eyes out or just lets Hisashi soothe him with the quiet sound of his sleep breathing, the warmth of his nearness. He's not an emotional slate which the waters of trauma roll right off. He gets nightmares and flashbacks and intrusive thoughts. He's not invincible. The problem is, the kids think he is. Shoyuta has been trying to maintain this illusion of endless strength and imperviousness and the kids are believing it. All the heroes are showing these kids what a hero is, and so far that's showing them an emotionless facade and Shoyuta realizes that when he sat with Midoriya Izuku, what convinced him of her steadfastness was not her stone-faced resolve, it was her panicked tears and her perseverance with her tasks through them. That's something she passed on to her son too. And Shoyuta decides that what these kids need far more than an emotional rock is emotional transparency, so he tells them the truth. And they listen, eyes widening, as their teacher tells them that he cries a lot, at home, and that he has nightmares and flashbacks and bad nights and so sure, yeah, he has seen this video on other faces and then some, but that doesn't mean you can just walk this off. Now, he says, exhaling and trying not to tremble, it's difficult to look your kids in the eye and bare your weakness to them. We are going to talk about our feelings. Related to this, unrelated. I don't care, but there's no class today. We are just going to sit and talk. Someone please go first. Shoyuta hopes he can sink into the background of this, just let the kids talk. Forget Shoyuta is here except for some general sense of safety. Shoyuta hopes they can still feel around him. Shoyuta expects one of the girls to go first, he would guess Hagakure, or maybe even Kirishima. Instead Bakugo says, has anyone checked on Deku's mom? Auntie Inko's gotta be a mess. Shoyuta tries not to miss a beat. I've met with her, and Detective Ishikawa from the police department is keeping in touch. Bakugo cackles, and it startles Kirishima and Shoji on either side of him. Oh, I'm sure that detective is having a real fun time. What do you mean? Shiro asks. The whole class is leaning into this a little, leaning out of their shells. They want a story, and Shoyuta realizes from the glint in Bakugo's eyes that he knows this. Auntie Inko hates cops. When her ex-Deku's shitty dad when he wouldn't leave her alone, she tried going to the cops, but they just saw her as some airhead 29-year-old chick overreacting to an ex-boyfriend. They didn't do shit. Cries of sympathetic outrage ripple across the class, and Shoyuta has to admit he's just as reeled in as his students. Inko Midoriya never mentioned the father of her child to Shoyuta. Anyway, so she's got a minor levitation quirk, and she levitated his but 12 feet off the ground when he tried to say he'd kidnap Izuku to get her back, and then the police tried to arrest her. No FNG way, Kaminari said. And Ishido cried, they didn't remember her trying to file a report? Sparks crackled in Bakugo's palms. You gonna let me finish? The class quieted quickly. They handcuff her, they handcuff the ex, they handcuff a 4-year-old Deku, for some fucking reason, and they threw all of M in the back of a squad car, and then my mom comes out of the house because she heard the yelling, and she set me on the front lawn. Wait, Uraraka interrupts. You were 4. There's no way you remember this. Okay 1, Bakugo retorts, I'm the effing best, so I remember everything. 2, he continues before she can interrupt again, my old ladies told me this story 1,000 times. And 3, stop interrupting me, god damn it. Uraraka throws up her hands in acquiescence, and Bakugo continues. So I'm sitting on the front lawn. My mom is screaming at the officers, trying to convince them to let Auntie Inko go. The thing you need to know about my old hag though, she's got a voice like an air raid siren. Looks like it runs in the family, Azui says flatly, and the class laughs hell. Even Bakugo laughs in a stilted, clearly trying not to be angry way. Nah, she's louder than me by a kilo. So she's chewing an officer's head off. He's trying to explain that this is just some procedure which was bullshit, by the way, and meanwhile Deku starts crying in the back of the squad car. All of this, my mom's told me a million times, but I remember this next part clear as FING day. So Deku starts crying in the back of this cop car, and all I'm thinking is I want him to shut the F up, so I get up off the lawn and waddle my 4-year-old butt over to the cop car, and I pulled open the door and let Deku and Auntie Inko out. Auntie Inko's ex tried to get out, but I always thought that guy was ugly, so I bit his leg real hard and he fell back into the car, and then I shut the door on his foot. Course, the cop heard that and he runs away from my mom and sees me trying to shove that guy into the car, and he's holding his leg and screaming, and the cop tries to get me to stop, and so I set his pants on fire, and that's the story of how my quirk came in a year early. The class is silent. Shuda's first thought is there is no FING way, but Ida beats him to the question. Is this a true story, Bakugo? Course it's true. I look like a liar to you? So your quirk manifested by lighting a police officer's pants on fire? Sato clarifies, speaking slowly, almost laughing. Officer Fujiwara hero, he's retired now. Kaminari starts laughing in a quiet way, but then when Ishido and Shiro and Ochako start laughing, it's hard to stop, and then the whole class is laughing, even Jiro and Aoyama and Kirishima and even Shoyuta. They're all cackling at the image of a 4-year-old Bakugo biting a man's leg and lighting a cop's pants on fire. Okay, I got one, Kaminari says. My quirk manifested when I stuck a fork in an electrical outlet. When you did what? Jiro cries. You heard me. Kaminari cackles. I was a dumb kid. Still are, Bakugo says, and Shoji elbows him roughly for it. I didn't start growing extra arms until I was 7 or 8, Shoji says softly. Before that, we thought it was just my mouth. Your mouth? Hagakure echoes. Shoji nods, pulls his mask down to reveal teeth from one ear to the other. His cheeks are an embarrassed shade of red. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. Hagakure squeals. Shoji goes even more red. Dude, that's awesome. Kirishima says, finally feeling up to speech for the first time since he saw the video. So manly. You're not just saying that? Shoji asks, and the whole class cries, in their own different ways, no. And then the laughter fades, the smiles dim, and everyone peeks back down at the floor. I miss them, Jiro whispers. Kaminari's face falls like the whole class, but Shoyuta would have to be deaf to miss how much Shinsou talked about Kaminari when Shoyuta would train with him, and Kaminari must feel the same. Me too, Koda says, and the sentiment is echoed in every corner of the room. Momo was acting weird for, like, a week before they left, Jiro says. She laughs wetly. I thought she was gonna ask me out. Ishido leans over and wraps Jiro in a tight hug. Jiro cries some more. How? Kirishima's voice cracks, and he swallows thickly and tries again. How did we never know? He's smiling, like he's trying to find this funny, but his cheeks are wet and dripping water onto his uniform. He never said anything. He seemed fine. We should've. Bakugo, of all people, opens an arm and Kirishima takes the chance to hide his face in Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo's face is conflicted and a little put off, but he pats Kirishima's back comfortingly. Nobody laughs at how awkward Bakugo looks, because hell is clearly a cold, cold place, and the hellfire is awaiting trial in a jail cell. Izuku is walking back towards the bar. There's morning sunlight filtering through thick clouds that promise rain in a few hours, maybe snow if the temperature drops much more. It sure is chilly. Izuku can't see his breath in the air, but the night before he sure could. He's actually let his guard down quite a bit this morning. He's staring at the clouds as he walks, wondering if it'll rain or snow when he runs into someone. Or someone runs into him. He looks down from the clouds, then lowers his gaze to a small child that's run right into his legs and fallen on her butt. Izuku stammers through 6 apologies before noticing that she seems like an awfully weird little kid. She can't be older than 5 or 6, But she's not crying even though she's been knocked fully over. Izuku, feeling a ghost of who he'd been over a month ago possess him in ways that prove he never really changed much, scrambles to help her up, stammering and patting her shoulders to clear the dust, and then he really gets a good look at her. She's small and it's cold, but she's got no shoes. She's wearing what could be an oversized t-shirt or a child's dress, but either way it doesn't fit her. She's covered in bandages. She's shivering. Izuku picks her up, holds her close with a protective arm. "Are you okay?" he asks. "I can help you." She buries her face in his neck and starts crying hard enough to soak the shoulder of Izuku's hoodie. She doesn't make a sound. "Hey, it's all right," Izuku shushes. "I've got you, you're all right. What's your name?" "Eri," says a man emerging from the same alleyway the girl must have come out of. "There you are, I was worried sick." His tone makes Izuku's skin crawl. Eri clings to Izuku tighter when she hears the man's voice. Izuku clings back. "Thank you for finding my daughter," the man says. "My name is Chisaki, this is Eri." Izuku nods. He doesn't introduce himself. "She seems pretty scared," he says. "She's upset I wouldn't let her play outside," Chisaki says smoothly. "It's a tantrum." Izuku doesn't think Eri's trembling is from the cold. He shifts her in his arms, angling her away from Chisaki. Chisaki doesn't miss this and Izuku doesn't care. "She seems pretty injured," Izuku says carefully. "Should I help you take her to a hospital?" Chisaki smiles thinly, cordially. But it's not the same thin, cordial smile Izuku's mom used when she would talk to the teachers who wouldn't protect Izuku. It's slimier, paler. "She's been to the hospital," he lies, voice smooth like shark skin. "She's a very clumsy child." Izuku takes a step back from Chisaki, just as Chisaki takes a step forward. Izuku hefts Eri up a little higher. Chisaki and Izuku both know what game they're about to play, they're just waiting for someone else to start first. Izuku is tempted to use one for all to make an escape Chisaki won't see coming, but it would give away his identity, currently hidden by a hood and a cloth mask over his nose and mouth. If Chisaki knows who he is, he knows who he works with, and the plan goes to sheet through this unknown variable and Izuku's month of hellish work could crumble. Izuku doesn't know Chisaki and he doesn't know what Chisaki is capable of. No one for all. But he's taking Eri back with him. He may not know everything about this girl or her situation, but he knows children don't cower from their caretakers, and he knows no kid is clumsy enough to be covered in this many bandages. "Come on now, Eri," Chisaki says. "Playtime is over. You wouldn't want anything bad to happen to your friends on your account, would you?" Eri stiffens. She pushes at Izuku and tries to be put down, but Izuku is much stronger and he holds her fast and he says, "I'm stronger than I look," and he bolts down the street. He hears Chisaki's feet skid to give chase, and Izuku pumps his legs harder. He needs to get a phone call out. He needs to turn this game of tag into hide and seek. Izuku knows this part of the city well. He can only hope he knows it better than Chisaki. He scans alleyways and buildings, washed out gray with the cloudy 7 a.m. sun, and keeps running. He tries the least straightforward of all routes. He doubles back on himself. He runs in circles. He scales buildings. Chisaki is never far behind because he's taller and he's not carrying a 6-year-old. Eri is shaking and crying in Izuku's arms, and Izuku is reminded of Kota, of Muscular. He tries, between panting breaths, to tell her she's going to be fine, nobody is going to hurt her, but there's only so much breath in Izuku's body and Eri doesn't seem to hear him anyway. Her horn starts to pulse where it's pressed into Izuku's shoulder. Chisaki is trying to be quiet as he chases, and that's Izuku's first clue that Chisaki has things to hide too. He doesn't want this to become a scene. Chisaki is not just some random civilian abusing his daughter, he has something bigger to hide. Izuku slides down into an oversized sewer drain on the side of the road and runs a ways in. If it starts raining, it'll be messy getting out, but he just needs to make a phone call. First though, Eri. He sets her down, puts a hand on either of her shoulders. "Eri," he says, still panting a little, "you're being very strong. Can you keep being strong for me for 5 more minutes?" She hiccups and tries to scrub tears out of her eyes. "He's gonna kill you," she says. "He's gonna take you apart and kill you." No, he's not, Izuku says. Bigger men than him have tried, and I'm still right here. He pulls down his mask so she can see him smile. I'm going to keep you safe, Eri, he says. I just gotta call my friends real quick. Can you keep being tough for 5 more minutes? Eri sniffles, nods, and clenches the hem of her dress in 2 tiny fists. Izuku ruffles her hair while he grabs his phone. He's trying to convince himself, while it rings, that he has faced worse odds than this. In all honesty, he has no idea if he's faced worse odds than this because he doesn't know the current odds. He has no clue who Chisaki is. Chisaki could be just some guy, sure, or he could have an army backing him. Izuku! Shudo mutters into the phone. Where are you? I was out for a walk. You don't go on walks, Shudo says. Try again. Okay, the point is I'm being chased by probably a homicidal maniac and I'm hiding with his daughter in the sewer. There's a pause. And then, huh? You heard me, Shudo. Can you get everyone to that one ramen place off of Yuki Street? What are you doing there in the first place? Hiding in a sewer with a 6-year-old now. Can you please get me some backup, love of my life? There are shuffling noises on the other end of the line. Shudo getting dressed, by Izuku's guess. Outside the sewer drain, Izuku hears Chisaki's footsteps in pigeon-toed leather. He's walking now. Slow, methodical footsteps. He'll find them eventually, and the sewer is not exactly an optimum place to wait for an attack. Shudo, I'm gonna let you go. You just told me there's a homicidal maniac, and now you're going to leave me hanging? It's Shudo's specialty to say that entirely deadpan. Nobody else would probably be able to tell that Shudo is worried. I'll be fine. I just can't talk and run with a child. We're going to be there in under 5 minutes, Shudo says. You can't stay hidden? Izuku smiles at his phone. It's Stain all over again. I think you remember Stain with more fondness than you should, Shudo says. Izuku laughs. See you in a minute, he says and hangs up. On the other end of the line, Shudo is pulling on his villain suit. He wouldn't bother with changing at all except the suit is reinforced with carbon fiber, and he thinks it best to be prepared. Izuku hangs up, and Shudo drops his phone where he was holding it with his ear against his shoulder, buttons his pants, and sprints from the room to stand in the hallway and scream, Izuku's trapped in a sewer with some homicidal maniac. Which gets a lot of very quick wake-ups. Jean can be heard waking up with an angry shout. Kurojiri opens his bedroom door the fastest, on account of not needing to really sleep at all, and is next to Shudo in a second. Where? He asks. Nico Game Ramen Shop and Video Game Parlor on Yuki Street. Kurojiri opens a warp and assures Shudo that everyone else will join them momentarily. Shudo thanks him and steps through. Hitoshi slams his door open just as the warp closes. He's still in an oversized pajama shirt and underwear. What the F happened? He shouts. I'm not entirely sure, Kurojiri replies. But it might be wise of you to get ready for a fight. Hitoshi nods and retreats back to his room. Compress is already dressed and ready, and Magna has her magnet and pantsuit on and prepped. Kurojiri makes them a warp and they step through. Momo comes out next, ready to go and munching on a protein bar, and then Jean and Dabi are ready next, and then Hitoshi and Himiko, and finally Shigaraki all are warped through. Kurojiri takes a moment to breathe, and then he warps himself to the Nico Game Ramen Shop and Video Game Parlor.